May I have your attention, please? Everyone, please settle down. We will start this event within a few minutes. Thank you.
What's happening here, right?
I can see some of you are amused. Some of you have utter sense of disbelief. It's okay to feel these emotions, okay? As they say, it's okay to feel these emotions because the whole world is going through these emotions as they witness India making giant leaps in technological revolution through DPI thinking.
Let's go back to the year of 1947. Our first Prime Minister Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru said, "At the stroke of the midnight hour, when the whole world sleeps, India will awake to new life and freedom." I'm taking the sentence and rephrasing it in the current context. At the stroke of a new dawn, when the whole world is watching, India leads a technological revolutions through a paradigm shift.
Do you know, for the first time in the history of internet, India is having an early mover advantage, and it happened only because of the digital transformation which was implemented on a population scale.
When the government laid the underlying rails, the innovation is done by people like us.
And we have a lot of examples to quote for the innovations, but let us stick to something that was responsible for us getting inside our homes for a long period of time, COVID-19. You must be remembering COVID-19, right? So during COVID-19, we were advised to get vaccinations. The whole world was getting vaccinations. So many countries, including the first world nations, were getting receipts and chits in which it was written that they are vaccinated. While in India, we were getting messages in which our digital certificate was there. Think about it. Not even America, not even UK, not even Germany, not even France. India did it. And that too on a population scale of 1 billion people. That's how India showed the way how a technological revolution is implemented.
And you know what's the best part of this event? Any idea?
Anyone, any idea?
Any idea? Prabhu Dorpai, of course. So we have the people who took the first steps in this revolution, and we have the people who are ready to take the next steps under the same roof. So this is the change, this is the new beginning, and this is Akshya.
And hi, my name is Sudev. A very great good morning to one of everyone. I got carried away, sorry. Yeah, a great good morning and warm welcome to Sunbird and MuLearn presents Building for Billions, the dawn of DPI.
So without further delay, inviting Madhuchandra R, Head of Engineering and Implementation, Xtep Foundation for the welcome address.
Suddenly I've become redundant with this amazing introduction that you folks gave. So thank you, folks. Um, so welcome. Welcome to this great event. Welcome to Building for Billions. Welcome to the dawn of DPI's event at Trivandrum. So before I actually start talking about the event and what we are proposing to do over the day, I really want to share some of the emotions that I went through yesterday. I came in yesterday just to probably help the team set up the venue and work with the organizers out here. And what I went through yesterday, my laptop is there. What I went through yesterday was a completely different set of emotions. So what I'm going to talk now is not addressed to the main audience, but more to Dr. Pramod Verma and the speakers of today. So last evening I went there. I went to the MuLearn office. They had just finished an event, I think, on open networks, specifically on Honest. It was about 8 o'clock in the evening. It was not even regular daytime. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. And I must have seen about 100 odd youngsters in the room at that time. Okay? And the energy in that room at 8 p.m. was absolutely infectious. Okay, it was just super amazing. It almost took me back to my college days, which is a few decades back. But it really took me back to my college days. Everyone is, the energy that they had over there, the kind of curiosity, the inquisitiveness, all of this was just unbelievable. I was even more surprised, at 9 p.m. when I was actually stepping out, people were whiteboarding stuff over there, and they were, having meetings. And the only thought that crossed my mind at that point of time is, how did we miss this audience for so long? Okay? I mean, this audience with so much of passion, I really don't know, better late than never, but I'm really happy that we're actually doing this event here now. There was one guy who was in the middle of all of these activities that happened yesterday, and I saw all these youngsters, pretty much going like a honeybee to Deepu. Every single clarification, they were out there to him, and he was in the middle of all of the action. So, Deepu, seriously amazing job that you put down together over here at MuLearn and Fire. I really love the energy out there. So, yeah, so I just wanted to give you this heads up, what you should be expecting today from the audience out here, the kind of energy that you should be expecting out here. And I'm sure each of the organizations, the many other organizations that are here there today, I'm sure the energy levels must be pretty much the same in your organizations too. Okay, so what you should expect for today. So today is going to be an interesting set of sessions that we have really lined up, and as our anchors spoke about it, India is actually at a stage where, beyond internet, India is actually leading a lot of the technology advancement and, being the pioneer in a lot of these areas over there. And I just want to quote, one of the meetings that a few of us from Xtep had with Shubulal, I think a couple of years back. We were actually making a presentation on Sunbird to him, and he was telling us, the thing that many of us have done over here in terms of building population scale systems like, Aadhaar or UPI or DigiLocker, Diksha for that matter, we were talking to him in the context of Diksha. Not many countries have done, and this is a unique thing by itself. Okay, maybe at that point of time we did not have the word DPGs or DPIs, but that's unique by itself. And his words were pretty much, I don't know why many of us are still chasing products. We have our own unique USP. We know how to build population scale systems. So that's something that we should be focusing on. And I'm very happy that the event we are talking about today on building the dawn of DPI and DPGs is very much in that context. So over the day today, you will be hearing from experts on building DPGs, architecting for DPGs, you know, how the architects, we have a lot of the architects who actually worked with Sunbird, with who consult for, currently consult for NPCI, the other team, all of them here, you know, the techno guys, the technical guys over here should actually quiz them on what they do for actually building for scale. We will have conversations about ONDC, open networks. I think should really leverage the opportunity that you have over here. And then my intent, and I'm stating this out here, is my expectation specifically from this event is to try and see how this audience can start actively participating in the build out of DPGs and DPIs for the nation. And you will hear it over the day. You will really hear it about, you know, what are the kind of opportunities that exist. And, you know, where it's not just about, you know, doing a social service. There are commercial possibilities that there you can actually leverage by building out on DPGs. So over the day, you'll hear a lot of these. And I really encourage you to start participating more actively from here on. And we will give you whatever inputs that are required. Let's talk about all of this over the day. And I'll request Deepu to actually come over and do the introductions, the rest of the introductions.
Thank you, Madhu. So it is a very important day for Kerala and the state's innovation ecosystem. And it's a great pleasure to host Dr. Pramod Verma, who has built some, and his team, of course, who has built some protocols that actually redefine the way the India functions today, and which will ongo. And I expect like it will surely redefine the way the world operates. I've been watching some of your videos where he actually explains the thought process that went behind architecting these protocols. And I must say that what set him apart from rest of us is the courage to pioneer change, especially when it impacts lives of billions. And among the audience today, we have all the key stakeholders of Kerala. We have a representation from the group of technology companies. It's the consortium of all the IT companies in Kerala. We have the representation from the entire IT department, including Technopark, Kerala Startup Mission, IC Force. We have representation from the communities like Tinker Hub, MuLearn, of course, the student community, and a lot of professionals there. And of course, we have ICT Academy of Kerala. From the academic side, from the industry side, from the entrepreneur side, from the startup side, we have all the key stakeholders here. And yeah, and I must say that is, these people have the capability for sure to take initiatives that ignite more events or more collaboration forward that will actually help us capitalize on whatever we have built on DPI. And let's have this day with curiosity, collaboration, and of course, the courage to pioneer change. Have a great day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madhu and Deepu. So before we move on to the next session, I have a few questions for you. Just raise your hands if you know the answer to the question, okay? You don't have to answer the question, you just have to raise your hands. How many of you have heard the term British invasion in the context of global music? How many have you heard the term British invasion? None of you? So basically, British invasion meant a lot of British bands and British musicians were coming into the global music scene. So it was termed as a British invasion of the global music. And next question, uh, can you make a guess? Where does Dr. Pramod Verma belong to? A wild guess. Anyone? Anybody? Okay, we have Bangalore here. Sir, say it out loud. Can you please? Okay, we have Trivandrum, Thrissur, Mavelikar. Oh, he's just one person. You need to understand. Okay, jokes aside. So he is from Trivandrum. He was born in Trivandrum. Then his family is in Thrissur. So let's just that he is a Sogarya Ahangarama for Malayalis. Okay? Let's just agree. Fine. Now give me a round of applause if you agree with my next statement. Most of you must be watching Malayalam movies, right? And we can accept the fact that Malayalam movies are best in the Indian cinema, right? So basically, in the cinema industry, a Malayalam invasion is happening. But none of us know, or none of us were aware, that in the technological industry also, a Malayalam invasion was happening. So now, a lot of us came to know about it, and now we have an opportunity to grow. So without wasting much time, let's welcome the man, the legend, the man who is known as the de facto CTO of India, Dr. Pramod Verma, former Chief Architect, Aadhaar and India Stack, CTO, Xstep Foundation, co-chair, CDPI.dev, co-founder, FID.org, Chief Architect, Sunbird and Beacon Protocol. Sir, please, a huge round of applause.
Thank you. No, I have mic, I think. Thank you so much. Yeah.
And just 1 minute.
Yes.
I missed to mention one most important person actually who helped me make this build such a momentum, Dr. Sajji Gopidath.
Thank you.
The-
Thank you so much. Thank you.
The Vice Chancellor of Digital
Of course,
University
of course,
Kerala.
yeah.
Then he actually, like when I talked about DPI, he was the first one who was very excited and telling like we are starting an incubator for DPI in Kerala.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir. Welcome.
No, it's wonderful to be here. Absolutely wonderful to be here. ഞാൻ കിളിമാനൂരിലാണ് ജനിച്ചിരുന്നത് out of 15, literally 30 kilometers away. But I grew up in Thrissur though, so most of my life. Actually it's surprising. I never visited Trivandrum for an event like this. So it's just amazing. And Deepu, your belief in youngsters and energy is just absolutely inspiring. Thank you so much for what you do. It's just that's the future of India. So I think that's the future of the world in one sense because we lead the world. So again, thank you for hosting, and I know many of you went out of your way. I saw many of those messages on LinkedIn and so on, promoting the event itself. But I think there's something larger brewing in the world, and that movement traditionally has been driven by the global north. Much of the developing nations driving the digitization, and we have been a services industry to them, right? That's what we did from 90s. And IT Technology Park, I didn't realize this is actually one of the oldest in the country. 94, 95, yeah, it's really old. Yeah, I didn't know. I knew some of my friends had come over from Infosys at that time when they shifted, but much of that actually has been to provide IT services and IT and outsourcing, BPO and other services to the world. But really, if you look at the next generation, where the intellectual property creation started with the product movement, right, that happened, much of that is late. We are in the second generation at best of the product industry, or including SaaS and everything else. But I think there is something even more interesting happening. I think the ability to digitize and ability to digitize at scale, at a billion people scale, has never been demonstrated, done before, and that movement has actually created significant ripple in the global south. So what's going to happen is in the next decade. Next decade is not a decade of Europe. Europe is really behind. And if you travel there, you will realize there's no energy, there's no hope. And the real, I think what you see here is that even in the middle of all the chaos that we live in, right? I mean, India is notoriously known for its, its high entropy environments that we live in. Everything is fuzzy, no rules are broken. Bangalore, everybody drives completely opposite direction, wherever, whatever you want to do, right? Nobody cares. Even in there, people have hope. People believe tomorrow is going to be a better day. And that is come from the last decade, 2 decades of our India's transformation, right? And this transformation is actually rubbing off into the rest of the world. I speak about 40 countries right now in terms of them wanting to do it. And today we have a target of 50 countries to go DPI. DPI 50 in 5. That's what we called it. 50 countries in 5 years to be able to allow the DPIs to go into 50 countries. But I think our ability to do that will also come from India. India will be in cutting edge in helping global south, because our ability to actually offer in affordable, rapid, high quality manner would depend on that. So it's not just India. India is still going to go through another 10 years of massive development, maybe 20 years of development before we can call ourselves reasonably okay. Trust me, we have a long way to go. But I think we have set ourselves up extremely well. And the only hope that all of us are perpetually optimistic about is the youngsters in this room. Okay, you are the only way we are going to survive this chaotic, high confusion future that we don't know what's yet to brew, right? Especially with sustainability, climate, there are a lot of questions, even for Kerala for that matter, right? Sea is rising, we don't know how much of land is going to disappear in the next 50, 75 years. So countries are really reimagining the possibility of an economic, sustainable economic development plan. It's no more unsustainable economic development plan, and India will lead that world. India will absolutely show the world how it can be done. No question about it, and you will be part of that. And that's what will actually allow global south to also come, because after the India wave, the next will be Africa rising up, 1 billion people there rising up to actually support the rest of the world. Okay, so I'll take about 20-25 minutes, maybe like a little bit of a TED style. I'll go fast because I think I want to open up some questions I want to discuss with you rather than me. So I'm hoping that I can go fast about what the transformation. And many people have not seen this transformation at a macro level. That means you have, okay, how many of you have Aadhaar? Of course, everybody. Very few people. Okay, I mean, I don't think you had a choice either, right? So anyway, how many of you use UPI, or how many of you don't use UPI? That's a good question. Maybe I should look at older people. Everybody use UPI? Kerala is still a little bit heavy. I do notice when I travel here that it is still unlike Bangalore. Bangalore you can live for like months with no purse, nothing, just on phone. I think maybe, probably everything digital here as well, right? Now everybody accepts, yeah, roadside. Okay, fantastic. How many of you are using DigiLocker? Not many, right? Oh, some of you, many of you, okay, that's good. DigiYatra, of course, that started using recently. It's been a pretty convenient thing. And I know Avira is here, who's going to talk to me after this. Yeah, he's been all part of the early DigiLocker, pre-DigiLocker world, where much of what DigiLocker was trying to do, he was trying to do like an entrepreneur himself and scaling it up. So here is a 2007 picture. In 2007, and this is not Kerala, most of India, we had 17% of the people who had bank account access. 2009, when we started Aadhaar, Aadhaar started in 2009. That's when some of us quit and volunteered for it, and we had less than 20% of people who had bank account. And interestingly, The study, actually, some of the study shows that we have been actually trying to give bank account to people. It's not that we were not trying. But post 9/11, 9/11 was, changed the world, right? In terms of what does the security in airport, security, money laundering, terrorism funding, all those questions started coming. And that's why they started tightening the noose. 9/11 really tightened the noose in banking sector or financial sector in general, saying that you will need lot of documents to prove who you are, where you live, KYC, know your customer, blah, 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 before you can actually get a bank account. And to get a mutual fund account, it was even more. Interestingly, bank account would have costed about 600 rupees to a banker to open a bank account, about 500, 600 rupees to do a KYC. In mutual fund, it would have taken 1,500 rupees to open a mutual fund account. To do KYC cost, this is the KYC cost I'm talking, okay? Basically just getting paperwork done. What does it mean? The more paperwork you ask, the harder it will make it, the less people get in. So it is a direct correlation of that when you tighten the policies and create more friction in the system, less people can actually access. So what do? People live outside the formal system. Much of India lives in the informal sector. You know it, right? Banking, we have somewhat fixed it. But if you really look at it, grey collar jobs, I know some of you are doing jobs and skilling and jobs, grey collar, blue collar jobs are horribly fragmented and informal. They are not formal at all. Investments, Kerala led much of the informal investments, right? We had Muthuts of the world, pre the formalization. We're all actually doing investments outside the SEBI norms in one sense, because the formal system it was hard to get into the formal system. Only few people could get in. So you had all these investment, sort of side businesses that happened, right? No, this is a big issue. But at the same time, 2009, very, very interestingly, India is a socialistic nation, continued to be socialistic, and I don't have to talk to Kerala about it. Kerala is even more left. So in thinking, I'm talking about, I forget the political role. Our way of thinking is a lot more left-leaning, okay, in one sense that we want to support poor people, farmers, we care. As a society, we talk about it, we care about it, we are constantly debating about it and so on. And government used to spend, at that time, in 2009, when Aadhaar was announced, we used to spend about $50 billion US then. 50 billion, now it's about $80 billion direct giving benefits to people. So remember, government, that was about 2.5% of the GDP at that time. Roughly about 18% of the budget was going into giving people money. And almost all of us had, right? Our parents at least had cooking gas subsidy, and everybody will know, all the middle class will know. Cooking gas subsidy, pensions, scholarships, Janani Suricha Yojana for pregnant women, or fertilizer subsidy, food security, PDS, the ration shops. At that time it used to be called ration, because people who in the 70s know it used to be rationed. Now it's no more ration, it's called fair price shop. But all these are subsidies. Now remember, how did government give subsidies to people who had no identity or bank account? It's like giving salaries to your employees who you don't know who they are. Or you can't give it in the bank account. So it's like throwing money, and that's exactly what used to happen. Roughly about 40 to 50% of this money used to be pocketed by middlemen or leaked out in the system. That's huge. That's $25 billion every year somebody is stealing away. So it was a big problem for India, right? And this is a study from 2020. Fast forward 10 years. That was 2010 picture. This is 2020 picture. This is a study from Bureau of International Settlements, BIS, which is a central bank in Basel, and they studied this India's financial movement, financial banking sector movement, and they said something incredible happened in India. And they wanted to study. And they said India would have taken 5 decades to give 80% of the bank account. That's what it says. To get to 80% of adults having bank account, we would have taken 5 decades. That means in 2060, when some of us are dead and gone, India will be still opening bank accounts to people. That's what it means, right? Stupid. It makes no sense. By then, I don't know whether AI will rule the world. God knows what's going to happen. How can we not have bank accounts? Right? It makes no sense to us because that was a cost system. To open to go bank branches, open bank accounts, incentivize them, create habits, all that thing. India did this in flat 7.5 years. It's unbelievable, right? India did compress the 5 decades of development cycle into less than a decade. And during the same decade, everyone got an identity, digital identity. So Aadhaar was the fastest to get to 1 billion people, even faster than Facebook or WhatsApp, by the way. It's very, very interesting. We started in 2010. First 2 years, we took 1 year to get to 1 million Aadhaar holders. And within 1 year, 270 days later, we were doing 1 million Aadhaar every day in the system. And in 5.5 years, we get to, 6.5 years, we go to 1 billion people. And then now 1.39 billion people. But that's not the important part. It's not about issuing identity. Remember, what is a real understanding of DPI? DPI came out of this. Is that the DPI is useful when someone else builds innovation on top of the DPI. Because issuing ID card is one thing. But if ID card is just an ID card and people used to think, and my mother was disappointed to see that Aadhaar printout, okay, by the way. They said, really horrible photo. I said, yeah, I know. Horrible printout. I wish we had a better card. I said, you know what? This is digital ID. What do I do? No, because everybody was expecting a card, beautiful looking card, hologram and all that stuff, right? Good stuff. And we said, we don't need any of that because it's a digital ID. You are the identity. That's just a proxy. The paper is just a proxy. You are the identity, right? You are who you are. So your ability to prove ID anywhere, anytime, digitally, because we built it for the next generation. But we also gave printout because, printouts are useful. We still take photocopies, do random stuff with it. So it's okay. So one of those habits that don't go away that easily, right? While we did that, what were we watching? We were watching everyday use of Aadhaar. Not how many people got issued. Of course, everybody, we knew we had to track issuance. Usage was actually the metrics we had. And that was a brilliant way to say, unless you drive demand side use cases, issuing ID is useless. What do they do with the ID? What does it unlock for 1 billion people? What value does it unlock for 1 billion people? And that's where we were going after bank account opening and benefits transfer as the 2 killer use cases, if you were to call that, right? Killer use cases. And of course, we chose pension as the first one and subsequently cooking gas, LPG scheme as the second big use case, national use case. And then now we have about 1,000 programs on top of it. Even today, Aadhaar is used by about 70 to 80 million times every day. Even today, you will have 70 million people using in the country, digitally authenticating. Now, we don't know if you use it offline, by the way. UIDA does not know whether you use it offline. You can use your offline card to go through airport, or you can use offline like DigiYatra, right? You can use an offline authentication like QR code. You can scan a QR code and so on. We won't know. We are talking about 70 million online usage every day. Why? Because there are many people who don't have phone. Actually, they use assisted models to get services. And this is also the reason why we did eKYC. So Aadhaar is one of the most brilliantly simple. People ask me, was it a difficult project? Technologically, it was difficult. Of course, this is a little bit difficulty. But it's one of the most simplest projects, identity projects in the world, period. I've seen many ID systems. By the way, Brazil started along with us. Mexico started along with us. Many countries started along with us. They still haven't finished the project. Much smaller countries. Brazil has 220 million people. Mexico is even smaller. They still haven't completed. Why? Because people complicate their life. And India managed to keep Aadhaar damn simple. 4 attributes, 2 APIs, that's it. Just do that well. 60 million times every day. Nothing more, right? And that simplicity was the essence of also DPI thinking. That means when you build infrastructure pieces, digital public infrastructure, we as builders of DPI must keep that extremely simple and generic enough so that entrepreneurs who are building on top of that can build the rest of the features, so that government don't have to build all the features. It makes no sense. And people still ask me, why didn't you put blood group? I wish you put blood group into Aadhaar, because if I get into an accident on the roadside, at least somebody would have given me. I said, yeah, where do you stop? I could have put blood group, I could have put your father's name, I could have put your education qualification, I could have put your, whether you have a pakka house or a kacha house, or whether you could have, religion, caste. Big push at that time, by the way, to include caste, because caste census was going on in 2009, if you remember. We avoided all that. And that brilliant simplicity was the reason we also survived a privacy debate, frankly speaking. Second longest Supreme Court case in the history of independent India, Aadhaar case. But we came out quite successfully because we had nothing. It had 4 attributes and 2 APIs, and we don't even know whether we don't know location of Aadhaar usage. We don't even know the purpose of Aadhaar usage. Because when you open a bank account or when you go to a hotel check-in, UIDA system does not know where and why you used Aadhaar. And then whatever usage telemetry usage audit is actually deleted permanently in 6 months. So the system is, so simple. That's what is it? You have more stuff, you put it on Facebook, yeah? I don't need this data from Aadhaar. And if you want your data, it's easier to just scan your social profile. You will have, Amma, Appa, everybody, on your Facebook, everybody on the Facebook profile, right? You have more stuff than Aadhaar on the Facebook. So it's very, very important to understand the simplicity. And that's what also the reason why India built this. India built world's largest money transfer rail, DPI. In India, moving money today, yesterday I was with a few investors from US, and we were saying that, telling them money movement costs 1/700th of a dollar, and their jaws dropped. They said, what the hell do you guys do? Because they said moving money from a store, one store to another store, it just bugs. If you can watch YouTube on 4G today, I mean, damn cheap. Why would money, the notion of money, but what is actually being moved is just bytes. Actually, balance is yours, right? It's not somebody else. So whether it's 1,000 rupee balance or 10,000 rupees, for computer, it makes no difference, by the way. But we used to have this habit of taking a cut out of it, because financial sector, Western financial sector showed that you can actually take toll out of every money movement, right? So we were in that habit and we didn't want that habit, so we cut that habit, right? That's what happened with payment. So we made this, and 1,300 programs today send money directly to people today in India. So this is what happened when COVID hit. Instantly, we moved 160 million people, got $4.5 billion in their bank account, unlike in the US where they were writing checks. The first term of Trump at that time. They were writing checks, people, and posting it physically, because they didn't know who they are supposed to give it. My friends, a lot of them got it. Why? You know what? Our friends there are rich, okay? They shouldn't be getting the damn government subsidy, but they were getting it because they didn't know who they should be sending this money to. This is they kept sending it to everybody. And India, of course, also moved this is 4G, geo effect, right? And geo, why is geo is important? Because geo was, we were telling the telecom operators, and TRAI, of course, allowed it as a regulator, but telecom operator like Airtel at that time and Vodafone, please use eKYC and instantly issue a SIM. Why are you collecting a big form? At that time, we used to have something called customer acquisition form, CAF. and they would collect the 2 copies, and then one guy will collect this paper, take it to their headquarters, verify, they have to keep it for 7 years, all that paper. Remember the cost? And we said, why don't you just use KYC? We are opening bank account. Why don't you open SIM card? They said, we'll do it, and okay, maybe one day we'll do. Incumbency, remember. Existing incumbents don't change. You were telling me in the morning that nobody wants to change. Yeah, nobody wants to change. Change is resisted other than young people. Okay, I can tell you. Older people, bad idea. Okay, we don't change anything. And incumbent, large institutions don't change. So you always have to look for younger, newer institution to change. And that's what happened. When Jio came, in less than 6 months, they acquired 100 million customers, completely paperless, presence-less. They were issuing SIM card in Mumbai railway stations, literally. Do an Aadhaar auth, instant SIM card, right? And that changed everything else. And that's what we call Jio effect, collapse the price. Indians went from 1 GB per capita usage a month to 1 GB a day. You'll wonder, no, what Indians are doing on the internet. 800 million people, yesterday's report says 800 million people are on the internet and doing 1 GB a day, more than 1 GB a day consuming. What do you think they're doing? YouTube? Maybe, yeah. Yeah, maybe YouTube short. We banned TikTok, so we have nowhere else to go. So probably they're watching YouTube. Yeah, nevertheless, it's a great thing. DigiLocker, and that's where people like Avira and all was ahead of the curve, was about credentializing. Why credentialize? Directly, cost of paper is so high in the society that it's not even known. That means when people apply for a job, the cost of verification, if you claim you are an engineer, there's no freaking way I can verify whether you're an engineer, other than sending some agency to run to your university, dig up some old certificates and so on, right? Everything is fakeable. Because everything is fakeable, no one trusts anything. And the cost of trust is a horrible burden on the society, and especially for blue collar, grey collar workers. What is DigiLocker's original vision was? When I actually wrote that in 2014, September, I still have the original document, vision document, and we wrote this. We should not have any certificate in this country that's not verifiable. It makes no sense to issue paper certificates. I hope you will do credentialized certificate as well, digital university and so on. Every certificate, everyone, every individual should be able to prove their work. It's called proof of work, proof of skill, proof of earning, proof of your history, proof of your other capabilities, right? Your ability to prove that is essential for your movement, upward movement in your life. Everything is very, very key. And the fact that you have to prove only through paper and nobody trusts it, it's a very, very bad set for us. Especially when you have bulk of our industry is grey collar, blue collar jobs. Okay, white collar jobs are still. And then UPI. UPI started in 2013. 2013, 3 of us sat in a room and imagined UPI. And then we said, okay, we won't do anything about it for a year. And we kept thinking about it. And 2014, we started, actually we said, okay, we should do it. 2014. And then 2014, we started writing down the protocol. And the output was at about 1.5 page document. That's it. UPI was 1.5, that's what origin of UPI. If you want to know, 1.5 page document, reimagining what a payment could be, any to any payment could be. And then we launched pilot in 2015, 16 we actually launched it. And last month we did 12.5 billion transactions. That is same volume as MasterCard worldwide, by the way. And we were by far, we are the largest digital payments. But the real value is not that. Again, watch out for our inclusive development. We cannot have what's called India 1 doing everything and the rest of India not doing anything at all, right? So we watch out those numbers. What are those numbers? With Jan Dhan and bank account, gender parity. Women had least identity documents. Again, Kerala is different. Kerala was always slightly ahead in terms of education and so on. So, but if you look at bulk of India, women had no identity cards. Why? Because property is in the husband's name, electricity or whatever utility bills are in the husband's name, mobile phone connection is in the husband's name, and bank account is in the husband's name. So, you're pretty much screwed, right, if you're a woman. And what does it mean? No access to systems. So, identity solved that. Jan Dhan, by the way, now gender parity in bank account is absolutely equal, women and men, all across the country. It's equal. That means we have 72% at par bank account. Same thing with mobile connection. Yesterday mobile connection, rural has actually taken more, gone more than urban smartphone connection, and half is actually women. This is very, very good to see. That means roughly same percentage of women, men. But smartphone access is still limited. Smartphone access is still limited by men mostly, by the way. Remember that, okay? So when we started this, we were 2016 when we launched, we realized though that smartphone based payment. But did you know UPI is not just smartphone. UPI was device agnostic, currency agnostic, channel agnostic, authentication agnostic. It was abstracted really well. It was abstracted so well that I'm super proud of what we ended up doing, including creation of world's first what's called virtual payment addresses, right? Fungible recipient addresses. We created like email. We imagined all those possibilities very ahead of time, and we did that. But today we have, last month we also did 300 million transactions on UPI by people who have no phones. So people can go into a touch point, put their fingerprint and actually transfer money using UPI. 300 million transactions. So what happened is, before 2016, we had less than 50 million, 5 crore, less than 50 million people doing digital payments. In 2023, when we ended, we have 500 million people doing digital payments. That's an inclusive growth, right? Inclusive growth is about not the same 50 million people doing more. It's about expanding that pie. And what does it mean? That means more people are now coming into the formal sector. Formalization of the society. And that formalization means whatever you and I have access, everybody should have access, right? That's very, very key. Access. Now, whether they'll do well or not, we don't know, okay? But given access is very, very key. And the same thing we also did with businesses. And we have Vijay and all, who helped us architect. Yeah, he's here. He was principal architect at Aadhaar. He also helped us build GST. When we architected GST system, we rewrote the whole tax system. It was horrendous in the first time when we launched, right? It was difficult to do. But the best part about GST is not that you have to pay taxes. Of course, if you have to pay taxes and death you can't avoid. Even after death, they'll come after you for taxes, but nothing you can do. But it's not that point. In India is the only country, again, one of the developing nations, where all the invoices became E. And all the e-way bills, transportation, right, when they move, transport, e-way bill became E. What does it mean? It's not PDFs. They are machine readable. For people who know that, machine readable documents with digital signature. That changes the game. Why does it change the game? Suddenly, a small businessman on the roadside or a small shopkeeper can verifiably prove that their cash flow is so and so, they have so much revenue, they have so many invoices, they make bill payments, they have UPI collection, everything is digitally provable. When an individual's or an SME's footprints become digital and verifiable, suddenly they can use that data as an asset to actually create the flywheel effect. And that's the biggest change world is watching, India going through. And that's why we are doing this. Account aggregator, if you don't know, completely open API based system that allows you, individuals and SMEs, to harness all your financial data, tax data, bill payment data, UPI data, investment data, insurance data, PF data, all that thing, right? They're joining. Many information providers are joining the system, and you can actually use API to access it. But even cooler than that, that's a picture of an ecosystem, private ecosystem. 1,000 companies building innovations on top of those APIs, like UPI APIs. These APIs are actually available to you to reimagine how you could use information flow as an asset to write something, do something like this. Now, lending is one of the big killer applications, no question about it. Lending is the killer application for SMEs. Because why? We don't give loans to people. You might get it, okay? So, if you are getting it, you are good, you are elite. Large companies get loans, small shopkeepers find it extremely hard, so they go to money lenders. Why is it? Because cost of lending, cost of trust, cost of underwriting is much more than I can actually collect back through interest. So if the SME or shopkeeper go and says, I need 50,000 rupees for 2-week loan, 2 week, how much interest can you charge? Annual interest is 18%, even if it is 14, 16%, high level of percent. Banks can't go that large, but at least MFIs can go. And even if they do 18%, 2 week, how much interest can you collect? But the cost of underwriting, cost of verifying, cost of making sure you're collecting, cost of collection is so much high, I'll rather say no. So it's easier to get 10,000 crore from a bank account and run away or whatever you want to do, okay, to London. But otherwise, impossible. You ask for 10,000 rupees, they'll say, what the hell are you asking? I can't give you. It makes no sense. First time, India cracked that puzzle in the world. Why? It is not because we are reimagining, because you guys, fintechs, like OpenFin and all the guys are OpenFin, all are Kerala boys, right? Yeah. People are reimagining. People are reimagining the combinatorial power of these APIs. People are saying I can use Aadhaar or PAN APIs, GST has APIs, I can use account aggregator for the data APIs, I can use DigiLocker APIs, I can use eSign API to paperless contracts, I can sign under the IT Act, I can use UPI to do e-mandate in the UPI to collect back everything digital. That means first time in the history of India, we are able to actually underwrite loans, small sachet loans in minutes algorithmically. And that is huge for us, huge. It opens up access to capital to many small businesses. And that's brilliant way to push entrepreneurship and starting point, right? But otherwise only the big corporations can get it, and it's very difficult. And then we of course did, health, everybody knows, we talked about it, and that was all. By the way, some of these are using Sunbird components. Sunbird components are used in and built in DIVOC. DIVOC was an open source project which we built before we realized we need a system in India to vaccinate 1 billion people. Otherwise it will be so bloody chaotic. We would have injected the same guy 10 times and we would have not injected like 10 other people, not even knowing who the hell injected, right? And that's bad, because India, we couldn't have opened up the economy because we are a services economy. We have to bring people back to the jobs. Otherwise it's very hard. So 6 months ago, before the vaccine drive started, Nandan had written up an editorial, and then we started an open source project, which took about 4 weeks or so to build the initial part of COVID, and that's what happened. And then we launched it. And then, of course, Diksha is another effort, Sunbird effort that we did for schooling education. And again, we did not know COVID was coming. Nobody predicted COVID was coming. Thank God we invested in DPIs. Because India invested in this DPI, when crisis hit, we were a lot more resilient than other countries, right? We managed, because we managed to go online. Schooling continued. Schooling, Diksha just went through the roof. I know Matthew, Railu and Madhu and all here probably had sleepless nights during that time, because we were hitting 20,000 TPS, transaction per second, 25,000, huge hit, because the entire country woke up to say, thank God we have Diksha to actually use some classroom, plus Diksha plus Zoom or whatever, Google Meet and all that thing for classrooms, right? We did. And today it's enormously successful system. And that is what is setting ourselves up for. Well, I won't spend much time, because I know we are going to spend some time in the afternoon. Nitin is here, I think. ONDC, yeah, ONDC. So I just give you a glimpse because this is what MuLearn kids, and I was telling them, these guys are just unbelievably ahead, okay? We can only imagine some possibilities. Suppose somebody has to really jump in the pool and swim, and all of you are doing it. Thank you for doing it. It's really our economies are fragmented. All. Amazon has penetrated 8% of B2C. Remember, e-commerce is 8%. 92% of our B2C commerce happens on the roadside. Not E. Remember, that's biggest one. Uber, nationally we do less transaction than Delhi Metro alone. Delhi Metro every day does more transaction than Uber nationally. Our volumes are crazy. India is so large and we can't leave the economies in fragmented. Fragmentation means inefficiency, asymmetry, cost. Remember. And all that translate to people's high friction. Can't find a job. How do you find an internship? Even we can't find an internship for our children. Why? There's no clean way to find. Somebody wants it. We have kids, but impossible to find because it's all fragmented. Sometimes we Google, sometimes we go to LinkedIn and post, sometimes we tell our friends, hey, my son, nephew is looking for an internship, can you find someplace, right? It's just tough. It's very fragmented environment. And that is because we have our mental model. Our mental model so far has been driven by what happened in the West. What's called an aggregation model. Swiggy, Zomato, Uber, Amazon, Airbnb, take any of these two-sided marketplaces. Or LinkedIn, you bring providers on one side and provide consumers on the other side and throw a lot of money and ads and hopefully you'll survive, right? And Amazon has done a brilliant job, no question about it. We love them, no question about it. But they don't penetrate. They don't go beyond a particular scale. And that aggregation model leaves a market like us extremely fragmented. Or, on the other hand, if one of them happen to be really, really, really successful, we have a monopoly in hand. Either way, we are screwed. Okay? Because either you will get a massive tech company who's taken over your country, another way of digital colonization. Okay? We just went through 300 years. I don't think we want to go through again. Or we will have fragmented. And what we really see is fragmentation. Did you know before UPI, people used to ask, don't you have cards? Because people who ask us are people from in per capita number of cards in the US are 3 cards per person. They have 900 million cards, roughly about 320 million people in the US. We had 22 million cards. 1 billion adults. So we basically what happened to India was we just didn't have it. Nobody had access to it. So for us, it's a problem is that we have an alternate. We have no alternate. We have just left this informal economy somehow to survive, right? Very painfully to survive. That's what we are trying to change. And that requires a non-platform imagination. That imagination requires as audacious or big as internet-like thinking. Internet is not one platform. Internet is not one big server. Internet is driven, completely decentralized, driven by protocols and standards. And we are saying that instead of these siloed platforms that everybody has to be there. WhatsApp is the only platform I think that got at least 2 billion people to be on platform, right? 2-3 billion maybe. I don't know what WhatsApp usage is. We are moving towards that model. We have been inspired and by internet to reimagine, not the internet opened up content economy and we want to open up transaction economy in the same decentralized way. India is making absolutely audacious attempt at it, and Indians, not even Indian government, open source community. Many of you are part of open source community, if you didn't realize, by the way. Many of you are part of that Beacon community, driving this worldwide. And first one was actually in Kochi. You should upload yourself. Go ahead, upload. Yeah. Kochi was, I think we had our current energy secretary, Jyotilal. Yeah, Jyotilal was transport secretary at that time. Yeah. He was actually, he said, yeah, this makes sense. How do we create this, what you call intermediary less? How do you disintermediate large tech companies and create peer-to-peer transaction? And Kochi was absolutely bold enough to put up their hand and say, we'll experiment. World's first permissionless peer-to-peer mobility network in Kochi, by the way. Which is crazy, right? How ahead you guys were in terms of thinking. But it doesn't happen overnight. That was a great starting point. That created the next conversation in Bangalore, and then created in Delhi, and then that's how you get the domino effect. You trip one domino on the next one, then the whole series of dominoes get fell, right? This, now we have gone Namayatri, Hyderabad, Kolkata, Chennai. We are soon in Paris, Amsterdam, other places, by the way, in Europe, many places. And this one in Bangalore, it's called Namayatri, superbly successful. In 1 year, they did actually 30 million plus trips, 135,000 drivers, 1.3 lakhs drivers, and 55 million earned by the driver directly with no intermediary. Imagine permissionless on backend protocol, right? It's just brilliant way to reimagine transaction economy. Why? We could not have done 10 years ago. We can do this today because everyone holds a computer in their hand. And that's game changing. Everyone holds a computer, powerful computer in their hand, connected. So you don't need this big, you can now almost like the way you used to hail the auto outside or hail the taxi, you can digitally hail, peer to peer. And that's what we were imagining should be possible, and we made that happen, right? It's actually proving the world that's possible. Then started ONDC. We have a talk on ONDC, so I won't spend much time. But I wanted to show you though. ONDC is kicking in countrywide, but this is important. Again, 1,000 plus startups. 1,000 plus startups being invested. So imagine when internet came, people said, what's internet? Yeah, some stupid looking web page, 95 by the way. Very clearly in newsroom and all, people say, yeah, I can find some document to it. We really couldn't imagine. People can't imagine what the future is. It's hard to imagine what the future is going to be, right? If you imagine, we would have been gods, we actually know what future. It's tough. That's why people miss it. People miss that programmability of internet. Created all kinds of innovation, gold rush, in one sense, internet. And then the programmability, in this backend layer or the open network layer is going to create the next set of startups. That's what's happening. 1,000 plus startup actually doing it. And this is across domain, by the way. Hospitality, Kerala, you guys should be creating the world's first open hospitality network. Somebody should stand up and actually do it. Because what's probably is one of the God's own country, right? We must do it, right? There's no question about it. So we should do it. And hospitality is a pet project for me because one of the things I always wonder is why Indians, we get whole of India, we get less visitors than a tiny island called Phuket. Phuket gets more people, visitors, global visitors than whole of India gets. With 5,000 years of freaking history, we can't get people to come here because it's fragmented. Everything is fragmented, experience. We need to package it really well, organize it really well, train people really well. And we are very good at services industry. So I think there is a possibility of completely reimagining hospital without the Airbnb in the middle, but with many of them, right? So that's a very powerful thing. And we are also doing, by the way, if you think this is only for commerce and products and services, no. Bangalore, 4 startups. That is Sheru, Turno, Pulse and Kazam, the 4 energy startups, green energy startups came together, looked at backend and said, I can do energy trade, real-time energy bidding and trading and battery aggregation because we are going to be flooded with batteries, right? Because we are accelerating our green transition. That means we are going to have lots of batteries everywhere. Now with rooftop solar, we are going to have batteries even at home, everywhere. Batteries store energy. Energy dissipates. So if you have excess energy, you can actually, if you imagine, you can trade. Now the policies are open enough to actually give back to the grid, actually also to create microgrids. Because now we are decentralizing energy, right? Production and supply. Because it's very traditionally very centralized. So this is happening right now. 3,000 transactions a day, by the way. It's not, it's amazing. Videos are there. You should go check it out. And we are also doing honest. Yesterday, thank you MuLearn for doing that. So you did that honest as well. But one thing I wanted to talk about is that we are also supercharging with AI. And Extra Foundation, we have been working with IIT Madras, AI for Bharat, and Ministry of IT to launch something called, 4 years ago we started this effort, finally launched last year as what's called Bhashini mission. But why is it important? It's a DPI. What does it mean? It means it's a bunch of open source and infrastructure effort so that you can embed voice and Indic language interface. Language is the biggest barrier that will either limit or empower next 500 million people to participate beyond watching YouTube. YouTube watching, no problem. Serial watching and all can happen. But transaction, impossible. They will not transact. So if you want your fisheries, work you're doing, reverse bidding on products and produce, and farmers wanting to have direct access, barrier is actually language. Because keyboard based barrier, form based mental model we have, fill up a combo box and all. Nobody knows what the hell is all these things. People like us can deal with it. The first 200 million people can deal with it. Maybe stretch it to another couple of 100 million people. After they just fall off the like cliff. Nobody can do. We believe the next biggest India's AI wave is going to be voice-based apps. You will be able to actually speak to it and say, "Ye invoice banao, oh usko bhejo," like that. I should be able to actually say it. When I speak in my local language with dialect, with code mixing, that means we mix multiple languages, computer will be able to understand. The high quality models, these are all on GitHub. Much of this voice models, 22 languages voice models and data sets, largest curated data sets, actually open source on GitHub. That means if you want to embed voice into your app, today you can actually do. Slightly costly because the inferencing cost is NVIDIA tax, unfortunately. We have to keep paying. But other than that, but that will go. It's very clear that in the next decade, will be 1 million times less it will become, 1 million times computing cost. That's a prediction in the next 10 years. So computing cost, you should assume it's a temporary problem that we are facing, okay? And we are also creating many. This year you will see voice-based payment. It's not voice-based payments. Interestingly, it's not about voice commands. It's about intelligent conversation with a payment app. And the driver in a paisa ayikkuto. Do you think they'll understand it? Who is my end driver? Who is me? Who is a driver? What does it mean by salary? How much salary? Computer will start understanding your persona, and you can actually train it to say that kind of payment will become so easy. It'll pop up and say, "Yeah, please confirm. This is the name, this is the account. I'm going to send it. Enter your PIN and boom. No more form fill." That will be a powerful way to bring the next 200, 300 million people. This year we'll launch it, by the way. It's called Hello UPI. It'll get done. And that is the real essence. That means India has done. I know it's taken a lot more time. Maybe I won't have much time to converse with you. But policy, India is doing policy shift, building digital infrastructure, but these two are not at all enough. None of India's transformation would have happened just by policy or by building roads. Someone needs to drive on the road. And that's done by the market players like you, innovators like you. Innovators are the only future hope we have in this country. Asking government to solve anything is a wall, okay? The best government can do is to actually enable you and just go out of the way and let the entrepreneurs do what they need to do, right? So policy impetus, creating shared playground, digital public infrastructure shared playground. And that's because it is like physical infrastructure. We believe DPI is no different from physical infrastructure. If countries are building highways and railroads and airports for a reason, libraries, public libraries, we built it in the society, as a society. We just stopped building something like that in the digital realm. We just outsourced everything to some big tech company. He said, "Oh, India is showing the world that there exists a notion of a digital public infrastructure that ought to create equity and common playground for even in the digital realm." That's very, very key. Okay, that's what we are doing. And that's why we believe Zerodha, for example, Nitin Kamath, Zerodha's founder, first 6 years, Nitin acquired 60,000 customers in the first 6 years. In the next 1 year, they acquired 6 million customers because they went completely paperless, and SEBI allowed the policy. Digital infrastructure allowed e-sign, Aadhaar, eKYC, UPI, and systematic investment was like this. Easy, right? And that's why we are now, everybody has access to mutual funds. It's no more the days mutual funds are accessible to only the top 30 million or 20 crore kind of, or even it was 2.2 crore in 2016. 2 crore people had capital market access out of 90 crore people we have, right? So it's ridiculous, and that's what is changing. But you need it, and that's what is driven DPI thinking is. So I would actually sort of end with that and saying, if you are you are going to be entrepreneurs and builders and startups, build or fund products, IP, intellectual property, SaaS, workflows, reimagine the workflows. That is not copy paste, using voice, completely different, because the playground is really large for you to play. And people have said, including Uber's Dhara was in, he said, if you can crack in India, Indians, you'll crack anywhere in the world. Because our diversity and frugality that India needs for entrepreneurs, it will work everywhere else, right? And if you are a strategic global leadership, many of you are, and you should definitely see this 50-country move. 50 to 75 countries are going to be investing in DPI and building on top of DPI. India's advantage of UPI is going in many countries. When DPIs go, you can go along with that to provide services, products, advisory, everything else, right? So look for that opportunity. And if you are an architect, use these principles, use the DPGs, open source DPGs, to embed and build it faster, cheaper, instead of building it from scratch. And if you are just a passionate open source community member, join the effort to build the next one. We are already building, and you will see something coming up. We are already building. I was telling Avid about the tokenization thing. We are going to build something for the next 10 years. We are actually going to bring out the white paper soon. We are constantly reimagining the possibilities. And you can join that as well. You can volunteer with us. So the real question is, what will you do? Thank you. Do we have time? I am not sure whether we have time. Yeah.
I
Do we
request
have
you
some time?
please
Okay,
to
maybe
be
10 minutes we
seated.
can open up some questions.
Yes.
Okay.
Because we have the Q&A session.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Okay, so just like the end of a music concert, we all are geared up and say, one more, one more. So just like the same energy and enthusiasm, we are like, we need more. So the next session, we have the chat and Q&A quizzing Dr. Pramod Verma on the DPI story, inviting Avira Tharakin, founder and CEO, Rena.io, and Cleared.in.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Hi, Pramod.
Hey, Avira.
So we've been talking offline one-to-one for many years, taking
So many
advice from Pramod while building the private DigiLocker of sorts, and we've had one-to-one conversation, and it's great to have this open conversation. So while you've touched upon a lot of areas, I'll probably look at ones that are interested to entrepreneurs, students. So quick question: who builds DPGs, and how does it become a DPG formally? So I could build something, and how?
Yeah,
how
so
to make
there's a
formally?
slight difference between DPG word and DPI. So DPGs are just passive assets. They're open source assets that are lying around. So Sunbird is a DPG for that matter. Or there's a project called Mosip. The Beacon protocol is a classic example of a DPG. By itself, it doesn't do anything. But when you instantiate it for some purpose, and then offer that platform to others, that becomes DPI. So DPI is something that is running, is managed by some entity, having open APIs that allows the private ecosystem to innovate. So DPI is when you instantiate it. The good thing about DPG is that because of these are all open source available, other countries can now create their own DPIs faster and cheaper. India had to build everything by scratch, right? Yeah.
Open versus
Like
closed.
UPI is available now as code. UPI code is available, protocol is available for many countries, by the way. Yeah.
Excellent. So open versus closed. Just a question on Sunbird. Can you give us an outside-in perspective what exactly Sunbird is?
Yeah, yeah, that word keeps coming because we know this is a Sunbird event as well. So at XStep Foundation, we started XStep Foundation in 2015. That's because we had, I was continued to be at that time other chief architect and advisor. Even now, I am an advisor to them. But XStep Foundation started with a mission of bridging the foundational education in the schooling system, right? To provide access to learning opportunities to 200 million children. That was our mission statement. And we have 300 million children, 30 crore children. We are a very young country, right? So we have a large population of school-going children. But our learning outcome in the schooling is not too good. So one of the effort was to work with Ministry of Education to create some, at that time it was not called Diksha, but we were imagining that possibility of creating a national DPI that can be used by every state, every curriculum, every teacher community, in many languages. So by itself had no particular opinion. There was not opinionated. It was allowed, like Kerala could use Diksha to do whatever the Kerala state board, education board wants to do. It was just an infrastructure, education infrastructure, think of that way. It had capability for curating content, managing children content, organizing the content as per curriculum, attaching it to textbooks, doing assessments, doing projects, virtual labs, you can try virtual labs and all that thing there. And that infrastructure was built. But XStep Foundation was a foundation. So we said, why should we do like a system integrator? Why should we do a custom build for Ministry of Education? We don't want to do an SI job. That's not our job, right? We are a small foundation. So we built the intellectual property, the entire Diksha's code behind Diksha. And that is what gone into sunbird.org. So we said we will build everything under MIT license, open source license. We'll put it up on GitHub. And if Education Ministry wants to take it, they can take it. They were happy to take it because it's open source. And so Diksha is one instance of Sunbird. Sunbird is a DPG lying around in GitHub with large community, and Diksha is one such instance. There are other instances. There's a new project, I think Matthew is part of some of that effort as well, by the government of India for all the bureaucrats called Mission Karmayogi, iGod project. That actually allows 20 million IAS officers to all the way till Karmacharis, state government officers to be able to train. So it's another infrastructure for capacity building among the bureaucrats. That's another project. And there are multiple instances of Sunbird like that.
So Sunbird is one of the instances of...
Sunbird is just code.
Awesome.
It's just all lying around in GitHub. That's what it is. Yeah.
Any interesting examples of DPGs from India that is being currently used in any other country?
Oh yeah, MOSIP is a great... Sunbird, by the way, is live in 5 countries. Sunbird, some of the components of Sunbird has gone into 5 countries. MOSIP, there's a project called MOSIP.io, which we began after Aadhaar, because Aadhaar was so successful. Many countries said, I also want my own Aadhaar. But we didn't put out code. Aadhaar team didn't put out any code per se, right? It was our ID project. No use giving it to somebody else. That doesn't make any sense. So there was an open source effort to create something like Aadhaar in the open source world called MOSIP, Modular Open Source ID project was called, MOSIP.io. And if you go to MOSIP.io, you'll see 11 countries are actually right now, many are live, 11 countries are actually rolling it out. There are about 20 countries in the pipeline. Yeah, using MOSIP. MOSIP also just launched a credentialing stack, as I said. The MOSIP has a DigiLocker equivalent, Aadhaar equivalent, but all in the open source. So if you are a system integrator company working in Global South or LATAM, or if you have partnership in LATAM or Global South, you could actually take MOSIP and actually implement.
That's
They're all
awesome.
looking at it. Yeah.
That's awesome. We look forward more, global Indians using locally made
Yeah,
products.
yeah. Code originated here now. It's a global community.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Um,
Beacon is another such effort, right? Yeah.
Awesome. A very important question. Why should an entrepreneur build DPG versus products for clients who are willing to pay?
No, they need not build DPGs. Actually, frankly speaking, they should build intellectual property that differentiates or creates a moat. That's what entrepreneurs do.
Yeah.
But remember, from time to time, technology will get commoditized at the bottom. It's like Tetris game. In the Tetris game, at the bottom it keeps collapsing the bottom part of the Tetris game. Technology is a constant leveler. So if your moat is only tech, even ChatGPT couldn't hold that tech. Yeah. I mean, literally, few months later, Llama was out, Mistral was out. Remember, all those LLMs were open source. So there's only so much you can hold with tech. So what value is a business transformation? Business value, customer value, much is less to do with software, frankly. Much is to do with the whole package that you offer. The relationship, the package. So you can build SaaS products, for example. If you're building it in education, skilling sector, job sector, HR, finance, global south is going to be automated in the next 10 years, big time. So far, most of our SI customers, our SI companies, our billing is to global north, right? A few countries in the global north. I think that's going to change. And that is okay to change, because with AI, you are able to code faster, cheaper.
Yep.
So Indian companies can actually spread the wings, because the experience of creating high quality software is not about coding. It's about the whole process, about thinking through design, understanding the customer, conversing with them, capturing it. If you know how to prompt, maybe code will generate. But you don't even know half the time how to prompt. Right? That's what the problem is. Like, you're an entrepreneur.
Absolutely.
Half the time you're cracking what the hell should the product be. After the coding is a little bit effort. So I think we have an opportunity to actually go beyond the global north, or maybe Middle East, the billing countries, to even less billable countries using AI. But because they are hungry for digitization. But they will prefer SaaS-like solution, cloudified solution than global north, I think, which is even better for us, actually, yeah. Because it's not a time and material game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an IP game at that time. Yeah.
True. Just on privacy and security, Pramod, a lot of these solutions access data, information. So what are the privacy and security features, or how do we address, how is that addressed in the whole ecosystem?
So privacy and security are actually layered, right? There are many layers. So in DPI, when you build DPI, when I built Aadhaar, for example, privacy had to be thought from day one, because we knew when you create an identity system, obviously surveillance, security of biometrics data, all those are going to be questioned. We bloody well get questioned. We are a democracy. We must question our government. No question. Somebody has to make sure everything is okay. So we knew upfront it's going to be asked to us. So few principles we did, and that's the principles I almost, even for private companies. First, don't collect the data that you don't need. If you don't have money, you don't have to worry about getting stolen. Right? That's the easy part. You have nothing to get stolen. So not having data is a safest bet, but you can't do that all the time. Then the next question is once you have captured minimalism, then you talk about other things. Never centralize. Centralization as a principle. We have been moving away from that, saying that basically never have a mothership to attack. If Aadhaar had no mothership, UPI has no mothership to attack. UPI will survive. However, we have thousands endpoints, right? Many endpoints all over the place. Basically, you expose your APIs through many layers of federated or decentralized endpoints that you have no attack vector. You are not attacking any, so no centralization. It's a big thing, so that you have no mothership. And the third thing is that Aadhaar, for example, brilliant. If you are a security cyber cryptography guy, if anybody is working on cryptography or say deep in security, you ought to study the cryptography techniques of Aadhaar and UPI. It was at least 10 years ahead of time. At least 10 years ahead of time. We were doing by the way, in Aadhaar is the only database, only in the country, I can tell you, probably in the world. Not even social security numbers in the US, okay? Where every column in the database, in the UID master, is encrypted using a different key. We have millions of keys. And every row in the database is actually digitally signed. That means it's not even, that means even insiders can't tamper with it. Even Aadhaar officers can't search Aadhaar database. Did you know? Because we thought, trust no one architecture, that's what I used to call. Because finally we are going to outsource somebody who's going to outsource somebody who's going to sit in the night, some operator, and access 1 billion people. I can search, show me all the girls in Trivandrum. Yeah, very good. No, we said, I trust no one. Yeah, we just limited the whole thing. It's this crazy stuff.
That is
Yeah.
something, and even insiders can't even.
So we have to
search
layer, because I don't believe in process security. Okay, me partiality working here. I don't believe writing in Word documents that you shall do all the good stuff. No one follows. Have you seen? Well, we have CEOs in the company. How many of us have HR policies and security policies and written in Word documents which nobody follows? Yeah, very common. Nobody does. So you have to convert policy as code. So I am a believer that we have to convert policy, as much policy as code.
Wow.
That means we, for example, in Diksha, and I remember Matthew and Railu, we have the two architects here, and I don't know whether other people are here, Bachi is here, few of them are there. So these guys actually built that you don't even have to log in to Diksha. Half the work you don't even need to log in, because if you have to log in and keep fixing, that means somebody has a super administrative power. Somebody has an SSH capability to an admin console. That means that guy, and we have had this by the way. In Aadhaar, one guy in 2010, he had to go to Hyderabad because he had to catch his bus because he was going home. He, instead of he did rm minus r on a slash data instead of slash temp. You know what it means? He basically recursively deleted the data folder. Thank God, because I don't trust anyone, I don't trust the system. We had enough, we were on a Hadoop cluster. So it obviously the node, we realized that that node got wiped out, and it obviously had to recover itself, but it was recoverable. But this is what human beings do. Human beings are notoriously error prone. So expecting human beings to follow rules or do the same thing again, it's a bad idea. We should leave them to listen to RJ, listen to music, listen to doing something interesting, or think about design, and automate. So policy as code, automation is the only way you can survive cybersecurity. I can tell you.
Policy as code looks like a new industry by itself.
Actually, somebody should build really good architectural SDKs to convert policy as code. I'm telling you, because when it's beyond humans.
Yeah, interesting idea.
Yeah, it's absolutely interesting idea.
So the next question: how can students? We have a huge, MuLearn community and all that. How do we get students to participate in DPGs? That could be the next army that could build DPGs and DPIs in India. I'm sure.
That's a question I want to ask him. That's a question I should be asking other people here. How do we encourage students to participate? So you should align to incentives. I think if we can crack the incentives, nothing else works. Only two things I have seen people working is, one, people get inspired. No question about it. There's a reason I think the MuLearn guys, somebody is inspiring them to do what they're doing, right? They're inspiring them to do what they're doing. So you can inspire people, but to sustain, you need to have an incentive alignment. Incentive could be jobs, incentive could be funding, incentive could be funded projects, incentive could be rewards, recognitions. So you need to really crack the incentive structure. If your incentive structures are cracked, I think they will all do, because I think everybody is hungry to do stuff.
Awesome. I think a lot of work for MuLearn as well. They're doing something very similar in these lines, and it's something exciting on the same. They've got the karma points and the top 100 coders, etc.
Oh, that's true.
So there's a lot of work going on that. It's amazing. So two questions quickly. Funding opportunities for startups doing DPIs if they are wanting to do. Second is, if I am an organization in the industry and I want to start a DPI program, what do I do? Where do I start?
So look at it. India's all DPIs are open APIs. By the way, eSign is merely a spec, and I think both DigiLocker and e-sign are actually under-leveraged in India. Agree, no?
Very
You
much.
did DigiLocker,
Yes.
yeah. We are barely scratching. You know how much of paperwork we still do for no reason? How much of paper verification we do? Bring original. I applied for visa. Dude, you are in VF. You guys should come
was,
VFS.
yeah, I was.
Yeah, you know how the visa processing. They ask me, get me the statements for last 6 months. You get statement. You say, how do you know the statement is original? You say, go get me a seal from an every page. How do you know the seal is original? Man, I would have cooked up the seal. But that's okay. That's fine. As long as a good-looking seal, put in an envelope, I'm okay with it. Complete fake sense of security, right? Trust. This is like ridiculous. I think it's time. We have a 100x more runway for us to be able to actually digitize and create high trust, low cost environments for us to be able to transact. And if we can interact and transact with high trust and low cost, another 500 million people will do. Attach voice and AI to it. We will have a billion people thriving in the economic activity. And India will be a consumption economy, right? We are not, we are a domestic consumption economy. So opportunities are plenty for startups. And this will not be solved by government. It will not be solved by large income companies. It will be solved only by entrepreneurs. There is no other way we are going to solve.
Absolutely. So we're also on there working on a few projects on our own as well.
Thank you.
And you know, a lot of so like I said, you know, using a lot of work that has been done by DPI and DPH ourselves, getting collaborators. A lot of work is coming from us as well.
Excellent.
So I think for interest of time, you know, maybe about 2 or 3 questions. If anyone has any questions to Pramod, please you know, shoot. Somebody from there. Does he have a mic?
You might need a mic though.
Yeah.
Otherwise we'll have to repeat it, I think. Yeah.
Okay, here in the very exciting possibilities of DPI and DPG, I have an idea. Why not use this concept for electronic voting?
Okay, very good question. Excellent question.
Because
okay,
the existing system is highly vulnerable. So why not? I mean, we need something like that. Simple, low cost, and highly secure, reliable trust.
Yeah, so I agree. So I think this is what, you know, talk about, you know, in at Extra we talk about +1 thinking. +1 thinking is about analyzing societal habits, societal beliefs. What do you actually believe? You might do something, but what you believe in your head as a society as a whole, right? Societal beliefs and the regulations and other readiness, rules and regulation readiness. My belief technically can be done. I don't think society is ready. We will not trust it. We are not yet ready for. And also we should ask the question, right? What is the guarantee that my anonymity of voting, technically provable, mathematically provable anonymity has to exist, right? Because if you log in with Aadhaar and vote, do they know who you voted for? Then I have a problem. Then fundamentals of democracy will be questioned, right? So you can't. So we have technically possible, but I don't think we are ready. We are still fighting on EVM machines and all. Okay, let's do that. Yeah, whether printout is correct or not and all. So let's, it'll take some time.
Yeah. You just stand up for the mic if you don't mind.
Yeah, please.
Oh, sorry, yeah. Anup.
There's a mic, okay, mic here, then meanwhile, go ahead,
Sort of all the solutions we have discussed so far, I think that we have missed out on a small population, that is the foreign travelers coming into the country.
Oh yeah.
So my question is, why is it not open to them? I'm asking this because I've seen them wander, like when I scan and make a payment, or when
they wonder and wander.
Yeah.
You're right,
when
actually true.
When
Yeah.
I try to make a payment,
Yes. You know, I can't tell you, yesterday somebody, literally yesterday, somebody literally haunted me on this question. He said, why don't you do, you have UPI everywhere, why don't you do? I said, it's a time for everything, I think. It's just, the best thing I learned, you know what? Patience. In the last 15 years, because it'll happen, suddenly nothing happens and everything happens, right? So in last year, we did open up for G20 countries. By the way, anybody who's coming from G20 countries, in the airport, when they come in, they can actually create a wallet instantly by paying, they can pay $20, for example. They would create a UPI app with a wallet, prepaid equivalent wallet. They can't open a bank account. They don't need to open a bank account because they might have tax implications and so on. But they can deposit in the airport the money, and they can use it for UPI all the way, and when they go out, they can take left of the money and go. It's already on. G20 we launched it, but that's not enough. Actually, we should make it easy. I don't know why we should.
Yeah, that is what I thought. I asked this
One of
because
those
of
things, yeah.
3 reasons. One is because I've seen them wander like this. We not just in the financial space, but even in the airports. Like
Especially in
I just
Kerala,
cut-
you'll have a lot of tourists here, right?
I just cut
we-
the queues and go, and they are waiting back. So
I know, I
I
know.
think the guests should be treated better. That is what.
See, this is the same question we have. As an architect of UPI, for example, when we wrote UPI, we were already seeing recurring payments, checks, e-mandates, mandate with block, mandate without block, all the things are designed. You know what we launched with 2,000 rupee limit peer-to-peer transaction, right? You remember? I don't know that you remember. That's how we started. So as an architect, we were all like you. We were disappointed. Really? We wrote all that 2 years of design work to just do 2,000 rupee back and forth peer-to-peer. But that's how the world moves. World moves because people have to worry about cyber fraud, resilience of that. How do you know UPI was safe? RBI doesn't know. You don't want a societal backlash. So everything is carefully unraveled in the system when things are coming through. So I think it's one of those things. It'll just happen.
Okay. So I'm part of a startup trying to build something in the digital
Oh,
space
nice.
for
Yeah, by the way, remittance is huge. You guys should be, UPI, remittance will open up.
In the sense, not in the
Faster.
financial space. I'm trying to build something in the digital space for the travelers in India.
Okay.
Because that is something which is like no
We'll
one is
make it
doing.
happen, don't worry.
Yeah. All right. So
Be patient. I
what
think we
is
have-
the
yeah.
current DPIs we have which we can make use of? Like
Yeah,
what is
today, you'll have to do a workaround. You have to have some pooled account or something like that to actually work around those payments. But
not just payments, I'm just asking what are the DPIs which we can incorporate? So
you have to go closer.
what are the systems that we can use in our systems, that is what is available or open for the people, which we can just incorporate into our system?
Everything I talked about have open APIs. So everything that is being built in the agriculture, in the health, ABDM for example, Ayushman Bharat Digital Mission, they're all open APIs. So it's a question of you as an entrepreneur. I didn't fully understand the vertical you are in, but if you are in that vertical, to reimagine the workflows, reimagine the possibilities using these APIs, and then build a value added layer of app or solution for that. None of these are actually solution by itself. GST is one API, UPI is one API, and so on, right? These APIs can be combined though by you. So that's how you want to think about it. I didn't fully understand, but maybe we'll talk off.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
excuse me, I will
Thank
just
you,
move to the next
Last one
question.
maybe, yeah.
Next
Yeah,
question.
so, excuse me, India has done an amazing, you guys can
Yeah.
hear me? Yeah. India has done an amazing job in creating identity verification, so on and so forth, at a mass level, right? But as a global nature, people are moving about. So how do you, I mean, what you have done in India, technology is great, but the solving, how do you sell it to the government? How do you sell it to the people at the end of the day to make them understand? Because at the end of the day, a lot of the Indians are moving outside and the recipients. So how do countries like United States?
For
they
other
are-
countries?
For other countries.
Yeah,
we are
so
way behind.
every different countries have different context and different pain points. Global north in general have different pain points. For example, same UPI. US has been working on that for the last 3 years. It's called Fed now. They're trying to launch it beyond Zelle. They had Zelle already to do IMPS equivalent. Then now they're trying to do UPI equivalent. But frankly, they have 3 cards per person. So already using card as a habit across the world, across the country. So the Nandan calls this the quadrant where the friction and the value. So if you look at the friction versus value, for the US, friction is high, the value is low, perceived value of UPI. Whereas India, friction was actually low because we were open enough to do it, and the value was enormous, right? It just opened up. So I think it depends on where, in what intervention you're doing. But Beacon, for example, we have 2 projects in the US right now. So it's already in early pilot stages. So in climate sustainability, sustainable agri, climate resilient society, what do you call towns or societies, like Kerala flood. When the flood happened, we realized, right, we are not prepared at all. Typically when disasters happen, they are not coordinated. There's a cost of coordination, and sometimes you end up having too much of food and less clothes. You don't know, and people used to, good Samaritans used to go rescue people from houses. But imagine it can be coordinated on a fabric, and that's what Beacon project is actually about. Beacon is trying to do that for a city in US. They also have disasters. Everybody has climate disasters. So many such. So Europe has a different. Europe is socialistic in thinking, but they don't trust government also, and they have low energy in general. So, but they are very highly legislative in nature. So they come up with Digital Markets Acts, Interoperability Act, all that stuff, right? So they are very keen to do entrepreneurial driven. That's why we have a lot of projects in Europe. We see Global South is like India. They are hungry and want to do it, but different stages of maturity. Africa is actually not that mature. Like, still procurement corruption and slightly more than what you see here. But one thing I know, success breeds success. Every country needs our success of Aadhaar and UPI, every one of us are part of it. Everywhere we go, we boast about it. We shamelessly talk about COVID certificate when we see US handwriting vaccine. We sort of, we're proud about it. So when the country has success, the next project gets easier in the country. You can now walk into a leadership and say, UPI like, can we do UPI like in commerce? And ONDC was born, right? It's easy to say things like that. Let's do a UPI for commerce. Although it doesn't mean anything, it's easy to say that way. That's what we believe countries should do. Ethiopia or Nairobi, Kenya, when you go Zambia, Rwanda, Uganda, we've talked to many of them, we've worked with many of them. Each of them need their own success, like our ISROs of the world, or we'd be proud of. That's why we have space tech. Suddenly we have a lot of space tech here. It's like we have a lot of cricketers, but we have no footballers or athletes, right? So we need heroes. Heroes breeds next generation. Same as software projects, by the way. Yeah. Okay, cool.
So thanks, Pramod. I think all of us probably have heard.
He's really standing up with the mic.
Sorry,
he said, I'm not letting
question,
you go.
Last question, thank you.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
I know we're really behind. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you're standing up. Yeah.
Good to see you here.
Go closer. Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Good to see you here. I think it feels like somehow this era and this conversation feels a lot like the pre-Apple, pre-Google era, where Larry Page and Sergey Brin wrote the algorithm, and Tim Cook, built Steve Jobs built initial computing devices based on electronics. So it's got that energy and that kind of this thing.
Thank you.
I had a quick question. India has a lot of solution builders and very few infrastructure builders, right?
Yeah, correct.
And I think DPI and building DPI, DPG on the infrastructure side requires a lot of unlearning and thinking, freshly as such.
Yes.
Personally, I want to be on the, architect and, on the side of building infrastructure.
Yeah.
What kind of unlearning is required in order to, kind of get there? So that's the question.
It's an excellent question. Actually, infrastructure learning, infrastructure architecting is different from apps building, solution
sit
building.
down so that everyone can see you. So
Pardon?
I'm just going to sit down so that everyone can see you.
Please. Yeah, so it's a great question. What is the characteristics? And I have talked about these characteristics in many of my video recording and talks. One thing is generalization, ability to generalize infrastructure, because infrastructure you can lay once has to be used for many purposes. So how do you generalize and abstract, create context-free infrastructure, not context-sensitive applications, right? Because UPI, by the way, we were already creating stress tests for UPI in 2014. And what if UPI happens without smartphone? Can it happen over voice? Can it happen through assisted terminals? Why do I need my own smartphone? All the questions we were asking. What if it's a different currency? What if we have CBDC, for example, crypto? Today we launched crypto. Actually, UPI can move crypto. UPI is agnostic to currency. That's why we do Singapore Bridge, right? Pretty easily, Singapore-India Bridge. So abstraction is a key principle architects have to learn. Second is minimalism. Infrastructure is not about adding more and more. When you build the road, you want to generalize roads, but you are not the transport builder. You are not the operator of a transport. You are not building the cars. You are not building the cycles. You are not building any of the transport actual, right? So similarly, when you build UPI, you are not building the apps. You are not building workflows. You are not building any of that. So idea is to leave as much to entrepreneurs, so that the minimalism is not natural. When you come from a product industry or a feature industry, more features is better, right? You keep adding more and more buttons, more features. But for me, it was about less and less and less and less. We would ask the question, oh, can I do in such a way that all this can be a layered innovation? Then leave it to the innovation, because that much less. This also means less cost to maintain, less cost to build. This is why India's 15 years, in the last 15 years, Aadhaar plus eSign plus DigiLocker plus account aggregator, UPI plus UPI, all put together, India has spent less than $2.5 billion in the last 15 years. That's all. It's a what Nandan calls a round of error. You know, it's a rounding error, right? It's so insignificant that our return of investment is just crazy. Look at our UPI and Aadhaar everywhere, right? Used. So the value of infrastructure is exponential, but the cost is not exponential when it comes to software. Hardware infrastructure, I mean, roads are tough, you know, but soft infrastructure is not expensive. So minimalism helps. Abstraction, minimalism is very, very key. And most importantly, understanding trends. Trend is your friend. You really have to know where the world is going towards. And by the time you go, you're trying to meet that thing. And knowing that trend was very, very key. And I can literally rattle off clear trends that we analyzed. Why UPI, we had perfect timing to launch in 2015 when we wanted to launch, and not 2010 or not 2025. It was really timing. And so you need to know the trends. So trend is very important. So these are three things that you as an architect you would want. But if you want to be a volunteer to some of this, we have a good group of volunteers who are participating in some. Feel free to join. You can part-time volunteer, half-time, full-time volunteer. You know, you can weekend warriors if you want to review some specifications and open source and all that thing. All these guys are all here. So, you know, Beckon guys are all here. So feel free to ask them, participate. It's quite satisfactory. Yeah, it's good fun. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Yeah.
Okay, I'm supposed to be off the stage
okay,
long
fine.
while ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I take just 10 seconds?
I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry.
I think he says no.
Yeah.
Why don't I catch up later? Maybe coffee time. Okay. Right.
So just a winding up note, I think all of us realize that spending a few more minutes with Pramod has probably given us at least a few billion-dollar ideas for startups, entrepreneurs in the coming years. The next 5 years is going to be very interesting.
Really should do.
And this is going to go a long way in building DPIs and of course for the country, for the billions.
I'm happy to actually come back and mentor and startups.
Yeah. You got it.
Whatever it means, okay, whatever it takes, we'll all be here.
So you got it. You got it. A few billion-dollar ideas from Pramod, from DPI and DPG.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very
Thanks
much.
for your
Thank you,
patience.
Pramod.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. A big round of applause for both of our speakers. And as Dr. Pramod Verma said, we have a long way to go. Let's walk together, run together, and take a leap together in this transformation. And before we take a leap, before we take a leap, I would request each one of you to go and have a tea. So it's a much needed break. So we have tea arranged over there. You can go and have tea, and I think we'll start the next session by 11:45. And one more announcement, all the MuLearn volunteers, please stay back. Rest of you can go and have tea. Thank you. Check. Check, check. Welcome back. So I request I request all of you to settle down. We are going to start the next session. And if your peers are not here, give them a call. Ask them to come here. So the topic for the next session is DPI across the globe. Learn about how technology is transforming approaches to solving societal challenges. And the speaker for this session is Mr. Vijay Vujjini, CTO, Center for DPI, Chief Architect, G2P Connect. With a round of applause, I would like to invite Mr. Vijay Vujjini.
In the interest of time. Yeah, and I'll try to reduce. I don't think I need all the 30 minutes, so I'll give you guys some time back. Check, check.
Some of you must have heard the phrase, smile, you are on camera. So I would like to say, keep smiling during this session and all the sessions because you are being clicked, photographed, and all these photographs will be uploaded onto a QR code. You can scan that QR code and download that photo. So yeah, one important thing, never forget to smile. That's it.
So give another minute and start. In the interest of time, we are already running late as well. So, yeah. Sorry, I think we can start. Good morning, everyone. So, yeah, we had a very curated session from Pramod and understood a good amount of concepts of DPI and DPG, and this is kind of continuum to that, where we try to demystify between DPI and DPGs, and considering we have builder community here as a ecosystem, I will be more focused towards the builders. But before we get into that, would like to take a step back, and as an end users, like Pramod called out, the power of DPI is that we built over last 15 years as India, as a country. Just want to bring one aspect of it and connect that to how it will help from a DPG ecosystem when we as a community start using that reusable infrastructure. Imagine in 2010, I can very well imagine we are 300 million households in the country. Each of them has an electricity bill to pay, right? And I do distinctly recall that spending at least 30 minutes every month going and paying that bill, standing in the line and then doing that. Even if you take a conservative, optimistic way, 10 minutes per household. And you multiply that by 300 million households, and I was just doing the math, it can turns out to be 57 years of productive time being spent on the lines, right? So as the DPI infrastructure helps us enable, empower what we saw through examples Pramod said, the productivity aspect of it is what is driving the whole economy on these aspects, right?
And now let's take the other side of the spectrum. Now we are all builders here as developer community, and that's where the distinction, like Pramod already called out, the difference between DPI and DPG. In the interest of time, I will not try to get into some of those, repeat them. DPI is the instantiation of the DPGs, like Pramod rightly called out. Now the Sunboard solutions and the other infrastructure that exists as open source blocks which enable many of these capabilities for DPI is what I would like to spend this next 15-20 minutes to try to demystify and try to show you pointers where as developing ecosystem we all can leverage and get use of it. So I am the CTO for Center for DPI, Pramod is co-chair, and this initiative came up little around a year ago, primarily because many of us built these DPIs over the last 15 years in the country, and it didn't happen out of thin air. Basically, we were all there inside the system. There was a good invisible hand, like Adam Smith says, that private public partnership was happening quietly while we were creating this infrastructure. And that is what the essence of that simplicity, minimalism, the principles that we believe, we take it for granted now in many of our solutions because we are all consumers of those infrastructure and we take it for granted as an identity or a payment. But if once you step outside India and look at the global south countries, there's a lot more that can be learned from this experience collectively, and then we can fast track the whole rollout of the infrastructure. And that's where I think the Center for DPI came into existence, wherein we, the builders, the plumbers who have done that, want to collectively document and then start sharing our experiences out to the countries and basically try to bring that inclusion, innovation and competition in nation growth, just like the ecosystem that thousands of startups in each of these building blocks have emerged. Again, DPI, this is our official quote unquote principle, a definition of a DPI, where it is a collection of building blocks, DPGs coming together to instantiate a solution, right? And it is not just the technology. Technology is just a part of the whole DPI, and much of it is the process or the policies and then the mindset that has to come together to instantiate DPI is what becomes more important. And again, this collective experience and knowledge where we would like to take it to the countries, and I think there was one question earlier how this can be leveraged in other countries as well. The core principles are basically to get the right balance between the market, the governance and the technology. Technology is just a small part, and that is where the DPGs come into play, but majority of it has to using the right principles, architectural design principles to enable that innovation for market play to take it forward. That's the core essence of DPI. And we try to synthesize, and this is where we are trying to demystify the DPI and versus DPG. For us, DPI, based on the collective experience that has happened in the last 15 years, trying to categorize these areas where the DPIs come handy. From collective experience, this is where we figured out that identity, payment, data, discovery and fulfillment for transactions, and finally the trust layer, which has to be the foundation bedrock of all of this to sustain, is how we try to layer it and try to simplify the complex landscape of DPI into these 5 categories. And any solution that you see or you connect today, either in the exhibition, the expo that's out there, and you in your day-to-day life, you can easily map them to one of these verticals as a solution. These are the building blocks that from a DPG, digital public goods point of view, one could like to leverage and reuse to build solutions on top of this, the platforms and to enable that. Countries, policymakers will help in creating the infrastructure, the landscape, the environment for you all to build, and the solutions will come from by stitching these open source solutions handily so that you do not have to reinvent many of it, so that the time to market, the fastness at low cost is possible by bringing these the solutions into life. If you take few examples for that matter, let's take agriculture as a sector as an example, right? What you see is the building blocks that in the expo that mostly are of education focus, but nothing stops these building blocks to be used in healthcare or in agriculture or climate and so on and so forth. And the reason why it is happening is that the solutions are being designed and packaged so that they are use case agnostic, like a registry is a classic example that we take for granted. People try to do KYC and create same registry 100 times in each department in a state government as an example as a beneficiary. Can the infrastructure from the government point of view when they build as a policy maker create that one registry which is authentic and open up those APIs, KYC APIs that we talk about, so that the ecosystem like yours can leverage that to add value added additional services to innovate, to reach out to various use cases across sectors is a classic example. Here is a good example. I just want to take a quick poll. From a payments point of view, we all are using FASTag. How many of you know today that you can directly pay to your vehicle using your FASTag ID as an identifier, the virtual address that Pramod was talking about? Just quick show of hands. Good. I think there's around 10, 15 people out of the whole audience. That's the power of DPI basically. The productivity loss, that 60 years that I was talking about by standing in the lines, or even in the online ecosystem, you logging into your the issuer's bank and then going into the portal and then pushing the payment. One can directly use with the convenience by using just like sending an email message or a text message that we are so used to. In matter of seconds, one can recharge your the wallet of your tag. And that's where the innovation comes in by using the principles of DPI, and where it opens those innovation capabilities with those minimalist principles that we talk about. We'll go through this in a bit. The ecosystem's role comes in trying to imagine those possibilities using those underlying infrastructure that exist in each of these DPI through the DPGs and make it possible. So, most of the DPI principles revolve around these 5 core principles, and we did touch upon many of these in the previous segment. In the interest of time, I will not try to get into the details of each of this, but the key is leveraging those capabilities that the infrastructure enables. Interoperability is a good example in itself. The APIs, people talk of interoperability just APIs, it's not just that. It is more about trying to drive innovative use cases which are heterogeneous systems that are there across sectors, and trying to bring them and providing that value added service to the end user is where the power of DPI comes in as an example. The minimalism is another classic example. You take any capability of a DPI from the previous slide, be it in registries or payments, doing what that block does best is what one has to look out for. So, from center point of view, what I would like to bring here is that the infrastructure that we have built and we are using as end users, and now as builders that we are going to build, there is enough demand in the global south to start with, where to share these experiences out as packaged products out to the countries, and then help millions of people that are out there to empower them to the same extent that we are all privileged to here. One good example is identity, which we take for granted. Identity in itself, many countries have that we interact with, like global South African countries that we are into, and actively conversing with the policymakers. There are hundreds of friction points that policymakers create themselves for not, and have reasons for not doing and opening up the capabilities for ecosystems to drive. Opening up an authentication API against a database. People look for picture perfect solutions that are required to solve for a given problem. So, what we do at center is try to connect the dots with the policymakers and create that fertile ground so that they can imagine and ideate to do those +1 solutions that we talk about. Like many of the systems have, countries have any of these identities, payments, certificate databases that exist in some form or digital form. What we try to do is to bring that +1 thinking, opening up a digitally signed QR code to open up that non-linear adaptability of the capability of using that credential of an identity card or a student ID or a driving license, so that it can be used in a least friction way to avail any of these transactions as a use case. So, all of this is possible by applying those design principles, and the key of all this in a DPI thinking is about bringing the players, the government, the open source community, the ecosystem innovations, and then the supply side all coming together to solve for DPI, to solve for solutions that will enable the countries get that non-linear leap that we all saw as previous in the slides that Pramod talked about. So, in a nutshell, CDPI is trying to connect the DPGs, the digital public goods that you will all will get into more details in coming sessions. I think we have enough lineup of speakers going into each of those DPG solutions. But what I am trying to do here is trying to connect the interlink between the DPI and the DPG, the relationship, so that the innovation can be possible by leveraging those open source capabilities rather than reinventing the same thing again. One good example I have is that today when we want to build any solution, we do not go ahead and then start creating a MongoDB from scratch and design it from scratch. We just use it as an infrastructure and then build more meaningful value added real time here and now problem solutions to be solved using that. And that is exactly what these DPG building blocks that you will be going over to the rest of the day. You need to get that perspective in mind. How can you take that component and then try to curate a Lego block so that you can build a higher order solution using that. So, with that I would like to conclude and also give back some time considering the lineup that we have interesting on DPGs, and can take any quick questions if there are any as such.
If you have any questions, please raise your hand. Anyone?
Hello. Okay, sir. So my question is around, so when we are creating a new DPI, or if we intend to create a new DPI, like there can be others also who are trying to build. So I'm talking about the hospitality industry. So if I want to build a open hospitality network, how do I connect with others who are trying to do it together? Like, is there a platform where I can kind of say that I'm trying to build this in?
So, this is where I think the government role comes handy, wherein the infrastructure, if you are building a house, you do not go and build road to your house, basically that is not what we do today, right. We rely upon the public infrastructure to build the road, and we go build our house and expect that infrastructure to be available, the water, utilities, road. To us, these building blocks that we talked about, the identity registries, the data sharing capabilities, or something that will have to be enabled as an infrastructure of registry of professionals, registry of facilities that exist in the country, so that you can leverage it to use it to provide transactions and value added services on top of that. So, that is where I think in the healthcare context, if you look, NHA, ABDM stack is doing that equivalent exactly what NPCI is doing for payments, right, giving a registry of professionals, registry of facilities with the services that they can provide where they are. So, when you apply backend ONDC protocol layers on top of that, you can now start marrying these two to provide that discovery and fulfillment capability, supply demand matching, where if a patient is looking for a doctor in that area as an emergency, you can build those innovative apps to find that the right person at the right time to make a transaction. So that's how the synergies between a public infrastructure utility that comes in, and then the private innovation through these applications, just like the payment apps in the payment world has created, can be replayed in across multiple sectors, not only healthcare. The same is getting replayed in agriculture to start with. The same building blocks are being used, creating a registry of farmers, land, crop that the farmers own, so that they can empower the farmer with the right credit at the right time. So that's.
Hi Vijay. Could you touch upon the role CDPI is playing in terms of generating global demand for DPG-led solutions, and how that can create opportunities for entrepreneurs and the startup ecosystem?
So CDPI has taken a very cautious role, like what we did last 15 years in the country by being on the side of the government, the right principles and right way to create these innovative infrastructure layers. So we want to do same thing to the countries that we are advising and working closely with. So our aim is to, our hope is to get the countries adapt DPGs or the open source solutions, but that is not what we are limited to as well. If a country is restricted for n number of factors, but they have the right intent to go out to its citizens, users, then we do not hesitate to work even with other non-licensed COTS, so on and so forth products as well. The idea is to get these principles and do the right policy, the market and the technology mix. Marrying these three-leg stool with the right equilibrium is what our primary objective is, and we try to advise with the countries to that. And of course, there is a benefit of all countries have already seen and faced it in this last 15 plus years of vendor lock-in, and vendor lock-in is not proprietary systems are not bad. It's just that what we aim is that you have to have open interfaces is more important than what system that you use. Even if you run a proprietary system, if the APIs and the access to access that infrastructure is open with marketplace enabled, then that's it's a DPI in itself. Aadhaar is a classic example, like Pramod said. MOSIP is open source, Aadhaar is not open source, but it is open in terms of people using it with an API, and then the policies around that well published, so that ecosystem can use under the law of the land, right. So that's what we end up doing, and naturally the DPGs will start aligning themselves out there, because there is no better way than getting the best of the solutions that are there in the open source.
Thank you.
So yeah, thank you so much.
Great.
That was the end of the questionnaire session. Thank you so much, Vijay sir. A round
Thank
of
you all.
applause.
Next we have Mr. Tirumala Arohi Mamanuru, Senior Vice President Infosys and Head of Infosys Wingspan, to talk about the topic leveraging DPGs and AI for business and societal impact.
Where is it? No, where is the slide where? Anyway, I'll get started. Good afternoon all. I was unfortunately a bit late, but I was still able to see the passionate Pramod talking about the entire DPI, DPG ecosystem and the way he inspires pretty much everyone, right? And no wonder, Pramod, everyone wants to listen to you, and then we are also one of the few organizations which has benefited immensely from what Pramod and team has done. So I will talk about our own journey at Infosys in terms of what we have done, how we have leveraged, but instead of directly talking about how we have leveraged the DPI, DPG, I'll just give you a little bit more context and talk specifically about how Sunbird has helped us immensely. Infosys is the world's largest corporate university. I had learning for Infosys, and Infosys is always known for corporate university. Pramod himself was one of the first educators in the education and research team, and people still remember him teaching databases and everything at Infosys. But I call this evolution of learning as an important element, especially when we are looking at today. Everything is centered around the disruptions that we are seeing, whether it's AI, metaverse, and everything before. But the entire thing is tied around the skilling, the lifelong learning, and everything. So in that sense, while we call this learning 1.0 as physical ecosystem, physical great campus, wonderful educators, classroom infrastructure, scheduled lessons, and everything, when Nandan came back as chairman of Infosys in 2017, his vision was very simple. He says, we need to kind of break away from this thinking of intranet, which is everything is behind a firewall, everything is behind a secured kind of a network, which means you are not really enabling people to have any additional way of accessing information when they are outside the Infosys network. So his message was very simple: get into a anytime, anywhere model of thinking. And he gave us a directive saying, how can you transform learning at Infosys? And that is where we got in touch with Pramod and Sanjay Purohit. And we were looking at developing few platforms. Even though we had our own internal digital learning platforms, we were looking at actually fulfilling the vision, or the vision that Nandan has painted for us. And we actually encountered the entire Sunbird ecosystem, or we actually saw the Sunbird ecosystem in 2017 October, and we realized that, you know, this is going to be very important foundational step in our journey to that learning 2.0, which is anytime, anywhere learning. And what we learned at the time was, obviously, by the time Aadhar was already successful, we had leveraged Pramod's time many a times in terms of how do we think big, how do we think scale. So the idea that we had was, obviously, we need to think big, but you also need to start small and scale fast. So this was the three simple words or three simple sentences. If you look at it, think big, but start small. But once you realize the success, scale fast. How do you do that? So we leveraged Sunbird. Then we built our own learning platform. We call it Lex at Infosys. And that was the first mobile first, cloud first, outside the intranet, first internet app that we did at Infosys. And it was very well done by 15 developers leveraging the ecosystem or the Sunbird, the entire Sunbird repository that we leveraged. And then we built our own version on top of it. That was Learning 2.0. Learning 3.0 was something where when COVID struck us, we said, you know, we need to go beyond the physical boundaries. We need to get into the metaverse, the hybrid, the virtual, and that is something that we are again doing quite a bit of work. And again, last 1 year, everyone is talking about generative AI. So now we are in what we call as a 4.0 version of learning, where we are getting into human plus AI model of adoption at Infosys as a AI first learning, where human plus AI driving hyper personalization at scale is what we are trying to accomplish. So let me talk about how did we use Sunbird. I think you already heard enough about the architectural principles and everything. The most important thing that we liked, especially when we looked at Sunbird, was the entire extensible schema, the modularized approach towards doing things. And then how can we imagine? I think Pramod talked about layered innovation, or have a minimalistic approach, but then have ability for the consumers to kind of build layered innovation on top of it, right? So that is what we did in terms of, we looked at this extensible schema, and Shyam, who is going to be talking in one of the sessions, who is the chief architect of our platform, we have used that entire model to create our own imagination on this, right? So for example, we have created a learning playlist, we have created learning goals, we have created knowledge boards, and everything is centered around how that extensible schema and the collection hierarchy is centered around. And with the same concept, we are able to kind of create many different capabilities, just leveraging the full value of that, the schema plus the collection hierarchy and everything. The second one was observability. When we were looking at doing this, we were already 250,000 employees at the time. Now we are 330,000 employees. So we obviously need to have a good set of telemetry, good set of dashboards to make sure that we know our employees are learning, they are continuously getting skilled for the ever-changing future. And that is where we looked at observability and even looked into how do you build platforms with heartbeat telemetry in place, so that essentially you can actually simulate, you can instantly look at what happened, how this entire history of things have happened, and we are able to reproduce for sake of communication and other things. So observability and Sunbird telemetry was something which has been powerful for us, because pretty much everything on the platform drives the telemetry events. And again, using the observability dashboarding capability, we are now kind of looking at giving an access to our entire leadership team. And most of these dashboards, we have only shown you a dashboard sample here. Pretty much all the dashboards that are there are available for every leader for their units. And we also obviously have data privacy and other elements in place. So observability and Sunbird telemetry is another important thing that we leverage. We also looked at this entire Sunbird RC. We were looking at creating these credentials. Blockchain obviously was something we were leveraging. We were looking at implementing blockchain technologies for giving employees the certificates which are verifiable and everything. And at the same time, we discussed with Nandan and Pramod, and we realized that during COVID time, COVID certificates are already having this wonderful Sunbird RC being implemented. We said, why can't we leverage it? Why do we need to kind of pin on blockchain capabilities when you have something which is open and scalable architecture, right? So Sunbird RC is something that we have leveraged. So anytime any employee completes a certification at Infosys, automatically gets issued this verifiable credential. And the same thing now we have done in our Springboard platform, which I'll talk in a minute, which is our societal initiative. There again, as a verifiable credential, we are leveraging it. I think already we would have done close to 1 million Sunbird RC credentials within Infosys. So that's again the power of the DPI, DPG ecosystem that Sunbird has provided us. While I gave you just few examples, we will talk about few more when Shyam is going to talk in his discussion in the panel. But I also want to say how a simple first step towards creating this wonderful anytime, anywhere platform ecosystem we created, it actually helped us to reimagine a lot of things, right? The platform we developed was a learning platform for Infosys. But once we started seeing the success and this concept of one code base and everything, we were able to see how we can monetize that. The platform that we are using for ourselves suddenly became a platform, we call it Wingspan, which we started selling to client as a SaaS model. And we didn't really have to do much, right? It is already an existing platform which we have instantiated it with a multi-tenancy model. We were able to quickly imagine when clients came to us saying, you have this wonderful platform, why are you not actually providing this as a service to us? So we were able to imagine that and then immediately created Wingspan. We already have 50 plus clients for whom we are selling this as a service. And maybe this is also one of the first few instances where Infosys actually started getting into a SaaS-based model, the subscription pricing models, which is not something you typically associate a service provider with, right? It is mostly time and material, human-based billing and everything. But this is one of the few examples which we started at Infosys where subscription model is something that we started to get into. Platform plus services as a monetization became an important element in this. While with that, the other thing that came out, and again, I will talk about it a little bit even more in detail later, when Salil, our CEO, said, we are already doing great for ourselves, we are supporting clients, what can we do for society? And that is when we said, why don't we use the same platform and create another tenant or another instance and say we will do a free societal learning platform, and we called it Springboard. and with an objective of supporting and enabling 10 million citizens all over the world with a wonderful platform with learning content, learning classes, learning certifications, internships, and then job. I'll talk about that a little bit. But the power of this is very easy. When I heard these first three words, as I said, think big, start small, and scale fast, in a matter of 2 years, we are able to have a platform for ourselves which 320,000 employees, 330,000 employees are using. We already have close to 2 million client employees using our platform, and now we have Springboard where we are already having 8 million plus people using the same platform. I think right now what we are also doing, obviously we are looking into a lot of things that Sunbird team is doing along with AI for Bharat. We have also started dabbling into what we call, again, Nandan wants us to become AI first in everything. As a company, in the last 9 months, we are already into what we call as becoming an AI first Infosys, in which AI first learning is what I drive. And what we are also doing is obviously look into, when I talked about human plus AI driving hyper personalization at scale, we said, how do we leverage AI so that everyone, whether it's a learner, whether it's an educator, whether it's an administrator, whether it's a manager or leader, how do you harness the power of that AI in three models? And I call them, AI can help you with assisted intelligence, which means human is still doing a lot more things, but a lot of repeatable activities and everything can be taken over by AI. And then augmented intelligence is where AI is actually giving a lot more insights than just simple repetitive activities being automated, but it is giving significant intelligence for humans to start giving this hyper productivity in their abilities. And finally, there are areas where it obviously will get into autonomous intelligence, where we are now working with combining a self-driving technology plus Gen AI, AI first learning, and trying to create an AI first tutor which can walk around the campus, which can get into a room, teach as a tutor, or it can also become a facility manager or receptionist and everything. So we are actually having multiple use cases where we have this concept of digital pentagon. So anything that we do on AI now, obviously some of the DPI, DPG we are going to leverage, some of it we are building ourselves. But the idea is, how do you improve experience? How do you innovate? Then how do you accelerate based on whatever infra and platforms that you have set up? And then finally, how does it provide you with great insights and assure yourselves on becoming that AI first as a story? Lastly, again, the societal impact, we have benefited from Sunbird. So we also wanted to make sure that we also contribute. Pramod has been very clear that you should not only be the consumer of open source, you also have to be provider to open source. And we also created a layer of Sunbird learning platform of ours and put it as Eagle in open source community. But on top of it, what we have done, as I said, with Infosys Springboard, we have now a platform which gives you close to 20,000 plus courses across technology, life skills, everything for free in India. And we said we will actually target 3 customers because we need to create a level playing field. Unfortunately, while we are growing as a country and everything, there are still pockets of places as well as people who are not necessarily getting the best because everything also is commercialized. So we said we will target class 6 to class 12 community, higher education and lifelong professionals. And we said we are going to give them a level playing field with great content, great classes, internship programs and all of that. So we are already seeing great success. We are partnering with 10 states in providing Springboard as a way of making sure that quality education is imparted to all the state-sponsored and state-governed educational institutions. We are working with educational institutions, universities directly, where we are telling them, you know, you can put your entire curriculum in this. In fact, one of the things I like is with the multi-tenancy and the scalable architecture and platform in place, now we are telling every educational institution in India that if you want, Infosys will provide a tenancy for you and you can create your entire digital school or digital university or digital institute on our platform at no cost. So that is one of the important focus that, that we are doing. The good news is we already have close to 7.5–8 million people registered on the platform. There are 2.5 million people actively learning on it. close to 250 institutions are already using this platform. 30% of them are girl students. We just launched a program for girl students, which is Pragati Path to Future. So the idea is, again, we are benefiting from the communities, we are benefiting from a lot of NGO and the DPI and DPG ecosystem. This is our endeavor, not only to give projects back to the open source community, but give a platform which is free, which is open in terms of access for everyone to leverage it, and we can create multiple models around that. So I have few more slides, but I'll just stop here. Any questions if you have, I will be happy to answer.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you can, along with this one, if you can conduct meetups, weekend meetups, no? So
Yes,
that focus groups, we can come and participate. I am from Bangalore only. We can always
We can
do
connect. In fact, we would like the startup communities to use the platform for your own employee skilling. There is a job portal that we are creating in case you are looking at hiring. You can put your jobs on the platform and you can discover students. Again, this is an idea of Pramod, where if you put your jobs on Springboard, you will have access to the 10 million plus students that we are aiming, where their skilling will automatically match to your job needs, and you can take tests on that platform and everything. And everything is, again, free of cost, right?
Yeah, to
so
continue
outside
the
of that,
dialogue, we can, meetups are really
yeah,
good.
please, we can connect.
Technical meetups.
Yes, we can arrange that. The other important thing I forgot to say is whenever we are doing internships also, the goal that we have taken in these internships, this year we are going to do 10,000 free internships or internships for students. And the idea is every project that is going to be delivered out of internship will be an MIT license open source GitHub project. So that is, again, the idea is create 1,000 plus powerful MIT projects in the GitHub that anyone can benefit from.
Yeah, a very, very tactical question. Firstly, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Good to see what you presented, very inspired. Very tactical question is that a lot of L&D teams, within companies are, people who came into the profession with a lot of passion. They're also very pained people, because their scope is limited, budget is limited. They're so passionate about improving people's potential and all that. I know like several such teams across Bangalore and other places. How can teams like that, people like that, who are within companies, who have acquired such deep expertise in training within those companies, how can they contribute? And
no, in fact, to be frank, that statement I would have accepted maybe 3 years, 4 years back, where learning or any corporate function in that, for that matter, right, is always considered as a back-end function. But the times have changed, right? In fact, Nandan says, whatever we as Infosys, for example, is taking to client, we should first be the first change adopter within the company. So when we are talking about talent skilling, when we are talking about providing talent, learning department will actually come into the center stage by telling how are we going to kind of transform the talent, right? So the back-end function is not really the back-end. It is actually more, it is right now in the forefront. It is actually a strategic function. So the problem also sometimes happens is it is in our mind that, if we think we are constrained, people don't value us because we are a corporate function, we are not sales, we are not driving sales, that kind of thing can come in. But once you start showing the value, once you start generating the respective value for whichever company it is, right? We are in a services organization. Even if you are in a manufacturing or retail industry, if you are able to show how learning department is able to create a value from a company's perspective, and that is realized by the leaders, you will have many opportunities. See, when I moved into delivery learning, I was already into a delivery. But everyone said that's the end of the career within Infosys, right? You are only going to a back-end function. But no one realized that we could create a learning platform being sold as a software as a service and then also contribute to society, which is a passion that we have. So some of it is in the mind, some of it obviously in the corporate hierarchy, you will have the challenges. But the key is in terms of showcasing the value.
I get it, yeah. No, this is very helpful. Also, another question is Springboard and all the work that Infosys is doing, does that fall under digitization or does it fall under DPI?
No, it is not fully DPI, but I would say it is an open access kind of ability that we are giving. Platform is free, and with the projects and internships that we are now doing, we are aiming to kind of create open source projects which can contribute or extend the existing DPI setups that may be there. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. So next we have the most awaited panel discussion, I can say opportunity panel. So the panel discussion, the topic is the scope and opportunities opened up across the DPI ecosystem. And we have the business leaders from across the ecosystem, and let's hear from them. So I'm inviting the panelists, Dr. Pramod Verma, Mr. Mitesh Bhati, Chief Digital Officer, ProTeam eGov Technologies. Mr. Rahul Rishi, EY India Consulting GPS Leader. Mr. Tirumala Arohi Mamunuru, Senior VP Infosys and Head of Infosys Wingspan. Mr. Anup Ambika, Chief Executive Officer, Kerala Startup Mission. And Mr. Srikumar V, Central Head, Tata Elxsi and Secretary, GTech.
Just Srikumar. Thank you. Anup. Nice to meet you. Pleasure. Maybe we can start sitting. I'll sit at the end, I think. Yeah. Yeah, I'll sit at the end. Why don't you, spread? Yeah. Now it is not. Even dias you can move a little bit. Yeah. Careful. Okay. Come with one of us. Come on, come. Come around and sit. Yeah, come, Thiru. You go ahead. I know. I'll sit here. Yeah, I'm good. I want to see all of you. Yeah, yeah.
So here we have the panel discussion on the topic, the scope and opportunities opened up across the DPI ecosystem.
Yeah, is this on? Do you know, is it on? Is it on? Is it on? Yes, it's on a little bit, yeah. Okay. Yeah, thanks. Thank you, everyone. I think we are in between lunch and us, right? That's pretty much. So we'll entertain them until they are really hungry. Yeah, that's what we will do. So welcome and thank you for being here today. It's as we discussed in the morning, it's the entire movement has been, I think, what's called India model, and is very, very interestingly talked about as India model. US is very capitalistic. They just build everything outsourced to Valley. They don't come in the way. Whereas Europe is mostly legislative in their thinking, and they just sort of, yeah. This is on and off, but I think it's okay. Occasionally this goes off. Is that on? Is that on? Okay. Yeah, and China on the other side has been traditionally government is supreme in their nature. They are in control. Everything there, and they are their own method to the madness. India, on the other hand, is very different. India is when it comes to industry, we want to think like US. When it's about legislation, and we want to think like Europe, and we want to continue. And I don't think anybody wants to go beyond before 92. I mean, we are done. You're not going to go back. A slightly inclusive, socialistic, equitable playground, but private innovation, private entrepreneurship, and private businesses eventually solving larger problems for the country, right? And all of you are right in the thick of it. I think you represent that industry today. So I wanted to, maybe I'll start with, I'll go in order, I'll go in random order, okay, in between, so put up with me. Maybe I'll start with Rishi. You are part of E&Y, and you consult. Most of the time you are in the advisory early phases, and you were part of Aadhaar. By the way, E&Y was our partner at Aadhaar as well. So you were in partner in crime. I don't think, Rahul, you personally at that time, whether you came in a little later, I think, yeah. But now you're looking at the world. So give your first impression about what are you seeing in terms of digitization, larger digitization movement, and what is the DPI story playing out, and open source in general. So when you are advising countries, what are you telling them? What do they want to do?
Firstly, great to be in God's country.
Is it on?
I hope so. Okay, I think it's
God's own country. Yeah,
God's
you are
own
in God's own
yeah.
country. Yeah, it's a beautiful place, by the way. Yeah.
And with the digital demigod here with me, so so no, so no, Pramod, thanks. I think we did a very interesting report, in fact, with Code Develop, and interestingly, what came out, I think we are maybe at the larger cusp of change. I'll just maybe throw some numbers just to elucidate my point. I think government itself, for its own digital projects, in 2023 spent something like $589 billion. And of that, maybe 60-65%.
This is a worldwide
government
spend.
Yeah,
okay.
On what government wants to provide for its own consumption, plus of course the other connect with the citizens. Of that, maybe 60-65% of that 589 is on IT services and application, and aligning to the opportunity landscape as such. But interestingly, how the digital rail story in the form of at least DPGs, we found that there were more than 150 DPGs already in some form or manner, maybe micro platforms to something which wanted to truly impact a domain area had already come about. And to the bias that a lot of this is just coming from global south, you'll be amazed that a lot of them were from the global north. So we had Spanish organizations publishing DPGs, we had Canadians. In fact, we had quite a few, we had almost 40 DPGs we saw from the US. So, I mean, but how much impact are they able to make? We saw the green shoots really coming about. So I think, to answer your question, I feel we are at the cusp. The orientation is changing. And I think the government is also getting, or the decision makers there are now feeling the impact that it's being able to create, rather than those monolithic e-government project that we all used to, now looking at those innovative stories coming through, and clearly with the focus that the private sector is going to really make a lot of it with the innovation platform that they provided.
You're seeing the fund flow as well?
Yes. I think there were, I think, 5 different ministries with their own startup innovation funds. Okay. Of course, it's a different story how they get used, but I think the intent was right, how they use it, and a lot of them wanted to use the India Stack story to gravitate for their own use cases.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, you are in a very particular sector, Protean. Maybe you can talk maybe a line about that as well to the people who don't fully get it. But you are actually going global as well, and you are going global. I saw you in Addis, in Ethiopia. You are spending time. You are expanding footprint to Africa. Why?
So first about Protean. Protean, 25-plus-year-old organization. We have been part of Digital India story since then. Right from getting the investment thing digitalized, then having the first official ID, that was PAN card distribution and PAN card systems that were made live. Today we
So
have
if anyone knew we had PAN card issues, that's a bit
yeah.
okay.
Yeah. So as an organization, we have distributed more than 50 crores of PAN cards. So that's the kind of distribution we have. Then came NPS, APY, and recent phenomena of getting into open digital ecosystem, partnering on ONDC, Honest, and stuff like. So this has been a very tremendous journey, right? So this the seed that was seeded by Aadhaar, getting the foundational IDs being done. On top of it today, while distribution is just one, verification, the kind of ecosystem, and Pramod, happy to share, we see almost 4 to 5 crore hits a day in Aadhaar verification, 5 lakhs per day e-sign getting happening across ecosystem. This is just us as one of the verifier to Aadhaar. But that's a tremendous digital story that is going on. Otherwise, the cost of, as you were mentioning in others, the paper movement and the paper wet signature would have taken days and days, and the cost would have been multiplied. So that's the immediate benefit that we as an organization are having, and that's what we want to take global. And when we last year we met twice, ID for Africa, then this. We are seeing this opportunity going very strong. We have been discussing in Africa.
Just to clarify, so you are going abroad purely because of the DPI movement. In one sense, you already had footprint, but you are one an example where you are first time going global south, expanding just because of this opportunity.
Just because of DPI opportunity and the kind of asks that are coming, and with to the extent of very specific ask, can we have MOSEP, as one? Can we use Sunbird as one? So the awareness is equally there, and not just ID. We have requests on taxation systems, foundational registries, farmers. We recently did some agri-stack story in India also, and the best part of DPI is you don't solve the whole ecosystem.
Very well said.
And as you say, get the rails in place. And then someone will come with a passenger train, a logistic train, and all such. So that's where we saw banking system coming in, providing KCC loan live, right? So
you have a sort of dual strategy: help people build DPI, which is more of a consulting SI story, but also offer products, which is the IP story, intellectual properties, IP story.
I guess that's what we are doing. ONDC Honest also, we supported with the tech, as well as we have a complete ecosystem tech provisioning, a technology service provider kind of a role, where we are enabling people to get onboarded. Recently when we were onboarding someone as part of mandate, the artisans in Kerala and Rajasthan, they were completely amazed by, it was always the middleman, and he could get onboarded, he can test his transaction happening still in our UAT environment. But the empowerment these people feel that they can onboard, be digitalized, and sell their produce is phenomenal. That's what the opportunity we as an organization are looking.
Excellent, excellent. Yeah, thank you. I'll go to Srikumar. You are actually playing dual role. I think you work at Tata, so that's one hat. But you also wear an industry hat as part of the GTech. How are you seeing? Are you starting to see this large-scale digitization move hitting you? Is that opportunity opening up? And are there product opportunity, like IP, SaaS type of opportunity, or is it still a system integrated opportunity, SI opportunity? What are you seeing?
Now, speaking from a Kerala perspective,
yes.
the more basically from the SME and the MSME and the startup ecosystem in the state. This session today is going to change the manner in which we are going to look at digital opportunities across India and abroad. So this is going to open up a plethora of opportunities, and we as a community or a fraternity are going to try and align ourselves and grab those opportunities and contribute back to the DPI revolution happening across the world. frankly speaking, I think I have a feeling that it's a very minimal participation from our geography here in Kerala towards the DPI and such digital revolutions happening across the globe also. We primarily cater to the service requirements of the global giants, or we try to do some kind of product innovation within our limited scope. GTech primarily is an association of 285 small, medium, large, and the startup companies in Kerala. But the startup numbers are much, much higher. We run thousands of startups in the state, and there are a lot of companies outside the banner of GTech also. But we normally represent the industry for the state. What is closely aligned to what we discussed today inside GTech is the MuLearn activity that's happening. What started about 3 years back in a small manner today has grown organically, matured, and evolved into a platform very similar to the UPI framework.
I know.
Deepu and team, I would again take this opportunity to say that Deepu and team has done an excellent job inside GTech, and it has become a flagship activity inside GTech also, throwing up a lot of opportunities for young budding entrepreneurs and students of the state. It today has about 30,000 students, about 150 mentors who are volunteering inside the platform. Almost all the engineering colleges in the state engaged in the platform. And what is exciting about it is that a student who comes in with an aspiration into the platform ends up either building a product or a solution, or getting hired in an organization, or becoming an entrepreneur himself. So this is it's a model which is being tried and which is evolving and continuously changing too.
Yeah.
Today again is a landmark day for us because we are changing, or we are actually adapting and engaging with a global activity in the form of UPI. So the session today morning from you was really inspiring, and it's going to create all those members of GTech who are today here and listening or viewing this online are going to have a different mindset and deciding to participate in this whole revolution altogether.
Just to clarify, where are your markets at this time? Current markets are in what? The US, Europe, Middle East?
Traditional, predominant markets in the US, Europe, and...
What about Middle East? Are you seeing anything there?
The Northern Kerala companies mostly deal with the Middle East because of historical reasons of
connection there,
but if you look at Cochin and Trivandrum-based organizations, or the southern, or the middle and southern Kerala, we go by the traditional way of the bigger markets in the US and Europe, and probably some of Asia-Pac region also. But Middle East per se, the Northern Kerala market is very keenly into that area.
Interesting. Okay, thanks, Rikuma. Anup, I'll come to you. Especially on the Kerala startup, I have a peculiar feeling that Kerala actually should have been and could be the startup capital in the country, because we don't have enough people to throw at it. One sense, we are in a population point of view, we are we are like global north. We are 1.2. Our birth rates are all under serious control. So, and we have a highly educated crowd. And Keralites, by design, have been global from even trade routes point of view. I mean, historically, we have dealt with collaborating with the world throughout our history. And we always travel. And if you look at half of Bangalore is all Kerala anyway. So, we go from here and work there. What does it take to up this game? And where are you now? And what does it take to up this game to a product game? And when India has to break into the product world beyond the SI world, Kerala could be very peculiarly well positioned with the SaaS play and all that intellectual play. Because we know how to deal with the people. We are already used to every other culture. Like people joke, right? When you go to Moon, you see a Keralite serving tea or whatever, right? Things like that. Because we are everywhere. I wonder, do you see that IP creation, what's stopping or what is brewing? And what have you seen in the startup mission so far? And where do you want to go?
It's a lot of questions.
Yeah.
You know. I guess let me answer it one by one. Yes,
Sure.
we've been travelers from Portuguese to Chinese
Yeah.
to Dutch to British. People came here and we dealt with all of them over the
Very well.
over the history of times. So we are globe trotters, and you know, we do trade. We have been good at maths. You know, Madhava Sangrama,
Yes.
Cornell University professor, actually tweeted about it, and then now we are establishing a Center of Excellence in the name of Madhava Sangrama.
Oh,
So there
lovely.
was a,
Yeah.
you know, the differential equations were actually developed, it seems,
Yes, yes.
somewhere in Kodungallur. So I was,
Yeah.
I was amazed to hear that. I think there is a logical element when it comes to Kerala. What is lacking over years is the, I mean, this is just my personal thought, and it has nothing to do with government, is the DNA to do business. So if I ask, I usually go to the student groups and I ask, like, why are you starting a business? You know, why are you starting a startup? And people will come back with all kinds of stories. I want to make a change, social impact, scalability, you know, technology, innovation. I have not heard anybody saying profits or making money as one of the intent in the Kerala group.
That's interesting.
I mean, I have to keep on asking, okay, next, and the latest.
Don't you want to make money?
Don't you want to make money? I mean, it's, and somebody would, in a very feeble voice, say, profits, you know.
Yeah.
It's like as if
Oh,
it's
it's
some kind of
still
a
a
sin.
bad
Yeah.
word. Oh, my God.
So that is something that I think we need to change. And I think we need to change that by, you know, success brewing success. I love that quote that you made today morning. You need to have role models which will actually go build things and make it a huge success, and then people will follow, right? So you have a few. You have Open, which has turned out to be the 100th unicorn of the country.
Correct.
So they did it from Perindalmanna to begin with,
that's
and
brilliant.
you know, the guy is a born entrepreneur. I just met him. I haven't met him up until recently. He was saying that after 10th standard, all I wanted to do was business, right? And that business sense is what is going to take people forward. And now we have Gen Robotics, which you know, which has turned out to be a reasonably good robotics company with around 30 crores in revenue. There are a few, you know, Arike, which was a dating app, was acquired by InfoEdge for 150 crores or something like that. So there is a guy named Felix Johnson who runs a Product Hunt group.
Yeah.
And there is an Instagram post. So you keep seeing these feeds coming on, you know, multiple things that people do. And Arige has been a recent success.
Yeah.
But I just want to go back to DPI, right? I keep complaining to people that we have been consumers all our life, right? We use Google, we use Alta Vista, we use Netflix,
Correct.
you know, now ChatGPT, OpenAI. Is there anything that we have done wherein we are not just consumers, but we have produced? And I think that is where at least the Google Pay has really come in, and the infrastructure that powers it is something that we have created. It gives us a lot of pride, right?
Yes,
So you
yes.
tell the world, oh, you know, no matter which country in the developed world you go to, there is not even a single country, I might be
That's
wrong,
true.
but I'm just
Yeah,
saying it,
agree, yeah.
where banks seamlessly, you know, transact. And when that happens for 100 crore people, that is a matter to be proud of, right? So that, I think Srikumar is right. When people hear that story, that I didn't know that there was a protocol called Beacon Protocol. Let me just,
Yeah.
I was just a simple consumer of everything that you have built, right? Cowin or GPay or DigiLocker or any of that stuff. I was just a simple consumer. What happened is obviously MuLearn is a movement that has been happening for the last 3 years. So I told Deepu that, you know, you've been doing all this, but I want to see the top 100 programmers of the state. So let's do a challenge and try and figure out who are the top 100 coders. And then we started that initiative, and we got into a room. There was a whole bunch of volunteers from MuLearn who were sitting there. And we started talking about Beacon Protocol. But I think it was Sujit or it
Sujit
was
came,
Sujit.
yeah, yeah.
Sujit came, and Sujit actually gave out this idea of Beacon Protocol. and said that, why don't you guys come up with ideas that you can build on top of it? And we were all sitting there. And suddenly Deepu said, you know what, maybe skilling by itself could be an open network, right? If I can look at any candidate in India and get hold of every information about him in terms of skilling, that can be, what he did in Infosys, that platform that he talked about. It can be a hackathon that I have attended. It can be a Coursera course that I have attended. So if you have notes around all those things, and I will have, as an employer, will have absolute transparency into what is happening with every candidate in the country, then suddenly hiring becomes a lot simpler than what it is. And you can just tell the rest of the world that, what, we're not bluffing, right? It's not mediocrity. You look at this from an open, transparent perspective, and you can actually hire the people that you want to hire. Yesterday I was telling somebody, it might even open up the gig economy in a very, very huge fashion, right? You could make $100 per hour sitting in Varkala. I don't mind taking a few courses and learning computer programming, and that opportunity can be brought out to people. And and then I started thinking about the multiple use cases, and we'll talk about how we might institutionalize it in a bit. But to answer your question, Pramod, I think we need to be a little greedy to begin with. We need to make some money, let's just put it that way. And then everything else need to follow.
I think it's very well said, Anup. I think, this is not Kerala alone. Actually, throughout India, the businessmen were not, the post-independence, were looked down in one sense as, evil. Yeah, evil, somehow. And that's a mindset is changing, but not fast enough. I agree with you. And I think even governments, sometimes policies are, they're like, I won't trust you, I'm making money, I won't trust you, and so on, right? I think it's important that we collectively voice out for, there's nothing wrong in creating, it's the right thing to do, to create sustainable, profitable, innovations. And whoever creates it, let them absolutely be a hero, and then celebrate rather than punish. I think it's a brilliant point you said. So I'll come back to you again. Thiru, I think you talked about very, very specifically, I wanted to talk to you about. You are one of those, I think you answered him when you asked that question. Traditionally training teams in system, you're all back office. Cost center, ideally you shouldn't exist. You exist because you have no choice to, but you converted. Actually, when you came in, you completely flipped that and saying, I could be a revenue center. This goes back to that mental model. Well, I could prove that I'm equally strategic to the company, not only from capacity building, learning, creating the environment, but actually building products. It's a very unusual turn you made to make a full-fledged SaaS product on an open source. So I want to talk a little more. I want to double click a little more on the Wingspan. Wingspan is because you used Sunbird to train your own 300,000 people, and also geography. I remember you talking about training employees in Europe with GDPR and all their, because nobody works there, right? After Europe and like 3-6 months and all, they're on summer holidays. You can't assign a training to them at that. You have rules, very different labor laws and rules. You had to deal with all that thing in that thing, and you went through that in Lex. And you said, you know what? So customers asked, if you can do this globally for 300,000 people, why can't you do it? And then you have 8 million user base or whatever, several million user base on Wingspan now, 50 plus clients paying you actually to be that product. Talk us through how did you decide to jump into SaaS in a non-SaaS culture of Infosys, right? And how did you pull it through? And did open source allow you to prove that point to the company faster? What happened?
I think
walk us through why did customers love it and why did they go?
I think the most important point, Pramod, is you need to have leadership buy-in. So the good news for us was
You have Nandan there and
both
Salil
match.
there and all that.
So Nandan and Salil being there, and there was also the change that was happening in the organization, saying we don't want to be only in the services, we also want to be building good platforms.
Intellectual property.
And Nandan, when he came, he was very clear that we are not really leveraging the power of open source, and we are also little bit more protected, completely being internal focused, and obviously working with clients, delivering great work.
The worst part about being software engineering company is that you
Open.
want to build everything yourself.
Yeah, correct.
Right? Yeah.
So in fact, that is where Nandan said, don't fall into, never invented by me syndrome.
Invented, not invented here syndrome. Yeah.
So that the good news was the buy-in from the leadership was there. I think that is extremely important. But the other part is when suddenly the shift happened from behind the firewall or behind the intranet to an open, accessible, anytime, anywhere thing happen, suddenly it opened up the minds of people, especially the sales people, right? I feel a lot of change can happen when the frontline sales leaders actually buy into the concept that, we can sell something beyond billable hours or beyond capability of a talent.
Oh, you're saying your sales guys were actually incentivized to sell?
No, they were not incentivized, meaning they were able to see the power of a platform SaaS model compared to that, because there is not too much of selling to do. It is more about ability to say, if someone wants to do, instead of saying I'll do a PPT based presentation, can I quickly give them access? Right? The advantage of SaaS platform is try it. Just try it out, and once you try it, you like it, or you may have something. And then obviously, I remember the first enterprise deal we won. When we did this 300,000 employees internal learning, we were not really looking at selling, but suddenly we saw a big RFP of one of the European clients looking for buying a learning platform. We were not invited because we are not a learning provider, right? Then Shyam actually went and beautifully articulated how this platform is. And then there were a lot of questions, exactly like you said. Hey, we have workers' council. How will you do this? Oh, we want to do something like this. Can you explain? So unbundling and then orchestrating a new capability from the platform. So when we actually started showcasing it, they were evaluating some 30 plus products or 30 plus platforms which are already well established. But then they saw the power of this great architecture, again, think for scale, and they themselves had 380,000 employees. And they selected after 6 rounds of due diligence, evaluation, GDPR lens and everything.
Oh.
So then we got into that, but
the
advantage basically that we realized is, a company having a cost center like education or learning and development suddenly has created $1 million plus opportunity as a SaaS platform with margins lot more
better margins.
Lot more margins, right? And everything basically what Shyam, for example, here he has done is there is no additional effort. Absolutely no additional effort.
Because you are already using it.
We are already using it. So that was one important thing. And then suddenly from there, when we started looking at this platform, we said it's a learning platform. But then the requirements from clients when we started offering as a SaaS said, hey, we want a knowledge platform, not a learning. Learning is there, but we want to allow cohorts, we want knowledge collaboration and everything. Using the same platform, we were able to create a knowledge management capability. Someone came and said, this is good, but can you help in change management? So using the same platform capability, we said we'll drive change management at an organization. And the concept of micro change came in, you remember you and Sanjay helped us. And we said, it can be learning, it can be knowledge, it can also become a change driver and change adoption.
So you're offering to your customers who are also large enterprises the same capability, because they also need to upskill, reskill. Large enterprises have large employee base, probably global. So they were also dealing with similar issues. And for you, the incremental cost was very little. That's, I think, the game.
What actually, there is a confusion right now that, we are more salesy and we are more frontline than this thing. The reason is, if you look at, I'm just opening
Who we
up
means?
The learning department.
Oh, you are selling more than the rest of the guys?
Not in terms of revenue, but if you look at it, as you rightly said, the change that is happening around us with digital capabilities needs talent transformation. So even though we are winning large deals, which you are seeing in the most of the differentiated aspect is wingspan plus learning.
IP, yeah.
The IP, because they realize that, you know, you are working with a company which is not only partnering you on capability that we'll deliver to you, but we'll also help you in your talent transformation.
Yeah, interesting.
So, yeah.
That's good, yeah. Do you see, Srikumar, I want to come back. Do you see a similar in your current, not the GTech role, the Tata role? Are you seeing a shift towards the traditional outsourcing to some sort of product creation, and how much of open source are you using? How are you repackaging some of that? One of the things, I'll tell you, one of the things we are seeing is that open source is lying on GitHub, but doesn't mean people can absorb it straight away. Somebody has to bridge it to offer training, BPR, business process re-engineering, reimagining of some of the workflows, SLAs, emergency bug fixes. You can't say, oh, there's a bug, but I'll ask open source community when they will fix it, because you might be in production. So there is a value of that Red Hat story. Basically, it's like a Red Hat play, if you will. Are you starting to see that? Do you have products, similar products? What are you seeing in your own personal journey, in your company? Just see whether it's on. Yeah, just see. Yeah, maybe you just pass.
Now, talking about Tata Elxsi,
yeah, Tata Elxsi.
The kind of open source usage might be very limited.
Yeah.
Because primarily we are into a very niche area of operations, into the engineering space, into certain very specific industry domains too. But if you look at the Tata Group as such, in TCS and in the kind of very similar ecosystem exists, or the similar platforms exist, there the usage would be substantial.
Yeah.
And the kind of story that happened in Infosys, similar L&D stories would have happened using open source also. Examples are there in RNTCS and other companies. But because we operate in a very limited, very niche area, and into specific engineering domains, our usage in the open source might be very limited because of certain business and reasons, because of certain reasons embedded inside the business scenario. So it is more.
But are you building products as well? You of course have some products.
We work in the automotive and the media space.
Yeah.
Primarily, the Trivandrum Center works for these two domains. But it is core engineering research that happens there.
Okay.
Just to give you an idea of, putting it simpler, the electronics that goes inside the automobile, the autonomous vehicle, the energy, the battery management system for the EV vehicle, the solutions that are required to be embedded inside the automobile, or when you talk about the media, the 5G, the OTTs and the streaming technologies that happen in the media. So the scope of using all the open source in such core engineering areas is pretty limited. But as an organization, overall, when we look at the consumption of tools and services, we tend to go for the open source in our own inside domestic usage. Beyond that, as products or services, it's very limited inside our company.
How far can you gain? Is that moat enough moat for you as the industry is shifting to, or are you able? Do you need to convert yourself into a lot more product in the sense intellectual property that you can own beyond pure services?
No, that's already happening. That's already happening in all our organizations across industries inside the group. It's happening. Particularly in Tata Elxsi, it's happening in a big way.
So you are OEMing in one sense.
Yes.
Oh,
we work with OEMs, and we have IPs, we have products, we have services too.
Okay.
But then it's a combination of all those to bring in the required numbers at the end of the day.
So maybe a good question for you to actually think about, because some of the industry, as India moves into large scale or next generation automobile or other industry, could we create a innovation, startup innovation? Because you spend multiple decades in that domain, could we create the domino effect.
Definitely,
in the industry.
That's something we should, as a company, as an organization, and part of this data group, we should definitely.
Otherwise, you go back to Anoop's point. We'll be consumers all the time, and we are not
yes,
producers,
yes.
right? Right. Yeah. Do you want to talk?
We already have this kind of activity happening inside the organization, but not known publicly. Yeah, for example, the latest in Kerala is the association with NIT Calicut on making the Center of Excellence for Automotive Electronics and the electric vehicles. So this association
and we
with
have
the academia,
people who are building next generation autonomous drones and startups like that. Do you, maybe you can comment as well. Do you see that happening in the industry?
Definitely. We see that scope happening across the geography of India happening, particularly in the southern portion of the country. And because I handle the Trivandrum Center, we have the selfish idea of talking always about Kerala ecosystem.
Of course, of course. And also the
here.
domain knowledge that you have accumulated must be enormous.
It is.
Ability
because we
to
almost started from scratch from the initial days.
Yeah, providing services. It's like China. First you provide manufacturing, outsourcing, then BYD is just bloody taking over the world.
Along with producing solutions and products for the clients and customers, we do internal academic work too, just as a practice of capacity building inside the organization.
Yeah.
Or just to give you a quick example, is probably the first autonomous vehicle trial in India happened in this campus in Trivandrum.
Oh wow, that's good. So that's really nice.
Which is not known outside, but then it is part of the capacity.
But knowing outside is key, Sri Kumar. Celebrating is key. Celebrate what inspires people to follow. Make heroes out of stories, right? It's very key. Yes, good. Thank you for that. I'll come back to you. What product sets are you actually taking, DPI products that India has created? You alluded to taxation. For example, we have done taxation. Tax collection is huge for many countries. It's a big topic, and not everybody has done a good job. What products are you taking? Not pure services industry. What products are you taking to the world?
So, Pramod, we recently GPI event happened, and Protean presented this to PM Modi also, where we envisaged a farmer life, and that's we are productizing a user and how open source. So we see the opportunities there to solve a problem for a particular persona, backed by open source, the whole DPI, DPG that are available, and the emerging tech coming together. So what we actually did was we onboarded the farmer using Aadhaar. Then we had multiple post onboarding. We had his, if he wants to understand, the seeds, the fertilizer from where to buy. We had ONDC integrated as a POC. Then we had bite-sized learning using Honest coming in. We had the loan book coming in. We created an identifier, verifiable credential for that farmer, so that when he next goes to his Gram Panchayat or Tehsil level, that he can identify, yes, I have a land and so and so. So, that's the productization roadmap we are thinking. How can we solve for a student, for a farmer, for a citizen eventually? I guess.
And they're all exportable assets.
Yeah, all exportable asset. Because eventually you're talking about a citizen performing a particular act. And how all of these technologies, or the India story, as we all say, how this can be replicated, becoming a global citizen. So that's the product roadmap we are trying to solve. How all of this can, the combinatorial power of all these things.
And you also have some existing products in India, quite successful, including PAN as a system.
PAN as a system.
We have, you have that pensions, not pension.
NPS.
Yeah, NPS run by you, right?
Yes, yeah.
These are all good products.
Correct, yes.
Many countries would be looking at cleaning up their act as well.
And that's what we are productizing now. While these systems were built in early 2000 as a platform product approach, now we are open sourcing, reimagining those things, and making more modular.
Okay.
So how can we have microservices, API first, how can we make few of these services completely headless, and at the same time, securing them. That's the service productization that we are doing as a module level. And then the product that we are taking international is, can we solve for a citizen in particular?
Okay.
or the citizen performing an act in particular. So that's the.
And
role.
you are looking at Southeast Asia and Africa.
Yes,
to start with.
and America, South America.
LATAM is it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, LATAM is huge topic. Huge buzzing, and because of the language barrier, we never played.
Correct.
So I want to come back to you. What are you actually seeing? What products, if you were to address entrepreneurs here, from a globe, world, what would, if they build something, that what they can actually go quite relatively straightforward into the rest of the world, as you are engaging many countries. And EY is everywhere because of your also auditing part of it. They would have already done here. India is already ahead in many areas. Are there healthcare, fintechs, financial, HR, what kind of services can they go?
So, couple
or
of
cyber security. I hear that. I'll come back to you. I heard Keralites are actually quite a lot of them in the cyber security and ethical hacking. A lot of that world. It's a huge money making. That also you are there. In the cyber security is another big money chunk.
We've been talking about a DPG for cyber.
Oh, is it? Okay.
A couple of things, Pramod. One, I think on this open source, very interesting trivia I'll share with you. I think one of the large Middle East countries which had a budget of $1 billion for just their, one of the department's ERP is now looking at coming with the policy on open source. So I'm saying just not global south, but the shift is palatable on even those kind of countries with deep pockets, very COTS oriented, approach.
Traditionally COTS product, they're going open source.
I mean, they're coming with open source policy. For me, that's step
That's
number
a
one.
big change,
Are you even open to having that conversation? Because they see the pace at which, it's
That's
not a
true.
government project, but engaging with the wider community without getting the whole licensing and other aspects which come with COTS. It's a far bigger accelerator. So I see that shift, and I think we are right in that revolution. So for an opportunity, that's one I wanted to share. Two, I think, like Mitesh said, I think the other trends we've been seeing is skilling. That's a very common topical area in each of these countries. where you've
Every
been
country,
walking.
yeah.
Yes, all of them want, and of course, digital is the biggest enabler and accelerator, very common. Second, we've seen that this whole ease of doing business. Can digital play a role in getting access to that small, medium-sized entrepreneur to navigate approvals on one side of
You are saying governments are very keen to make that easier.
Yes. I think that's a common, and of course, once you have that kind of a platform, then again, opening it up to the private sector, they want to be skilled.
Yeah.
They want to have access to finance. Then the whole 9 yards of what services can be opened, which maybe traditionally the government might not offer, but that platform becomes the point of where these services could be extended, and then that ecosystem sort of builds up. So skilling, ease of doing business, micro small enterprises, services to them. Those are here and now. I think a lot of
Tell us about a little bit, because you're also, advise global consulting in climate and sustainability.
Yes.
Talk that, is there a opportunity for entrepreneurs to use DPI thinking, DPI thinking to accelerate solutioning for climate and sustainability? Because the world is just looking at opportunity, the world is just asking, what do we do?
Correct.
I don't think anybody has an answer.
Yeah.
I think it's a new playground. It's not an old playground with old solutions, a new playground with new solutions.
Yeah.
So basically an unknown playground.
Absolutely.
So if we have equal, all of them have equal opportunity to play into. What kind of areas are you seeing in sustainable?
So I think the early shoots have come through with more from compliance and like you said, your regulated economies
Like ESG
thrusting, I'll only buy this produce if it ticks all these boxes.
Supply chain, yeah.
Correct. So one is that part of it, which is very compliance oriented, but again, verifiable credentials come into
It's a
play.
huge topic,
How can I'll buy only few of, bought
Show
from
some
the right
green,
shop.
supply chain.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not done deforestation, it's actually come out of a plantation, etc. The second part is, of course, the mitigation part of it, where I think far more proactive initiatives have started coming in, where they're using digital enablers. I see the earlier ones come through these funding, the international funding agencies. So for instance, NORAD came out with creating a DPI for sustainability. I saw an RFP a couple of months back. So I think there are these attempts being made that how can we get this digital playbook into play to get that to be a proactive story rather than a reactive one. So I think that's clearly there, but very specific to, I think, industries is how we see it all coming together, because there are nuances for each one of them. You're in EV, it's a very different
It's a
playbook
big
for
topic,
you.
yeah.
You're in the agri space for creating, green aspects of it, green carbon, etc. A different kind of monitoring system. So I think
energy production, energy distribution, they're all changing.
Absolutely.
Everything is going through a change.
And like you rightly said, the whole supply chain for big manufacturers, because they've got thousands of vendors, how do you ensure that you are sort of attacking that part of it, which leads up to a product which they can say is a sustainable one?
Very,
so I
very
think,
interesting. Actually, this reminds me, Kochi, by the way, was a significant talking point during COVID, because Sanjay and some of the open source community, Sanjay, right? Sanjay was leading it. They put together that monitoring system for COVID monitoring. It was a talk of the town. It was a talk of the globe. Actually, a lot of people showcased it. It was an open source effort by the community. So Kerala has a peculiar leg up in one sense for community-driven transformation and also software-driven. It was not a community, just good Samaritans coming together. They wrote the whole fabric. They wrote the whole monitoring, everything as open source, and then created. But we did not probably productize enough or celebrate enough. So I want to come to you. I think we might have a natural, we might be doing things, but we may not be bringing it out as a profit. Again, this might be going back to your point. People just do it because they think they should do it.
Yeah, I mean,
making money probably is not the right thing. They should be making money.
I know, but Sanjay never wanted to make money out of it. So.
Did you have a quick point?
No, I wanted to make on the money part. I think you're dealing with Gen Z, the Gen A Alpha coming through. I think they've been brought up with having told to have baths with a bucket and not a shower. So that's deeply ingrained. You are using it the wrong way. I think the money part is the byproduct, is the positioning. I think the innovation, what drives them when they get up in the morning, is very different. I think that's the lever, and if that's what the youth here is thinking, I think that's a brilliant combination.
No, but my question was that we are producing IP.
I know.
And actually using it, but may not be monetizing it, SaaSifying it, offering it to every town, even in the US.
Right.
There is not a day go by. There is no small disaster, climate disaster that's happening around the world.
Right. Can I?
Yeah, you can bait each other. I mean, have fun. Yeah. Yeah, it's actually it's on and off. You go ahead. Yeah,
Hello.
Yeah.
No, I mean, this is something that I've heard my entire life. Follow your passion and money will follow, right? Startup is a very dangerous game, as you might understand, right? You could get easily emotionally attached to your idea. It's like your baby, and you never want to let go. So at one point of time, you need to start thinking about what it means commercially. Otherwise, it's just an idea, and you could waste 10, 15 years of your life just... That is the danger that I usually try and tell people, that you need to, at some point of time, start thinking about making money. One, coming back to your point, Sanjay's is a very interesting story. Actually, they built a full Corona Safe was the name of that platform,
yes.
and now it is called Care Platform. Kerala didn't adopt it. They built it in Kerala. They took it to Cochin, and the collector, I think Suhas was the collector at that time, he did only for the Cochin region. But I forgot the name of the person who works with Vinod Khosla's office.
Srikanth.
Nadamuni, yeah. Srikanth Nadamuni actually.
The 10-bed ICU project
yes,
and all that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Srikanth actually looked at it and took it to, I think, 2 or 3 different states. And other states are now adopting it. But hello.
That mic is busy.
They actually demonstrated it to OpenAI. And yeah, and now they're working with OpenAI. And the use case that he has demonstrated is this. So we have something called ASHA workers here in across the country. Yeah. So you go to the houses and
Health workers.
have a conversation, talk to the elderly and see how it is, how your quality of life is. So that conversation is now translated using some translation tools. NLP algorithm is run on top of it, and entities are automatically recognized, and an EMR is automatically populated. So care has now been transformed into the new generation voice to EMR. It's an unbelievable story, and OpenAI has taken notice.
Everybody will want it to.
Absolutely, because the Cerners and the Epics, for somebody who have used the traditional EMRs, it is so difficult to even use it for the doctors, for the nurses, right?
Very true.
So the whole transformation will happen. Your question was about Sanjay, right? I mean,
how do we convert this into a unicorn SaaS opportunity?
Yeah,
Okay,
I think that's where I think we need to,
instead of just leaving it in the open source,
we need to trust a little bit. You need to trust the innovations a little bit. We need to trust Google Pay to transfer my money, and which people did not in the beginning, right?
Yes.
I mean, they felt that, oh, you know what? Click and 1,000 rupees gone. Gone where?
Yeah.
To the other person or somebody else.
Yeah.
So that kind of a trust established, which is for me an early adoption problem. In India, because Bangalore, Kerala, we have a little bit of a problem, but I think it's hard. We are working very hard to actually change that adoption issue. And once that is changed, I think there will be excellent products that will be coming out of Kerala, is what I believe. So your point well taken, that there are pockets of excellence that are happening in different places, and we are not taking that and converting that into multi-billion-dollar enterprises. Yeah. For which I was thinking, which is where I think we should institutionalize. I think Dr. Saji Gobinath was here in the morning, the Vice Chancellor of the Digital University, and there must be, Santosh is here, and a few professors are here. So Dr. Saji Gopinath was saying that maybe we should think about a DPI incubator, wherein, when I heard Beacon protocol, I was suddenly thinking about the telecommunication protocols, right? The SMTPs and the telnets and all that stuff, for which you used to have an RFI, right? RFC, wherein I can go and look at the protocol. I was just asking Rahul today, do you have something similar for the backend? Where can I find that, right? So we need to take that RFCs and probably throw it at a list of people and the various applications. So I think so. After of me, just what he was saying. Skilling obviously becomes a major thing. Agriculture is going to, because there are people have been every conference, farmers conference that I go to, I ask them, what is your problem? They only have two problems now: human-animal conflict, wherein the elephants and the wild boars and everybody coming and destroying my produce, which is a major problem in Kerala right now. Second, I'm not getting enough money for my produce or enough value for my. So the problem is very simple. Sometimes you complicate it with blockchain and cold storage and supply chains and all that stuff. So if you can solve that simple problem of getting 10 rupees more for a kilogram of plantain, that is an opportunity, right? If I can go to any health institution and have my health checkup done, and probably for a certain amount of time have it available for a doctor no matter what the hospital is, which I think is the unified health platform that you're building, I think that's an opportunity. So opportunities like this needs to be co-created, discussed, and probably fix on a few which has got high commercial viability across the globe, and start thinking about it by giving early funds and grants and things like that. So Digital University is seriously thinking about putting together a DPI incubator, and I think that is going to, can I say that, Santosh? Yes. Yeah, so that is what is going to be our institution to take this effort forward.
I think the mics are hungrier than us. I know that Thiru, while you have a commercial SaaS product, that Springboard story
It's a brilliant story that you created this exact same platform. Now you're offering under the CSR. You're offering that. Maybe there is a possible collaboration right here. I can see how does digital university run on a powerful platform, which anyway is a CSR. You don't even charge it. But the advantage with that is that it creates a network effect. When many people use it, many courses come in, millions of children, and not only just training, you have mentorship there, you have job and internship posting there. So I was even asking, encouraging Nitin, the CTO of ONDC, he'll talk in the afternoon about ONDC, to actually say, why wouldn't ONDC incubation and training not on, I think there is a lot of opportunity too. So I know we are at the point of lunch. Maybe I'll request you to make one last comment about the, whatever you want to say, whatever you wanted to say but didn't say. Maybe one comment. Maybe you can start, Rahul, go from here.
I think let 1,000 flowers bloom. I think this is the innovation period. I think we need to seize it.
As you say, Pramod, think big, start small. I guess, you know, the opportunities are immense. You know, money-making opportunities are also immense. It's about solving the most simplest problem of the lot, right? So we can think of the complete solving for the complete farmer, but as you said, just 10 rupees more. How can we simplify the problem statement and solve? That's I guess, that's what will work.
No, for me, I think instead of looking at smaller use cases in a bigger value chain, how do we create a little bit more big eye kind of an idea or big innovation, but then use the power of network effect. I think as I always keep hearing, how do we amplify the value through network, and cycle of network, I think, is the key.
Yeah, I will urge everybody sitting here, most of them would be from Kerala. So let's celebrate successes, like you rightly said. You know, let's celebrate the successes that we see, the icons that we see. Until you know, you mentioned about Sanjay and his care platform.
Absolutely.
I'm sure 70% of the people sitting here wouldn't be aware of it, right?
Bangalore, we were celebrating that, by the way.
Yeah. So that's the kind of celebration that. So let's celebrate success. Let's
very well said.
Create, you know, unicorns out of this big revolution that is
Excellent.
happening.
Yeah. Srikumar?
No, what I thought all these hours from starting from 9 in the morning was that when I heard your session and when we participated in this panel discussion, what next from GTech and MuLearn we should do for the community.
Excellent, yeah.
So that they actually participate in this revolution and create these success stories which can be celebrated. So that is something which we will be discussing immediately after this.
We should definitely make sure MuLearn and Springboard, you shake hand.
Correct.
And then create a larger opportunity for the MuLearn folks outside.
Definitely.
Absolutely. So one thing I can tell you, and thank you, by the way, thank you for spending time and, you know, words of wisdom, your experience. Lot more to take in, lot more to analyze, but one thing I can tell you, only people who think big, and Nandan constantly says this, right? The effort of thinking small and effort of thinking big is same. So we can as well think big. You know, and the effort of going through, any entrepreneur will tell you the same thing. Anyway, you're going to slog your butt off 24 hours to make your baby successful. You can as well think big. This is the difference between Silicon Valley, who will shamelessly ask for $7 trillion. Right? He'll stand up and say, I want 7 trillion. Are you even ashamed of asking them money? No. They're big, bold thinkers. I think we have to be bold and not shy away. And as Anup was also alluding to, and you specifically, I feel Kerala is peculiarly blessed with that intellectual capital and natural problem solving and global citizenship thinking. You're all global citizens by design for centuries. I think you have a very good opportunity to think big. And I'll end with one thing. My professor was recently saying, I love that statement, by the way. He said, I would any day bet on the innocence of audacity than pessimism of experience. So, that's what I think brilliantly said. It doesn't matter. Just think big, audacious thinking, okay? And only youngsters can do. Don't ask older people. They'll tell you no. Why? 10 reasons why it won't work. But make it work. All the best. Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There are two quotes that are coming to my mind. First one is, "Rise awake and stop not till the desired end is reached. Young men of India, be bold and fear not." And the second quote is by Les Brown, where he says, "You have to be hungry," and I think probably all of you are hungry. So it's time for lunch. Lunch is over there. Enjoy your lunch, and the next session will start by 2:30. So yeah, thank you so much, and thank you so much for all the panelists. A big round of applause for them. So I hope you had your lunch. Everyone had their lunch? Happy? Shall we continue with the session? Okay. So the next session is about Introduction to Sunbird, the Sunbird Collective at the forefront of DPG efforts in India. And the speaker for the session is none other than Rahul Warrior, Products and Solutions, Xstep Foundation, and one more important thing, he is from Trivandrum, as a very senior person pointed out to me, Manninde Maganana, he's the son of the soil. So with all love and respect, I would like to request Mr. Rahul Warrior to take the stage.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Yes, okay. Yeah. So welcome back. We've been hearing a lot of stories today, very interesting stories across different domains, and now it's time to get to know some of the characters a little better, understand who they are, what they do, get a little closer to them, right? So what I'd like to do is spend a little time on the Sunbird story. My name is Rahul. I'm part of the products team at the Xstep Foundation. Okay, so you might have heard Pramod mention earlier today about how the whole initiative began as an effort to create infrastructure for education for the nation. So if that was the starting point, which was closer to 2015, 2016, today we are at a stage where Sunbird can only be defined as a collective more than anything else. Right? Sunbird is a lot of people coming together, a lot of ideas coming together. There are multiple partner organizations. Each of them are driven by their own missions. There are certain goals they want to achieve. And of course, there are the digital assets, which comprise of code, specifications, open data, content, you name it. So all of this together sort of has been brought together under an umbrella that we are calling Sunbird. And the idea is we're all united by this shared mission of achieving societal transformation via technology. So the idea is to use technology as a tool and see how you can achieve societal transformation. And of course, the idea is not just about societal transformation. Like we said in the morning, if you can make money, why not? Right? So that angle certainly exists. Sunbird, if you look at the digital assets part of it, it comprises of what we call building blocks. So these have been built as reusable modular building blocks, and today the umbrella sort of comprises of 21 building blocks. These have been contributed by multiple organizations, of which Xstep Foundation is one. The idea being they're all based on open standards, they're all interoperable, and each block serves to sort of complete one function which can be rolled out across multiple contexts. So each block can complete one specific function, and then you can combine them in whatever way you want based on what problem you're trying to solve. So think of them as digital Lego blocks. You can assemble them together, create a tiger, create a building, or create a car. Right? It depends on what your interest or what your idea is. So this is the universe of the building blocks as of today. There are more getting added by different partners. What I thought we could do is look at some of these building blocks, get a sense of what they do, how they are being used, so that the whole idea of a digital building block becomes a little more real to all of you. Right? The term gets used very loosely. Different people have their own stories in their head. So if we can look at some examples, hopefully it will bring a little more clarity about what a building block is. So Anuvad is one of the building blocks under the umbrella. What it does is provide translation capabilities across multiple Indian languages. So you can bring in text in any of the Indian languages and convert it to any other Indian language. Anuvad as a building block has been used by the Supreme Court of India in order to put together a system that has been used to convert judgments from one language to another, thereby allowing for greater reach to these judgments and hence to justice. So this is one building block that exists under the Sunbird umbrella. Saral again is another building block which is used for digitization of data. So a lot of data which exists in the physical realm needs to be converted to a digital format if you want to analyze it, if you want to pull insights out of it, etc. Now, if this is a problem that has to be tackled at scale, there's no easy way to do it. But Saral as a building block lets you use a simple tool, which is your smartphone. This is again going back to the +1 thinking that we were talking about earlier. You're of course used to apps on the smartphone. So there is an app that Saral provides which you can use to scan physical documents, and the app sort of captures it as structured digital data, which means the minute you scan it and you collate it, it's ready for analysis. So we will talk about some use cases which have drastically improved outcomes with the usage of Saral. Serve is yet another building block. This has been contributed by another partner. Serve can be used to orchestrate the volunteering process. Right? So there are different needs. We spoke about disaster control in the morning, right? There are different situations where you often need to bring together a bunch of volunteers, and you may or may not know how to go about it. You may or may not know who to reach out to. Like today, for instance, we have a great bunch of volunteers here who are helping us out. So in such cases, the idea is there is a building block that can be used in order to orchestrate the volunteering efforts, and these have been used in situations where we have brought together, or this has been used specifically by NGOs. There's an organization called eVidya Loka to mobilize over 55,000 people located across the globe and empower them to teach children remotely. So any volunteering effort can be powered by Saral. So, sorry. And of course there's Sunbird Ed. So Ed is a composite building block of sorts. There are multiple underlying building blocks which have been stitched together. And you must have heard a reference to Diksha in the morning, which is the national teacher learner platform. Ed is at the heart of Diksha. So it allows for various use cases. Different states have decided to use it for different purposes, be it content creation, content dissemination, tagging of digital contents to textbooks via QR code, issuing certificates. There's a whole host of use cases that are enabled via Ed. So Ed is at the heart of Diksha. Another one that was referred to in the morning is RC, which is Registry and Credentials. RC again is a very convenient building block that allows you to quickly instantiate and deploy electronic registries. So of course you might have a use case where you want to deploy registries, but think of RC as a tool which will allow you to do it very quickly and easily. And then there are also microservices which allow you to issue verifiable credentials. So anything to do with registries which function as a source of a truth within a system and micro-credentials, RC would be the answer to it. And one last one I'd like to touch upon is Observe. Observe again is a very powerful Sunbird building block. If you think of any digital system, it generates a lot of data, right? And the only way you get visibility into what is happening is if you have capability to analyze the data. So the ability to analyze is something that can multiply the value that you generate out of the data. And that is precisely what Observe enables. It functions as an end-to-end data backbone which serves to help with the creation and collation of data within the system, the collection of it and the cleanup. Typically there's a pipeline through which the data flows with multiple transformations. And then you have storage, processing, as well as querying and reporting on top of it. So the entire data backbone is what Observe enables. And this has been used across multiple use cases, including Diksha. And I guess Pramod was referring to in the morning when he said at one point, we were seeing more transactions on it than UPI did at its peak today. So that's the level of resilience that has been built into Observe. So these are the different, these are a few samples of building blocks that we spoke about, right? Now, what is Sunbird? I mean, if you were to put your hands around it, touch and feel it, what do you think it is? It is not something that came out of very little effort or came about very quickly. It has been evolving since 2016. There has been a large team working on it. There has been a significant amount of money, time, effort, and resources that have been pumped in. And there is a large community that has come together to make Sunbird a reality. So, like you see, there have been 20 plus organizations involved. It took over 4-5 years of very concentrated and focused effort, and a significant amount of money was spent on it. And we, at one point, I think we were between 100 and 150 people every year working on Sunbird. So somebody has to take that step to say, I will make these rails available, right? So for example, Ekstep as a foundation has funded a lot of these efforts. Then community came together. So if you think about today as an event, right? Somebody had to take the step to say, I will go ahead, or we will go come together and organize an event where you bring in multiple people. And then the idea is to spark innovation, spark ideas, spark conversations that a lot of you have been having. So that first step is what Sunbird can be considered as. And of course, it has been built with a lot of enterprise level effort. There have been great brains that have been behind the thinking. Some of the architects are here. You can talk to them today. Over the years, we have gone through mature software engineering processes. And the end result is something we are quite proud of, as a mature product offering. The entire offering is open source. It is MIT licensed, and it is free to use. So it's only a question of coming up with an idea, figuring out how to use the various building blocks, and putting a solution together. It is actually as easy as it sounds if you get down into it a little deeper. And given this entire approach of bringing together reusable building blocks, we are seeing communities opening their eyes to the idea of not building from scratch. Right? It is always easy to think about a product and start from scratch with your eye on a particular goal, saying, I'll build all of this, my idea, and fall in love with the idea. But it takes a slightly different sort of thinking. There are these 10 capabilities available as digital building blocks. They're all interoperable. So what can I do to minimize effort, go to market faster, and piece these available solutions together so that I can create value out of it? So that's a slightly different muscle that you'll probably have to exercise, but it is one that can be picked up very quickly. And of course, there are multiple advantages of using existing building blocks. You save on time, energy, effort. It comes with a certain level of flexibility, reliability, and configurability out of the box, which means it can be adapted to your use case. And this is probably one of the reasons why it is seeing an uptake in terms of adoption. And this is also another reason why we want to talk about it, because we know there are possibilities in this space. Any software is only as good as how it's being used, right? And the people behind it. So the community and the partnership is the strength behind Sunbird. We have a fairly large partner network that continues to grow. These are people who contribute to DPGs. They're helping growing adoption. They're helping think of different solutions and enabling large-scale digital transformations. So Sunbird spreading its wings is thanks to its community, and the community is the strength behind it. So what we would like is for all of you to join the community, see how you can leverage what is offered, and also think about what you can add, what you can bring into the mix, because everybody has something unique to offer. Yeah, this is one slide I'd like to spend a little bit of time on. So what we're saying is there are a set of tools available, right? If you consider whether you call them DPGs or whatever else, at the end of the day, they're tools. And you can use these tools to create various sort of offerings. It could be a DPI that is rolled out at the scale of nation. It could be a commercial product that you're creating from the toolkit or the digital public good. It could be a specific point solution that you're preparing for a specific client. Or it could be the next big idea that you dream up, right? There are examples of all of these. We have seen examples of DPI. There are people here in this very room who have created commercial products from existing DPGs in the Sunbird bouquet. And there are point solutions as well. So this is a bit of a journey from getting to an offering from the digital public good. And there's a whole ecosystem involved in this journey. It could be people who are working on the code. It could be the business layer. It could be somebody who dreams up the idea but doesn't really know how to go about it. It could be people from government sectors, people who regulate. It could be the funding agencies. There's a whole set of people, hyperscalers who are making the offerings easier to consume, right? The entire ecosystem sort of has to kick in order to be able to generate maximum value from the underlying toolkit. Right? So it doesn't matter who you are, there's always a place for you to fit in. It's only a question of finding out what that place is and then making sure you're able to leverage maximum value from whatever is available. So this is one picture I'd like you to sort of take away, just to say that there is an entire ecosystem of possibilities that is opening up, and the more you dig deeper into it, you sort of understand where you fit in and what value you can bring to the ecosystem. It's not just about taking away from the ecosystem, it's also about what you bring back and what you contribute, right? Because what each and every person or each and every entity in the ecosystem does uplevels the entire ecosystem. And that is a continuous cycle that we would like, all of us would like, in fact. So how do you really touch and feel these building blocks? The website for Sunbird is sunbird.org. If you go to sunbird.org, it has a full listing of all the Sunbird building blocks. And each of these individual blocks has a microsite of its own. So all the details about the block will be available on the microsite, including the architecture. You have link to code repos. All the capabilities are documented. There's a sandbox environment available if you want to try it out on your own. And most importantly, there are discussion forums which are monitored. So if you have a question, if you have a doubt about how to go about it, if you have a thought about how you can adapt the building block for your use case, if you have an idea about how to extend it, just post a thought on the discussion forum and there will be people who will respond, who will reach out. The idea is to enable an environment where you can collaborate, consult, co-create, and just add to the madness in general, right? So yeah, broadly that's what it is. There is a lot of scope, there is a lot of opportunity, both for revenue as well as for creating societal impact. The only thing that's limiting you is the thought or the ideation behind what needs to be done, right? So ask yourself what you can do for this entire journey of digital transformation. Ask yourself what you can do differently to make more money. All welcome questions, right? And also in the process, add in this tiny question where you ask, what can the DPG do for you? That's what I had. Thank you. So we have subsequent sessions where we get into a little more details of what the architecture around some of these building blocks are, what are some of the implementations, etc. So I hope those will help clear up any further questions you have in your mind. Are there any questions? If not, we can move on to the next session. Sure.
Check. Thank you, Rahul. Very insightful. And I'm coming from the implementation side, and some of the problems that we have faced. I'm, by the way, from ONDC. The problem that we see is the concept of unbundling and interoperability is a well-established factor, and I think the platforms in some sense has also evolved, with your the whole open, not open, object-oriented programming schemes, and also interoperability and unbundling is something that is in some sense has been there with the software. The problem that we are facing right now, while all these blocks exist individually in their own spaces, the challenges come in integrating these blocks together to create a solution. Do you see a play of some sort of templates on top of these building blocks which become readily available solutions which people can simply download and then kick off from the word go? That is where I see the challenge today, and this is something that is happening with us also. We are trying to create smaller SDKs, adapters, libraries, but yet there are challenges with that because as you grow higher on the network stack, the higher level protocols are far more diverse, the use cases are far more diverse. Where do you see this play of templates, and what kind of a suggestion will you have for the ecosystem to solve for this particular problem?
Very, a very genuine question from somebody who's been trying to implement solutions in the DPG space. So one of the first problems you typically hit when you try to solve using DPGs is what Nitin so well explained. So there's a couple of angles that you can look at it from possibly. One is of course maturity, like Pramod was saying earlier this morning, there is a time for it, right? The idea of building blocks is starting to evolve. This is probably one of the first toolkits to come out of India. And we are sort of moving from a stage where we are very raw in that sense to getting to a more evolved space where we'll be entirely plug and play. There are multiple efforts of that are happening in that direction. So I don't know if you've heard of the DAS effort, which we are sort of chasing right now. The idea is to make this available as a packaged offering along with a hyperscaler so that you can pretty much use it like any other SaaS service. So that is one line of thought which we think will make it easier for adopters to use the different capabilities. Another thing that we're also trying out is to see if there are better productized offerings that can be created. So like we saw earlier, if you want to use a DPG today, typically a nation that does not have capabilities to use it off the shelf will need a middle layer of either an SI or a solution provider who can do it for them. So there is also the thought to say that, is there a better productized version? Can we bring in more configurability? Can we go back, take one step back and look at it across the board and say, these are the ways in which we can bring in more interoperability. So these are all questions that we are tackling, just beginning to tackle. So earlier the focus was on building the blocks. Now we are sort of slowly shifting to bring in the focus to look at interoperability, understand how they can work easier together, not just within the Sunbird ecosystem, right? There's thousands of DPGs being built across the world. And I think there are numerous such efforts on, even if you look at DPGA as a consortium, they're coming out with guidelines on, how you can go about the process of putting together a DPG. They have a certification process wherein you can apply and then you get a certified, you become certified as a DPG. So I think that whole process of ensuring or smoothing the edges will sort of evolve over a couple of years, and efforts like DAS are probably the first step in that direction. But I'm guessing all of us are the people who will find an answer to this problem eventually. Yeah, thanks. Yes, we can move on then. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Next, we have the panel discussion on the topic building the blocks, the how, what, and why of building DPGs. So inviting the moderator, Railu Villa, Principal Architect, Sunbird, and co-founder of Sanketika Consulting. The panelists we have, Nitin Mishra, CTO, ONDC. Vijay Bujini, CTO, CDPI. Shyam Prasad, Vice President, Chief Architect, Learning Platforms, Infosys. Matthew Pallan, Technology Architect, Taranto, Principal Architect, Sunbird. So now we have the panel discussion on the topic, building the blocks, the how, what, and why of building DPGs.
So good afternoon, everyone. I think this is the most, I think Rahul had the most challenging part after lunch, but let's try to keep it alive and not make people fall asleep. So thanks once again for the amazing participation since morning. So I think from today morning we have been listening to multiple people how DPGs can be used, what opportunities they are creating, and what are the potential things that can be done. So we want to deal with the other aspect of it, right? How do we approach actually building DPGs, right? That is one. And second, as a DPG consumer, as a DPI consumer, what do I look for in a DPG for me to use it? And also, how do I build something on that DPG so that I can make the maximum benefit out of it? Okay. Yeah. So that's what we'll go through as part of this panel discussion. And we have actually both DPG consumers and DPG DPI consumers and DPG DPI creators in this panel. Like Shyam is one from the private sector who extensively use DPGs and DPIs, and Vijay actually is evaluating the use of DPGs and creating DPIs for multiple countries. Nitin here himself is creating and managing one of the biggest DPI in the country, ONDC, and I think you had done in the past also with GST. And Matthew, one of the creators, architects of Sunbird, and he is also actively participating in one of the DPI, the mission Karmayogi Bharat. He is an architect for them. So that's what we'll focus on. So I'll start with Vijay, first to you. So you have been talking with multiple countries and trying to create DPIs and all those things, right? What are the main use cases you are seeing there for creating these DPIs? And as part of that, what are the DPGs you think will help you to create those DPIs? And why those DPIs? Why those DPGs will help you?
Sure. So primarily, we normally don't go and say what's the DPI you want. It is usually it boils down to what are the pain areas those policy makers. We usually work with country teams, the policy makers, representatives, be it in agriculture, ministry, education, health, etc. And usually it will boil down to the pain point that country is facing right now. Take agriculture, distribution of subsidies, identification of beneficiaries so that they can do faster, near real time, or reach out to beneficiaries faster. That's how the conversations evolve usually. And when we start unlayering and unbundling the problem statement, it will finally boil down to those 5 categories that we talked about. And then we start mapping based on the ecosystem that exists there. Some countries may already have an identity system, may not be a deduplicate identity, but they have a good ID system with 1 or 2 APIs which will help them identify. It may not be available to every party, only to certain government ministries and so forth. That's how we normally start the process. And the areas that we have seen lately, usually that's going on is ID data payment, is what it's been going on for quite some time, and it's continuing as well. It is not solved problem. And what we added one more layer is the transaction layer to ease the interactions with the users. So identity in terms of authenticating, verifying an user is one of the pain point, which is the foundation. That's why Aadhaar became that. Luckily for us, it was like a serendipity moment. We started off in that right order, knowingly or unknowingly. And then eventually we created that ecosystem using the Aadhaar as a foundation, right? And that's exactly what is kind of like we are able to revalidate that hypothesis. And what we are trying to do there to the follow-up part of the question is not to have a very prescribed solution that you need to have a deduplicated biometric identity to get that right. There are other easier, faster ways. If you already have a system with certain amount of trust, 80% trustworthy database, if it is not 100% as well, can you provide digital processes on top of that with the DPG's solutions in front of it so that you can make ease of life to the users? That's how we approach in identity, credentials, and data sharing are the most common ones. Payments is the third leg that is going on.
And any specific DPGs which are actually in this space?
Yes, in identity space, it's about, of course, MOSIP comes if the country, and identity and payment, what we have seen is most controversial and time consuming. As we have seen in our landscape itself, we had a long running Supreme Court case for getting where we are today. And that's no different in other countries as well. If not MOSIP, what we are saying is that you can put a simple single sign-on layer like a e-signet that is an offering out of MOSIP itself. And there are enough e-signet products that are there in the globe over the years. Most of the enterprises have been embracing it for many decades. So we kind of like go in that direction. That's the thing. And the other one on the credential, DigiLocker are the most prominent ones.
Thanks, Vijay. And Shyam, same question to you, right? This is a completely different perspective from you. Like from a private sector, what are the use cases you were able to solve using these DPGs or DPIs?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yeah. Thanks, Railu, for inviting and allowing me to share our thoughts on this forum. Thanks to all of you. We, of course, come from the business side, right? So we always try to look at the use cases that we need to solve for our customers. Of course, when we first built Lex for Infosys, we had not really thought about that, we are going to take this to our customers or for larger audience. So thanks to Sunbird architecture, which allowed us to do that very, with minimum efforts, I would say, not too much of efforts that we need to do that there. And coming back to that use cases, as you have seen, this reskilling and upskilling is the really hottest topics of almost every enterprise that we go to. And this comes in multiple flavors, actually. What I mean by that is, it's no longer just a compliance learning platform that people want to roll out for compliance-related courses and all that kind of things. They are more looking at use cases like just-in-time problem-solving kind of thing. For example, there is a technician who is on the floor who is trying to fix a problem. How you can provide him a kind of training. And we have one of the customers who are trying to look at this platform as how do I improve the sales. For example, they are training their sales for looking at, and also they are correlating the training with of the sales and also the sales part of it, right? So it's very interesting thing. So where it is correlated data, what it shows and all that. So there are multiple use cases there. And another thing, recently what it is driving is, people are thinking that they are going to become obsolete very soon. Because the skills are going to become obsolete because they are thinking that, tomorrow you need a totally different kind of skills in the market. Because these days, whatever skills that they have now, they may no longer be relevant. So that is another thing which is really driving this. And we have seen it ourselves, right? We had a lot of skills. We have seen that, we don't need that many assembly level programmers anymore. We don't need, tomorrow we may not need that many programmers anymore. We may require different kind of skills altogether. So people need to transfer themselves, and most of the time this is the kind of thing that we are looking at, and then trying to transform themselves to acquire the new skills. So this is actually driving most of our market today.
And if I understand correctly, you have used Sunbird DPGs and created, but had you used any DPIs, the open APIs provided by DPIs, and how does a private sector guy like you think of used DPIs?
Yeah,
open
we have
APIs from
used
DPIs?
one of the DPI instances. Though mostly we are confined to DPGs. If you look at this, we had, of course, the entire Sunbird Observe, as Thiru was saying, Observe we have used, and then we have used the entire architecture of that, our schemas, and all of that comes from Sunbird. In specific use case, if you look at this in education thing, right? So basically 3 pillars. One is where you create something, right? You create the content like courses and all of that. The second thing is how you actually impart the training or share the knowledge of that. The third one is this assessment, right? How people would assess the knowledge of a person. So while you're assessing the knowledge of a person, if somebody walks into your examination center, you need to do that, the guy who registered is the same guy who is actually giving the exam. So these days it is virtual proctoring and all of that. So we do eKYC where you can do that kind of stuff so that, you can actually say that this is the guy who walked in, he is actually a registered guy. So earlier people would have registered using Aadhaar or kind of things. So we use it in our recruitment drive. We do lot of recruitments, right? In that case, in fact, we are trying to put up for the Guinness record as well, because we are trying to do 100,000 concurrent tests for the recruitment. So we are doing at that kind of scale. You virtually give the assessments, and then you need to identify the people, and you have to identify the malpractices using various technical solutions. So this is where it would come up.
So an interesting use case of Aadhaar eKYC.
Yeah.
Nice. So Nitin, people tend to use DPGs and still code a lot on top of it, right? I mean, especially tech companies. But there are already a lot of DPIs running, which has a lot of APIs, which can be leveraged out of the box rather than building any effort. So, what do you think what should be done to make sure that these DPI APIs are also more usable by people, right? Because I know Infosys, they have a lot of use cases. They are at max using one other eKYC API, but there are a lot of other opportunities, right? And especially in ONDC, I think private ecosystem plays a big role. So how do we ensure that private ecosystem uses ONDC?
I think, I'm seeing two questions in what you just said. One is, how do we make sure that there is more reusability than people actually picking up the development afresh? And the second is, how do we increase adoption, right? And this is exactly when Rahul was presenting, and this is a challenge that we have today. In absence of any templates, if you look at the way the software languages have actually evolved, right? You started bundling certain features and functionalities under one library, right? Today, you don't have to, all the network libraries for Java are hidden behind HTTP and IO, right? All you have to do is to basically understand the implementation and simple to use interfaces, using which you activate a particular function and utilize it, right? And something that I love about this forum is, I can use some of these technical jargons which I cannot when I'm in other forums, right? I think it is a similar problem at a higher scale, at the higher order. One is, first of all, the knowledge and learning around DPGs. So what happens is people look at the DPG, but they look at the concept of DPG and build their own version of it. And this happened with the ONDC also. When we started off, we knew there is something called backend. We knew that there is something called DOF framework. But when we started implementing, we basically started thinking use cases first and started creating a version of backend, which basically led to a bit of a development which was not standardized. I would not say not applicable, but not standardized. And we are slowly now, moving the whole journey towards the backend construct. So I think two parts in short. One is, of course, have ready-to-use templates around DPGs. You have, which are very aptly put, you have layers of ID, payments, data. Somewhere in between, taxes got introduced somewhere. Vijay was also involved with that initiative as well. And now there is a transaction layer, right? All of these are building pieces of DPIs. Can we actually look at these 4 pillars or 4 themes and put certain templates around thinking about use cases for each use case? Can we actually start deriving templates which are easy to use, easy to implement, and anybody with limited understanding of business with good understanding of tech, and the other way around, is able to pick up and start implementing it. This is how I would want to answer your question, Railu.
So at ONDC, I know you started with one domain and you moving into multiple domains. So are you using the same approach within ONDC to do for the new domains, or how do you go about it?
Yes, and this has come to us as a learning. I don't think we have cracked the problem of template as yet. We have tried multiple approaches. We have tried SDKs, we have tried adapters. The problem with SDKs and adapters is, you cannot visualize all possible use cases, but yet you cannot abstract your application or implementation layer to an extent where anybody would simply come and start building the use cases, right? There are hundreds of different ways an atta from a shop can be sold, right? There could be possible variant, there could be customizations, there could be offers that is running. There are thousands of use cases that can build around it. So I think somewhere we need to figure out a way to templatize implementation, right? And that is where the key is, where it becomes easy for anyone to simply go check out the code, create a image or create a running instance of the app with a possible endpoint, and you're up and running. I think that is the approach that we are moving towards for other domains. For example, we have started implementing few of them. For example, for any new domain, we are not writing any document. We are writing examples. We are saying for this particular use case, for example, if you are doing multi-model mobility use case, right? You need a cab, you need a metro ticket, you need a scooter ride. All these three in the same in the same experience for the user. We have created examples for it. We have created examples flows for it, and we've created a mock API server, which is basically giving the experience of how the APIs will respond. As I say, it's just the beginning of the journey. I think eventually we would see some of these use cases getting converted into a more abstract sense of implementation in form of libraries, as we saw during the evolution of many other protocols.
Got it. I think then templatization is one big area, I think, to be focused on. Okay, so moving on to Matthew. So we have been hearing since morning, right? Sunbird is used for this, that, and everything. And there are a lot of use cases we have been talking about. So how did this whole approach start? What is the core design philosophy when Sunbird started? Right? Is it from the beginning that yes, Sunbird has to support multiple things, or how did it evolve?
Yeah, so when Sunbird development started, the word DPG wasn't heard of. So when we started Sunbird, our idea was that we wanted it to be open source. We wanted it to be reusable in multiple contexts, not just school learning, which was or teacher training, which was one of the immediate use cases that the government of India wanted to run. So that was one of the objectives. So like any big system has to be designed, we adopted all the best principles that you would adopt when you build any big system. Some of the most important ones are it is important in this era, if you're building something, to use a very reactive programming stack, which is non-blocking. It is important to choose a database that can horizontally scale, because vertical scaling has its limits, right? I mean, you cannot literally go country scale with vertical scaling. You also need a lot of data-centric thinking, because a lot of decisions that you take in your journey of the system evolution has to be based on data. It has to be based on how are users interacting with your system. So data-centric thinking, API thinking, and even the observability of not just what your users are doing, but how is your infra working as well. So these are some of the principles that you can apply to any big system, and we chose to use all of these principles. Because of the fact that we also thought that Sunbird had to be reusable, we also paid attention to certain other things. I would say two high-level principles. One is, how do you make it cloud agnostic? The solution that you build, maybe for your immediate use case, you might choose a particular hyperscaler. You might choose it an AWS or an Azure to run it. But when you're expecting somebody to reuse it, you have to give them the choice of choosing their own cloud provider. Maybe they already have partnerships with somebody. So that is how to build a system which can be cloud agnostic and avoid a vendor lock-in. That is a key design principle when you actually want to enable somebody to reuse your solution. The second important one is, as software specializes, reuse becomes difficult. So when we built Sunbird, because of the fact that we actually wanted it to be a slightly more generic solution, we separated out the generalization, whatever could be generalized, and then we were able to apply a layer of configuration to kind of allow whoever was consuming that component to specialize for a particular scenario. So I think in the earlier session, Thiru had described how the Sunbird schema was very extensible, right? So that is pointing to the generalized nature of how we built it. And we should also realize that making a system configurable for our internal team versus allowing an external entity to kind of reuse the configuration is a different ball game altogether. And this is an iterative process. You have to learn, unlearn, and relearn in the process. You probably won't get it right first time. So we've been through that journey as well. So I think these are some of the broad design principles that we stuck to. In terms of tech choices, if I were to throw some frameworks, we decided that all our microservices would be in Java or Scala, and we chose Play framework because that was a non-blocking framework. And when I say that, it's not that just because you use a framework you get it right. So there's iterations there as well. And in terms of databases, we chose some of the databases which are very commonly very popular for horizontal scaling, and where there were use cases of other people running it with hundreds or thousands of machines. So some of these were some of the early design decisions that we took, and that has helped in the journey.
So you have touched upon multiple points: scalability, generalization, abstraction, and cloud agnostic. I'd like to just ask one more question on the scalability thing. So you said you used a lot of databases and technologies which are scalable.
Yeah.
But is that enough? What was your scaling journey?
Right.
How did you go through it?
Yeah. So like I said, we didn't get it right first time, and it's okay to not get it right first time. So just making those choices really helped us quickly pivot whenever we face challenges. So if I look at the scaling journey, and when I say it's the scaling journey of Diksha, because Diksha was the first instance and probably the largest instance at that point of time of Sunbird, I distinctly remember 3 phases. One was 2018, when there were textbooks printed with QR codes, and that year students were expected to scan those QR codes and get access to learning content for those topics in the textbooks. And it was the last week of May, and we had that rude realization that it's not just students who do things at the last moment, even teachers prefer to do so. So all the content creation for June was happening in the last week of May. And our systems really could not scale up to the load. And we also had nice reviews with Pramod at that time, and I still remember a very nice statement from Pramod when we described all the problems we were facing, and of course we had a plan on how to come out of them as well. Pramod was like, these are the kind of problems that will turn us from boys to men, and that was a great encouragement for our team. So that was the first instance when we thought we had chosen the right tools, but we realized that just choosing the tools is the first step in the right direction. But you need those iterations to kind of realize that tools alone don't make it. Good design, there's still that human element there, right? So that was the first step, and because we had faced that problem, the next year we realized that we should invest some time in performance scaling. And we looked at, so we had so early on we had, from the time the system was live, we had a nice observability stack. We had dashboards which tell us what exactly our users are doing on the system, how is our infra faring, what is our real-time transactions per second and all that. And at that time, we had exposure to a lot of government systems which didn't have any of these kind of, observability dashboards. So because we were seeing the transaction volumes, we decided that we will always ensure or have a pathway to scale the system to 10x of where it was. And we were getting about 400, 500 transactions a second. And so we decided that, the next year when we have a focused effort, we are going to scale it to 5,000 transactions a second. We thought that is probably good enough, 10x from where we are now. And in doing so, we realized that, in the first one, it was more about configuring misconfigurations, when the teacher, the creation traffic hit. But when the student traffic hit us, and when we were doing the benchmarking, we realized that we have used some of these, async frameworks, but there were some places where, we have not used it right. Our understanding was different from what we read in the manuals, right? And so that was a big relearning opportunity. So we used that opportunity, and we were able to get, the observability stack tells us what are the most commonly used APIs in the system, and typically in any big system, however big it is, the core use case would have maybe 20 to 25 most used APIs. And as long as you're able to take care of those, your 80-90% of the system gets taken care of. So we applied that thinking, and we were able to get the system to scale for those 20-25 APIs. And all the work we have done in that scaling is also part of the Sunbird open source repositories. We have put our scripts which we used, our strategies on how we load tested, all of that is documented as well. And this was the phase, and that year, for whatever reason, the student traffic, we only got about 1,000 to 2,000 transactions a second, and we were already ready for 5K, and it was 2020, and we decided that we kind of know what it takes to now take it to the next level, so we'll not invest in benchmarking. Little did we know that COVID was going to hit and all of learning was going to come digital. And then COVID hit, and I think the first big scale happened when courses for COVID warriors had to be, published on Diksha, and they were to be issued credentials on Diksha. And at that time, we started seeing spikes of these 5,000 transactions a second. So roughly for the audience, 5,000 transactions a second relates to about 50,000 concurrent learners. So that's the kind of, and then we got scared, a bit worried, because we had tested for 5,000. We didn't know what would it take to go to 10x. So obviously Pramod and we spoke to a lot of industry experts in the space, how they're managing things. And then we decided to carve out a team which is going to be focused on just the scaling part of it. And then that was our third big step of, unlearning and learning new things. And then in our labs, we cracked it. In a couple of months, we were able to crack 25,000 TPS. We even went to 75,000. And we were ready for the scale. And when this, there was a Nishta program, which is that usually is an in-person training session done by NCRT for school teachers. That year, because of COVID, it had to come online. So that came onto Diksha. And that brought in the 25,000 TPS. So while we were still literally fearful when we were seeing our graphs go 20,000 and beyond, but the system really stood up. So I would say that, this can be a good, this is like a good formula. Having a formula for how do you go to 10x of where you currently are, and then be preparing for that. I think that is a reasonable formula that works for any kind of organic traffic. So this is how we manage Trilo. Yeah.
That's quite a long journey, but I think some of these DPGs have gone through this journey and now they are ready actually. So that means at least a lot of work has been done. So that moving on, Vijay, now as an architect's lens, so you are talking to multiple countries and they have different requirements, right? So there are multiple people creating DPGs. So from an architect point of view, what is very critical in these DPGs? Like what kind of qualities these DPGs should have so that it can work for different things?
Sure. So this is where it becomes, one has to come to reality, right? If you put ourselves into country policymaker shoes, not only outside, even in India for that matter, it becomes important to understand their risk profile and their comfort level, especially when it comes to DPG. And that's been an uphill task, even not only outside, even in India for that matter, right? Especially when it comes to open source solutions and so forth. Government officials have a different risk appetite, unlike a private ecosystem. And they would like to see, usually, I hope, government officials here, but want to catch somebody's neck if something goes wrong, right? That's the kind of mentality that exists in the ecosystem. Now, to your question, Railu, the DPG, when you talk about DPG, open source, especially open source solutions, it becomes important to have that ecosystem of maturity of people comfortably able to present and mature, first embrace the solution themselves, because there is always an intermediary layer. Government doesn't go take open source and uses it. It goes through a partner ecosystem through RFP, RFQ, RFC routes, and gets the service providers to embrace it. So that goes back to the first principle of having a strong service provider ecosystem who embraces the open source stack solution and packages the solution beautifully well so that government teams and the requirements from a government perspective are met. It need not be like every feature under the sun. Even if there are 4 features that DPG does, if it does very well, I think that's the key essence of what countries are looking for. And that boils down to capabilities, minimal capabilities that solution should provide, package it well, not only at a software layer, at training, installation, support, the maturity of that, reliability of the software in terms of operational when it is in production and running, and the ecosystem to support it. And the second important feature that countries outside India for sure is looking at is local capacity. And that's where some amount of local, because at the end of the day, people want the sovereignty. Any technology that is coming outside the country, because solutions cannot be built. How many of, we all use all the databases, right? How many of those databases are being developed in the country as such, MongoDB, MySQL, Cassandra, whatnot. So people want that capacity where there is an ecosystem, healthy system integrators and service providers who can support the underlying software. Same thing goes to these DPG solutions as well. So those are the two key things. And then comes the lot more other bundles, but these are the two key friction points that comes in.
So I think one thing we are hearing in common, of course, these DPGs have evolved a lot, but that packaged solution, the templates is becoming a key thing, which is actually, of course, it's a journey, it doesn't end so easily. So Nitin, I mean, you, from ONDC point of view, you know that there are a lot of requirements for this creating templates. So what are those opportunities, and like how can a private guy, like technical service provider, help in that? What can they do?
Sure. You know, and I think, you know, one of the topic that Vijay touched upon is the comfort with open source. We are seeing, and you know, I was part of GST, and we have seen a paradigm shifting, focus area in the government also. Government was very concerned about open source. They were very concerned about, you know, implementing anything which is coming out because of simple lack of trust. But I think it has taken, you know, series of conversations. The whole GST system was built on open source, right? And it was built, so Pramod was the architect of the system. If you talked about API-driven business models getting implemented in the early 2000s before the Aadhaar came, nobody would have even believed that this is possible, and which has become, you know, fundamentally possible today because of the adoption of open source. And building upon this, from some of the TSPs, what we are looking at is, while it is absolutely important, and I think both Anup and Pramod made the point that we are very scared of asking for money. You know, when we go out for negotiations, we always are on the losing side. I think open source continues to be the theme, and I expect these TSPs to figure out a way to utilize open source, create solutions, and contribute back, and yet be able to make money on top of it, right? And because there is nothing called freelance, somebody is making, you know, payment for it. So from the TSP ecosystem, what we are sort of, you know, and I don't think in ONDC there are enough TSPs as much as you know, we want them to be. We have hardly about 8 or 10 TSPs, mostly focused on retail and grocery as a segment, but we are now seeing a lot of interest coming in financial domain and in mobility as well. A lot of people have developed adapters as well as some utilities to run the businesses on top of those rails. But I think the technical ecosystem, rather than expecting ONDC, because they always look at ONDC that they will be innovating. ONDC will innovate with their understanding of a business model and the technical way with all. But there is a whole pool of talent which is, you know, sitting outside, and I think when you think a solution of picking something from the community and giving it back, and yet be able to make money by creating some sort of a freemium model, and provide services on top of platforms that you create. I think somewhere we see the TSPs are evolving into this space. We have quite a few TSPs who have contributed with their templates. And when I say templates, what they do is, they contribute with their own examples of implementation, which if approved by, a group of community, or rather a group in a community, it becomes a implementable solution along with a, templatized version of the JSON payloads. So I think the ONDC ecosystem is evolving into that space where we are seeing the contributions now coming from the community, not as much as we want it to come, but it is definitely, trickling down in bits and pieces, looking at some of the contribution that is coming from the community to us.
Got it. So one more follow-up question on the same thing. So how do you evaluate a solution given by TSP? What are the key things for you in that solution? I mean, it could be for a use case, whatever that use case, but what are the important things, right?
I think, of course, use case validation and, making sure that the flows that have been documented, and again, it all boils down to standardization. You have standardized the way, a catalog will actually be received. You have standardized the way the order will actually get placed. the negotiations will happen. You've codified how post-fulfillment flows will happen. That is the whole DOF framework. I think the first thing that we check is, of course, how they have implemented the flows, whether it is aligned to the standard. Will it break any flows onto the other buyer apps? So that is part of the stress testing. Of course, performance becomes a very important element. Some of the problems that Matthew touched upon is something that we saw with a few of our TSPs who enabled some of the large taxpayers. It was working very well for 100, 200 TPS, but the moment the TPS went beyond 500, the system started cracking. We have seen it with many of the things that we have ourselves developed, and we have learned because we were, apologies, Mitesh, but we've seen this problem with our registry and gateway as well, right? But then incrementally by finding the problem by looking at the looks, and this is how the architects are, right? Any architect would first look at a use case and try to put a solution how it will work. Scale always comes later, but I think that thought process is changing now. So the second thing that we look at, how the system is performing, whether they have done sufficient load testing, whether they have looked at the diverse set of load that their system will be subjected to. And of course, there is a brief architecture review also wherever there are inputs we provide. Last but not the least, and this was a very recent, thing that happened where, there was a significant security flaw that was found in the system. So we also look at some of these security reports. So VAPT is of course one of them. The other thing that we look at is, how, what is the code quality? The code quality scans and the app scans, we basically take it as one of the onboarding requirements. And then of course it continuously undergoes an audit. I think there is a process to it. Whether it is absolutely flawless, the answer is no. We keep learning every day. We figure out there is a new problem that gets added as part of the policy. But then again, we go back to what Pramod said during his panel. Minimalist is what will unplug and unclog the ecosystem. We try to be minimalist. We try to be more recommendatory than making things mandatory for the participants. I think that is the balance we are trying to find, and I'm pretty sure in the next few months we'll find that balance to make sure that there are no more frictions for people to onboard onto the network.
So documentation, standardization, performance, and security. Yeah, you want to
Just
add
one
something?
point to add there. This is one of my favorite examples in this context. How many of us read manual when we get a TV and try to plug it in, or take a car and then read a car manual? No, right? So software has to get to that. That is what we mean by packaging and solutions, so that the end user who we are aiming the product to be used, immediate user, be it a technical person or product or a end user, should be able to intuitively use that product for that capability that has been built in a nutshell.
And have a feedback control system learning from errors. Each time your code throws an error, you basically go and try a different version of it.
So you have to plug it, use it, kind of a thing, and not worry about all that thing. That all has to be absorbed by us as a community, technical community.
I think then the word is reliability, basically. Yeah. Yeah. So Shyam, a question to you. So you, I think in the morning session, Thiru said you have built this for GDPR compliance and different tools across different countries, right? I mean, the policy, laws, different across. So what was your architecture principles in building your solution using these open source DPGs? Like, how did you, what are the key things which you have implemented?
Sure, Railu. Now, before get to that, just wanted to add to that one of the previous question, that the other DPI use cases that we had, but still it's in the back burner, not yet live. One is we are trying to use the beacon protocol to discover the courses as well as the skills. Right? We already, it's like how you want to have a ride, you make a call to Uber and then Uber will distribute the request to all the guys who can actually give you the ride. So similarly, you can make a request for I want a course on a topic, then it can distribute the request to all the providers, be it Coursera, be it Udacity. We have the content aggregation from multiple things. So we can aggregate the courses and then directly send that back to the user, not to the back to the network. It's basically has to operate as a peer-to-peer kind of thing. So that is something that we are trying. I think it would, if it happens, it would be wonderful where people can discover the courses from any provider, the way we discover the rides from Uber or Ola. So that is almost there. Maybe we will try it out in couple of months. And other one which we are looking at the similar lines is that of. And then on the technical side, obviously it has to be very simple and generic. And when we looked at the Sunbird, basically there are two objects in that. We said really you have only two objects, that is one was the resource, second was the collection. That's how you basically put together the entire structure of the courses. So we took that and then integrated. Then all that we had to introduce was introduce the type as a different parameter. For example, if the collection is nothing but collection of resources, right? It can be a module, a small package, or it could be a course. Then you will have a type as a course, then you add an assessment for that. And for universities, they wanted a 6 months program, then it's a bundle of courses, that is again a collection. So basically the building blocks were very simple, and depending on the type, you just add your rules. So it was so easy to do that. So when I went to GDPR kind of constraints, where you don't have to store the specific user PID data and so on. So depending on the kind of types, you basically route the records to entirely different things. So you store it in Ireland servers rather than storing it in India servers. So it was so easy to route the request based on this type and the architecture. That's how we could look into that. So that's simple and generic enough. It was very simple, two objects, and then you could introduce the types and do various kinds of customization. Then the other thing was the outside this is, we also look at not from the, when you're evaluating that, we not only look at the solution itself, you also look at from inside out, that is, do you have talents to really support that solution? See, that is another important point. They may be written a good product with React, but I don't have a React team with me. It's horrible. It's really nightmare to support that. We really look into that aspect as well within our team. Of course, we can build the capability and then do that, but that takes a long time. And with these kinds of market conditions, when you are in a business, you have to really roll out it very fast. So you will also look at the team capabilities and their skills and how you want to do that, the expertise within the team. And last one is you again look at the trust, right? So whether you can really trust that package or that you are really taking it, because you are kind of getting into that solution and you have to manage it at the end of the day, right? So whether there is a trust to pick it up, even in the open source, though there is a good amount of trust, you can not really say it is trustworthy. We have seen what happened with MySQL. We have seen what happened with Elasticsearch. Suddenly they changed their licensing terms, right? And where do I go now? Elasticsearch suddenly said that you cannot use it for commercial purpose. And whole of my 6 years of effort is gone. Then you have to go for somewhere else there, right? So the trust is, you want to trust your neighbor or you want to trust this kind of thing, right? So that's what matters at the end of the day. So in that sense, really this DPG, if you take a parallel from the financial sector, you first believe in your cash, then you go for government in their bonds, then you go for corporate bonds and so on, right? Your next big bet is your DPGs, right? At least the government is behind that, and then you can trust it more than anything there.
Thanks, Shyam. I think one interesting point you mentioned, again, that comes back to what we have been discussing, right? The talent, availability of talent. But if we see, we use a lot of tools and technologies, right? We use Cassandra database or Kafka and these things. We don't know the technology used in creating this Kafka, but we are comfortable using it, right? I think that level of comfort should be there with all the DPGs. That's an important point, I think, is the thing. So I think we are almost close the time, near closing time. So would like to take few questions. Any questions for the panel?
Check 1, 2.
So my question is about the sustainability. So we talked about, and this is a general question for open source, which also applies now to DPGs. And I think the magnitude of responsibility on making these DPGs more sustainable is much higher now on the DPG communities, because they are now in some cases powering DPIs which are powering nations. So how do we address the question of sustainability in open source, specifically in the context of DPGs?
Can I take that? Yeah. So I'll give you an example of how we at Taranto have been able to kind of leverage Sunbird in another use case. So the Department of Personnel and Training wanted to have a capacity building platform for the Government of India officials. And when this use case came along, of course, learning is the first step in capacity building. So we proposed usage of Sunbird, and because they adopted Sunbird, you now have a team. And so for the system is called iGot Karmyogi. For that system, learning was the first step, and they're going to go into many other use cases. So they could achieve their first use case by just using the DPG that was packaged, right? And along with it, they got all the best practices done. They could benchmark it, but I can tell you, because I've been on that side as well, that we've not really had to benchmark, because we were asked, in a year they said that they're going to go from 30,000 users to 3 million, and it has happened. Last year this time they were 30,000 users, now we are at 3 million in iGot. And the system has never faced any challenges, because all the best practices from all the unlearning, relearning, all of that has been baked into the DPG. So obviously, if the DPG gets leveraged, that becomes a natural vehicle for sustainability. That is one part. And I also feel that academia coming into it will help in a big way. I mean, if you look at any professional degree, we have academic projects, and most likely people are working on building. Of course, there are. I'm not saying there are no good projects, but a lot of them are very foundational projects. Somebody builds a hotel management system, or I mean, these days maybe you will find more AI in the description of those projects. But so I have a feeling that if academia takes interest, and if there is a way to channelize and expose some of the student community to some of these things, that would be another significant channel to enable sustenance. So I feel these two are important.
Any other thoughts?
I have interesting analogy, same like other product before. I was sitting in one of the offices in a foreign country, and then just suddenly strike, and it's very apt actually. How many cars get sold in the world? And how many countries manufacture cars today? That's a good analogy in itself, right? And how does that ecosystem survive itself? The mechanical diploma holders that got created in each country service the car. I can't go sell a car in a country and not create any service ecosystem to sustain that whole system, right? So that's how I look from a CDPI hat, wearing as a customer, as a sovereign person in a country. If one is delivering a product and offering it to other customers, be it in own country or outside, that ecosystem has to be created. And to his, Matthew's point exactly, that it starts from academia. That's how diploma thing came, and that's a proven model already in that sense.
I'll probably add only one thing to what Matthew and Vijay have said. Sustenance is also about continuous innovation, right? If you look at any new concept that gets implemented, if there is no evolution that is happening, if you're not bringing something new to it, it's becoming stale. Whatever you have contributed has become stale. I think the sustenance will also come from, one, of course, creating a whole support in the knowledge framework around the DPI, DPG that we are talking about, but also have a very active community who's continuously innovating and continuously contributing back, looking at the problem landscape, what can be solved. I think as long as this cycle goes, right, and then at some point in time there is something absolutely new that comes out which actually obsoletes what you already have. As long as we are into that ecosystem and the community is continuously active, looking at newer, paradigms of problem, the sustenance becomes an automatic process. I mean, nobody has to really inject sustenance from outside. So that is the only thing that I want to add what Matthew and Vijay actually sort of said.
Hi, namaste. This is Venkat from Startup Sanatana. Quite interesting and engaging technical panel. But after hearing all your panel discussion, I'm just wondering, like, okay, even to build, okay, any kind of thing, probably CTOs like, okay, ONDC or G2P or Infosys architects are capable of doing. But what about the small startups like us kind of thing? Is there any good patterns and practices, something like in .NET, they have a patterns and practices, so that we observe that one, so that it takes care of any kind of solution, a proven solution kind of thing.
Okay, I will take a stab at it. You know, somewhere the architect in me is always alive. I look at the problem later and the solution starts getting built up. I think patterns is again a very abstract sense of solutioning, right? So you have too many patterns, architectural patterns. If you've gone through some of the architectural, like, I think the answer doesn't lie in each pattern will have a different, each problem will have a different pattern, and the pattern will also evolve. There would be situations where you use observer plus facade pattern to implement a solution. So I think pattern is not the answer. The answer is looking at the problem and look at the algorithm behind the problem. Yeah, I agree, and that is where the templates. I agree, and many of these problems also get contributed, and that is what we all talked about of creation of templates. The pattern that you are talking about is one particular problem will have one particular pattern set, right? If you pick up another problem set, it will probably have a different pattern. So I'm saying trying to look at a problem set in form of a pattern, right, is probably you'll be led into a very traditional way of software coding. And I'm telling you by my experience, maybe I'm wrong, but in my experience, what has happened is the pattern-based approach have always sort of created solutions which eventually become a monolith. Rather than looking at a problem in its smaller pieces and looking at algorithms and how you integrate pieces of this problem into a larger puzzle, and then you start writing the architecture and start codifying for it is always a better approach. But there is no one answer to every problem. Right? Every problem has to be evaluated on its merit, and then the solution has to evolve out of it, is how I would want to put it. And that is where the knowledge framework, and I keep saying this, the knowledge framework, whether it comes from academia, whether it comes from, imagine TCP used to be, probably one particular document somewhere in the RFC people used to read and understand. From there, it basically became part of your curriculum. We are seeing this DPI, DPGs will also become at some point part of the curriculum. And then, of course, the academia and the larger tech community will actually take leap in creating well-defined solutions and templates around problems that they can solve. So that's how I look at it.
I think, okay.
I have a slightly add-on perspective to that. Am I audible? Yeah. So 5 years ago, when we were building Sunbird, when we started building Sunbird, we decided that we wanted to choose Cassandra because Cassandra was really, truly horizontal scalable. And at that time, our only option was to go read the manuals, figure out how to set up a cluster, what are the best practices to be used, and figure out how to take nightly backups so that you can restore them when you need them. So we had to go through that process, and we had to invest in that. But if you see how software development has evolved, these days, if you really decide as a startup that your priority is to use Cassandra, you need not invest in people because you have managed services from all these cloud providers. So you should be either be willing to invest in people, which is good in the long term, or if you're building something very generic, or there are ways where you can just pay for it. And once you get your scale, I think the economics will start to work out as well. So we are seeing this trend where more and more services are being abstracted on the cloud. Now, Shyam spoke about the Elasticsearch shift. I mean, one of the primary reasons for Elasticsearch going non-open source or non-open source friendly was Amazon hosting a service and not giving back to the community. So I think managed services is the way to go if you're a small startup and you really want to leverage the best systems, the best databases, or the best tool stacks in the world. So there are solutions to all of that. So you either pay by investing in a team or you pay a cloud provider. That's how I would look at it.
I think we are running out of time. Okay.
Just one last point to add that, because I have seen this request when I actually go for various requirements, and as a part of the selling team, right, of the Wingspan. We have seen that many of the guys just want a small apartment, though you have a Wingspan which can scale to 20 million people or whatever it is. No, you keep it, but I need a small apartment there. So because it's a small school, I want to manage my school kind of thing. Similarly, I want to build a small house or kind of thing. So there are different kinds of requirement, right? It comes in all sizes and shapes. So for that, what we try to do is, again, it is a SaaS solution. Somebody wanted totally on-premise. And even some customers are adamant, just quote your price. We'll put it on premise kind of thing. So in that case, what we are doing is, one way to do it is, today these kinds of solutions are available in marketplace, right? AWS has a marketplace and Azure has a marketplace and so on. If you host these kind of DPGs on the marketplace, where you can take it and instantiate and then do that. So there are well-defined kind of things. Hopefully we will reach a stage where we can put up these solutions on this marketplace so that people can actually download and use that. So then they can take it. Other solutions which I liked from the last Rahul session is they're working on using it as a SaaS. If you want a very simple solution, use the SaaS model there. Use the building block services and then build it on your own. So there are multiple ways of looking at it and then solving the problem. As Nitin was saying, just look at that your scale and your problem and then pick the right solution.
Okay, thanks everyone. Thanks for the discussion, but I think all the guys will be available till the evening. You can still ask the questions downstage as well. I think, yeah, good discussion. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. I think one of the key things that came out is that templatization and packaging as a solution is one area DPGs should next focus on, which will actually help improve the adoption as well as create an ecosystem of for opportunities for a lot of private players as well. That is one. And the second important thing I am taking away is sustenance. What all we can do for sustenance, right? From academia to organizations to enterprises to government. That is also another area which I think people should focus on. With that, I think we'll close this panel discussion. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure listening to you. So the next session is also a discussion which is named as Solutioning. And we have the speakers for this session: Kameshwara Rao BH, Rahul Warrior, Mohit Garg, Pooja Manyuran. All of them product managers, X-Step Foundation. Please. A round of applause for the speakers of the next session. The topic is Solutioning from Blocks to Solutions, creating solutions to address problems by leveraging building blocks. So there's a small announcement. A QR code will be flashed on the screen. Please do scan the QR code and check out for your photos. And as I told you earlier, don't forget to smile. Thank you.
Hello everyone. I'm audible to you? Okay. So what we will do, we will walk you through few building blocks, and then we will discuss how you go into solutioning of the new DPGs. So yeah. So I will take care. I will talk about Sunbird ad. So what is Sunbird ad? So you have heard about Diksha a lot in the conversation, the Mission Karam Yogi, and other things. So Sunbird or Sunbird ad was the first building block that we started with, and it come out as a DPG. So what is it? It's a composite building block, and which enables the learning capabilities across multiple domains such as education, agriculture, healthcare, etc. So first, the biggest implementation of Sunbird ad is Diksha that we talked about, reached from a scale of 400 TPS to 25,000 TPS during COVID. It is powering K-12 education across all the states in India. Then other solutions that we talked about, which Matthew has also touched about, is IGOT, which is Mission Karam Yogi, used for civil servants education capability building and training of that. Next, on the same building block, NULP is used. So NULP is National Urban Learning Platform. And the third one, which is newest one in this category, is SMF, which is State Medical Facilities, training ASHA workers and all. So all these things are built on the same building block called Sunbird ad. Yeah. So when we talked about Sunbird ad, it's a composite building block. If you see under that, it has 7 building blocks, which is co-create, UCI, learn, inquiry, and others that we discussed. Knowledge, observe, and RC also. So I will just pause a minute. You guys have a look into that, and then I'll just touch upon few numbers that is achieved on ad. Okay. So few points that is coming in. Who is the user? So you can customize or configure it for multiple users. Diksha is using it for students and teachers. It is in-school learning, post-school learning, and for teachers training and certification. If you see the number of sessions that has happened is around 63 billion minutes of learning has happened on Diksha. And if you see around 140 million courses are completed on Diksha. So it's some simple introduction in terms of number on Diksha building block using Sunbird ad. Yeah.
So I'll quickly talk about 2 other building blocks and their implementations that have happened. So one is Sunbird Observe. I sort of briefly referred to this earlier. Sunbird Observe is what we call the data backbone. This has, of course, been implemented in Diksha as well. And what it allows is for end-to-end management of the data flow within your system. So being a digital system, you will have a lot of data being generated. And if you want to be able to better your system day after day, you have to be able to gain a certain level of observability, visibility, right? You have to understand what is going on, which is what Observe enables. So this is what we like to call the data value chain, right? So as a system, you might be generating data from multiple places. So there is a need to bring all the data together, which means you have to be able to ingest it into a system, post which there might be several transformations that you run on it, be it cleanup, deduplication, specific custom jobs, etc. After that, of course, you want to be able to store and query, run all sorts of analysis on it. So this is the end-to-end chain that Observe sort of enables for the system, right? So I just wanted to touch upon it briefly so that you get a sense of what Observe is. And Observe can also do this at the scale that you need. So today you might be a small organization with a limited amount of data needs, but 5 years down the line, you might grow into a much bigger organization with very complex data needs. Now,
changing your data infrastructure is not something you can do very frequently. It is a time-consuming and a laborious process. So the ideal choice to make would be to run with a system which can evolve as your needs evolve. Right? So you have a reliable system that becomes your data backbone and grows along with you. So that is what Observe is. These are some of the implementations that I can touch upon. One, of course, is Diksha. Mohit referred to some of the usage numbers. Another one that we have heard about today from the folks at Infosys, Thiru and Shyam, is Wingspan. They continuously went back to refer to how the same code base was employed with minimal tweaking to create different kinds of offerings. Right? It could be an internal facing product. It could be a platform for societal good. It could be a commercial product that they're making revenue from. But all of this was enabled from a single code base with minimal tweaking. So Observe is, of course, functioning as one of the data backbones there. They are using it for getting visibility into how the product is performing. Again, network observability is another area into which Observe is being integrated. Beckon is looking at working very closely with the Observe team. There's also an international use case. This is an entity called International Livestock Research Institute based out of Kenya. They're using Observe to manage agricultural and climate advisory data for farmers. So these are some of the implementations, and you can see how it has found applications across different domains despite being the same sort of tech solution that is being applied. Another one that I'd quickly like to touch upon is Saral. Saral is again a tool that allows for quick and efficient digitization of physical data. It lets you do it in a reliable and accurate fashion, and there's no better way to demonstrate this than this example. So this is an instance of how Saral was used by the state of Uttar Pradesh. So they carry out what are called Nipun assessment tests, NAT assessments every year. This is to gauge the learning levels of the students across all grades. And this is typically an activity done with pen and paper. The teachers roll out the tests. The results are collated, which means teachers go through the process of correcting the papers, collating the mark sheets, and all of this data has to flow into the central hub of the state. Once that is done, somebody has to sit down, analyze the data, and then understand where their students are placed. This is a process that typically takes anywhere between 6 months to a year. And the collation of data is riddled with holes, right? So by the time the data comes to a place where somebody needs to act upon it, one, it's either too late, you've probably run out of time because kids are already moved on to another grade. Two, it's no longer reliable because you really don't know how many mistakes have been made in the whole process of collating the data over 6 months. So this is where we tried to approach the problem in a slightly different way, to say that what if the collation of the data were made so much more easier and reliable, right? So a couple of years ago, one iteration for NAT was done with Saral, and as you can see, the numbers speak for themselves. The students took the assessment using OMR sheets, which they caught on to very quickly, and teachers could use an app to scan the OMR sheet. The data was instantly captured, transmitted to a central location, and the state was able to collate all the results and begin their analysis process in a matter of 1 week. So we are talking about a process that took anywhere between 6 months to 1 year, was not reliable, being reduced to a mere 1 week. So this is the kind of transformation that we want to see coming about. And this is what can be enabled by using existing tools which have these sort of capabilities. Okay. So these were the two ones I wanted to touch upon. Kamesh is next.
Unlike Mohit and Rahul, I don't have too much to talk. So let me just start with two, three questions to the audience. How many of you have heard about DPG and DPI for the first time today? Can you please raise your hands? Okay, there's a good number. Okay. Okay. So how many are clear on the differentiation between DPG and DPI? Can you please raise your hands? Sir, can you explain what is the difference between a DPG and DPI? You're still in Google? Didn't use the chat GPTs?
Check. Yeah, I think DPGs are used to build DPIs. That's what I understand. DPIs are more at an application level, and I'm not sure about that, but from a stack perspective, DPGs are used to build DPI. I mean, yeah, are used to build DPIs is what I understand, and it helps for someone instead of, for example, a new country or a new provider, instead of for them to build a DPI by themselves, using a DPG might make it more faster and efficient, is what I understand. Yeah.
Okay. So you want to give it a try?
DPG is the code and DPI is the implementation. That's the way I understood it.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for that. I think that's the crux of it. So DPGs are your building blocks, which are just certain pieces of assets, and DPI is a running system which uses DPGs, and you can build solutions on top of DPIs. Of course, you can use DPGs also to create your solution, but you can also use DPIs to create more solutions on top of it. My last question, how many of you know that there is one national AI-driven DPI run by the government of India? I mean, well, it's a part of government entity which is run, and probably that is something which is unique to India. Yeah? Okay. ONDC, okay. I specifically talked about AI driven DPI. Yeah. So Bhashini is a DPI based on AI, which is basically a DPI run by METI, which is by the government of India, and that is about the language services, language AI services, which probably is the only DPI that I know in the world run by a nation, right? There are a lot of language models, open source language models, but the DPI, which is Bhashini, which is run at a national scale, I think it's India's uniqueness. So with that, just let me just give few AI-driven, DPI AI-driven solutions, some of which I have been closely involved and some of which I have kind of interacted with the team who have developed. So these two are very specific to education domain. Xstep closely works, the focus is on education domain, so we have developed a lot of DPGs and solutions around education. One is about the new national education policy, which has been launched in 2020 by Ministry of Education, and a national curriculum framework which was created based on the NEP a couple of years back, right? So this is a completely paradigm shift in the education that it brings, right? And how people can understand, even the educators, textbook creators at state level and central level, how they can understand about this new national education policy and curriculum framework. For that, we have created one AI assistant, basically, for the educators to understand the national education policy and the curriculum framework easily, right? So it's basically like a intelligent bot which is trained on these policy documents, which can answer questions related to that, right? And a similar thing, very similar thing for specifically targeted to teachers and parents about the foundational stage education, which is children between 3 to 8 years old, right? That is what the new curriculum framework calls it as foundational stage, right? So for the parents and teachers who are dealing with that age group, for them to understand the importance of the foundational stage, how to deal with children, how to engage with children, and how play-based learning can actually help a lot at that age for the children, for the teachers and parents to get assistant about that. That is another solution that we have created, which is basically launched by Ministry of Education under NCRT, called E-Jadu Pitara. Maybe you have seen that logo in one of the Pramod's presentations. So E-Jadu Pitara is a national level solution by Ministry of Education, and one of the applications is a kind of a AI assistant, which basically helps teachers and parents, right? Other solutions, again, about AI, not just in education. One is what is called as Anuvad, which I think you have seen earlier as a building block. Suvas is a solution created on top of it, which essentially helped judgments to be translated, which are in English, to be translated in Indian languages. Around 36,000 judgments have been translated using this system, powered by AI. The amount of effort which would have taken several years has been, this solution is able to crunch it into few months, right? That 36,000 documents translation. And this has been also used by Bangladesh. The same building block has been taken by Bangladesh, and they have also kind of implemented the same, where because it's the same language where they have Bangla, so which this already has support for. So they are also able to translate their judgments into English and Bangla. Other solution is in agriculture domain, where this is again a solution that got launched probably around 8 to 9 months back. This is for farmers, where the farmer, it's an assistant again for farmers to understand what are the government schemes that they have, and examples of how all these solutions are basically built on top of certain building blocks, which are either DPGs, like for example, Anuvad and Sunbird AI Assistant are the building blocks, are the DPGs. And Bhashini, as I think a lot of you have said, is the DPI built upon DPGs. The DPGs there are the data models created by AI for Bharat and other organizations, which are again open models, and so they are the digital public goods. And Bhashini is a running system which provides AI language related services like translation, text to speech, speech to text, etc., which is kind of hosted by METI. So these are the underlying building blocks with which those solutions have been created. Thank you.
So we have seen some of the implementations which were done on top of DPGs, and some of the solutions that are, have created transformation and have created impact. So let's get a little deeper into the things to be kept in mind while for somebody who wants to create solutions on top of a DPI or a DPG. So shall we start with maybe a discussion on what is the business value anybody would get when we create a solution using a DPI and a DPG, and when and where should we actually think of creating a solution using a DPG, and when does it make sense? So can we start with Mohit?
Hello. So if you are solutioning, and why should you look for a DPG to start with is, they are like proven solutions in terms of scalability, reliability, customization that they provide, and it would ease your process of go-to-market. So your go-to-market would shorten because all the things as somebody else has done for you, they are reliable, they are customizable, they are scalable, security is also done. So you can focus on the next part of it and use this as a building block on which you can write on top of it.
Would you like to add anything, Kamesh?
Okay. So one point I'd like to add is because DPGs are built on open specifications, open standards, etc., there is a high level of interoperability that comes in, right? So when you pick up a DPG, you know that there are certain additions that you can make to it very easily. If you want to extend the capabilities that you have, if you tomorrow think of a new value addition that you can provide, and if there's another DPG that you can add on to your solution, you know it will work seamlessly because there is a certain level of interoperability built in. So that whole ease of being able to bring it into the solution also reduces time and effort, probably allows you to build it cheaper and so on.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I think like what Pramod has concluded in his previous session, DPIs and DPGs, I think, will allow us to think big, right? The solutions that we want to create, it will kind of open up our spectrum in terms of how big the solution can be, even imagine. We may not start off with a big solution in the beginning itself, but we have to think big, right? Although we, start small. So that thinking is what I think the DPGs and DPIs will allow you to do because of the very nature of the DPGs and DPIs, which kind of are at that scale. And also it allows you to think your solutions to be more sustainable. Not just, a point solution, but more from a long-term strategic solutions which are sustainable is what it will help. And especially because there is a lot of combinatorial effect that a combination of DPGs can bring in, right? The kind of solutions that you can build also becomes a lot of choices for you, right? So that way it kind of expands your whole possibilities if you are looking at solutions.
I think in terms of the business value it gives, on one side, you get a sustainable solution, or you get to reuse the existing solution in multiple different places. On the other side, your go-to-market time is sort of like, less than, say, as opposed to building a solution from scratch. So on that note, like, how does solutioning using a DPI or DPG differ from, say, any other solutioning, like, say, building a solution from scratch or solutioning otherwise? So any focus areas that you would like to mention?
Okay, so when you typically look at a problem and try to arrive at a solution, if you're thinking ground up, let's say you're starting from zero, there is a certain way of thinking you go about, right? Because you're approaching the problem in an entirely new way. As opposed to when you're thinking about using DPGs, you have a set of tools, you're not starting from ground zero. There is a certain sort of muscle that has to kick in. You know what they say about if you have a hammer, then suddenly everything starts to look like a nail, right? So you sort of have to bring in the sort of thinking to say that, okay, I have maybe 2 or 3 tools. Each tool is going to be used for a certain purpose. And given the problem I want to solve, how do I put these tools together? So it's not just a question of saying I will create everything I need on my own, but it's also a question of trying to figure out how you'll derive value from what already exists, thereby saving on time and effort on your front as well. So I think that sort of thinking has to slowly come in if you're going to use existing tools.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I think there is some fundamental, I think, mind shift that one needs to have when you are thinking of solutions using DPIs and DPGs, right? One, I think you should look at it as a slightly long-term play with a transformation in mind, right? I think building and a lot of times it makes sense if you are thinking of solutions for masses at a scale versus a small enterprise level solution. You are thinking of solution for societal problems, a mass solution which kind of bring in transformation. That is the mindset I think you need to have when you are thinking of solutions using DPIs and DPGs. And that basically, I think even at the solution level, you have to look at simplicity as the key factor, like how DPG and DPI also requires a simplicity. At a solution level also, for example, I mean, any platform which is, or a solution at a society mass level, right? The simplicity is what works. We all have been addicted to Google because of that simplicity, right? So that's pretty much what you'll have to bring in when you're thinking of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I quite liked Rahul's analogy of hammer, because once you know that you already have the power or the tool, your action is sort of faster. So again, I think one more thing that we have to ensure is the reliability when you say decide to build something or build a solution using an open source software or a digital public good. So any specific focus areas that you would like to mention so that people keep in mind during solutioning using DPGs?
Well, your solutioning using DPI and DPGs is basically extension of, if I say the first question is, where you get the customization, flexibility of scaling and all comes in. You'll also get the processes and the toolkit to roll it out, right? Policies also with that, right? Your sharpening of the go-to-market in terms of your, if I say, domain would become a little sharper, and you focus on that part. Yeah, that I say.
And one more thing that was referred to multiple times over here, even in the earlier panel, is the fact that when you consider using a DPG for a solution, the fact remains that it is not your code, right? So what is the level of trust that you have in the code? How do you make an informed decision as to whether you want to go ahead and use a DPG offering as part of your solution? So there are multiple ways that you can look at it. There are entities which sort of certify DPG codes, right? DPGA, for example, is a consortium that does that. It sort of helps identify. They have a registry of DPGs which are available globally. So that will give you some reassurance to say, okay, this is a DPG that somebody has looked at. They have considered it against a framework, and they've agreed that this is a DPG that can be used globally. So that's one way of trying to figure out whether there is a certain level of trust that you can go with. Right? Two, you can always think about, are there winning implementations that use the DPG? So if the DPG has been used for several initiatives, if there are several winning implementations that are running successfully, then you know that you can also sort of invest your trust in it. And then, of course, there are things like, is proper documentation available? Do you have a community around it? Is there support available if and when you require it? So all these are sort of check marks that you can look for before you make a decision to go ahead with a DPG-based solution, possibly.
I think this seems like one of the key advantages also of using a DPG, that you may have you could choose something that is certified where you don't have to worry about the trust, or maybe your stress test part is already done if you know it is already being used at a certain scale in a winning implementation. So I think that may also come under one of the advantages of using DPIs and DPGs. And since we already covered a lot of advantages, there may be some challenges also that we would like to discuss while using DPGs in our solution. So what may be some of the challenges or pitfalls that we would like everybody to keep in mind while solutioning using DPGs?
I think one of the challenges, I think Nitin has very well talked about in the previous session, which is essentially you have multiple DPGs out there, for a given solution, how do I, navigate what type of DPGs to use, how to integrate them, how to assemble them, is one of the challenges. When you are creating your own solution, your own code, you don't need to really worry about it, right? You develop everything from scratch and you know everything, right? So that is definitely a challenge. And another challenge would be to look at how, DPG has its own evolution, right? So how your solution can evolve along with your DPG is another thing that you'll have to keep in mind when you are creating a solution using DPGs or DPIs. And some of the ways to mitigate it from a solutioning standpoint. Of course, DPG community can actually help resolve some of these challenges, but when you are doing a solutioning, some of the things that you can mitigate these risks, how you can mitigate is one, you kind of invest a little bit on the DPGs that you want to use. It's basically your investment on understanding a DPG versus creating it yourself, which will be far lesser, right? So if you do that investment, I think it will be quite easy enough to navigate and identify how you want to create. Second, you have to become part of that DPG community, right? So that you get to know what are the things happening, what are the upgrades happening to the DPGs, whether that makes sense to your solution to take it or not. Those kind of decisions you'll be able to make once you become a part of the community, and you can also contribute back to the community. That's kind of a win-win situation.
Yeah, so I think as much as it has a challenge of constant evolution, this may in turn mean that your product is also constantly evolving and growing and probably improving, because DPG may be continually evolving. So that is also an advantage you get by using any of the open source DPGs which are in their growing phase. Anything that you want to add more?
Yeah, so don't look DPG as a static code. It's a journey, right? It's a journey, ongoing journey. It would evolve with that. So you have to have a process where you can evolve your solution with the DPG. So you have to choose first which is the right DPG from available mix, which basically has synergy with your solution that you are building, and have a continuous process where you can take the updates, because it's not a one-time thing, right? DPG would also evolve. So you take a newer features and the things done on the DPG, and then have a process to basically continuously upgrade your solution based on the DPG, and then it would be a journey where you put a word, right? Collaborate on that part, right? You should be also be able to collaborate with the DPG back, give back something, take a new things from them, and then that would be a seamless or it's a fine journey than building something from the scratch yourself.
To private enterprises, so how can private enterprises possibly collaborate with DPG communities to enhance the quality and also adoption of the DPGs in their solution strategies?
So like Kamesh was saying earlier, what we ideally want is a win-win sort of a situation where we have private enterprises, entrepreneurs, startups, etc., engaging with a DPG community, right? So one, you get access to a pool of experts who are established in the field. We've heard from many of them today. A lot of them are here. So you sort of get to share their know-how, their experiences. You get to build on their experiences. Two, you also learn about best practices. So a DPG might have gone through its own cycle of several implementations. You get to know about their best practices and then in turn implement them directly. So that shortens your learning cycles quite a bit. And there are also contributions that you can sort of make, right? As a private enterprise, if you are an early player in the evolution of something like a DPG, you can contribute to emerging industry standards. You'll have a say because you have been involved for a very long time. And also you can again figure out ways to enhance adoption of the building block itself, right? And as an early player, you can sort of bring in new ideas to foster innovation and ensure that the building block adoption grows faster and faster. So it's win-win for everybody in some manner if you look at it, because there's a certain level of contribution that you can do, and there are certain takeaways that you get from the DPG offering as well.
So, anything that you would like to add with respect to the Indian market, where there are certain challenges with respect to diversity of the languages, or different diversity in the digital literacy, and also some infrastructure constraints. So where does these apply in the context of Indian market?
Yeah, I think in context of Indian market, it's a lot more, I think, is relevant. For example, what we have seen with the DPGs of, for example, the language models that I have talked about, that's something which is very unique to India, right? And DPGs like that have a very high potential of, building a lot of solutions very contextual to India, where you can eliminate the language barrier, you can eliminate the digital literacy barrier, for example, where I'm sure there are more solutions that are going to come up using, for example, AI, where users can do a lot of transactions through voice instead of doing typing, right? So since these type of language models, or not just language models, but any kind of, for example, even in case of Diksha, where it's a national education platform, that kind of a India scale can happen only with DPGs and DPIs rather than point solutions, and that's one. And even the solutions, I mean, that's what we realized when we were working on Diksha, right? Where one solution, even for teachers or children in the context of India, will not work, because each state has their own curriculum, each state has their own language, each state has their own methodologies of teaching, right? So you need to have some infrastructure which can actually enable this kind of a diversity, and that is where I think DPI and DPGs have a lot of potential, and that's why they are a lot more relevant, in Indian context.
Yes, yes, absolutely. I think cracking the Indian market is one of the biggest challenges.
There's also a small personal experience I'd like to sort of talk about, given the diversity and the range of problems in India, and of course the great Indian Jugaad, as we call it, right? So we spoke about Anuvad, which is the translation module, and about how Bhashini has used it in order to translate, from one language to another. So again, this is a personal incident. I was visiting a cousin at a hospital. He's a doctor there. And he's a senior doctor there, and he was cribbing about how the bulk of his time today goes into typing up his diagnosis, right? So as a doctor, he comes in the morning, he has to visit, let's say, 40 patients, and then he spends the rest of his day sitting at his computer and typing as doctors do with 2 fingers, pecking at the keyboard, and he has to type out all of his diagnoses into the hospital system. So at that point, he was cribbing about it to me, and I know that Anuvad has a demo on, so if you go to the Bhashini website, they have a section on Anuvad demo, which allows you to enter text in one language and they'll convert it into another language for you. That's a place where you can experience it, a sandbox of sorts. So they have 2 interfaces. One, you can type in the message. They also have a voice interface where you can speak the message, it'll record it, and then it'll translate it. So a thought that came to me at that point was, all this gentleman was trying to do was convert his thoughts into text, right? So I sort of pulled up that on a browser, and I asked him to try it out. So he sort of dictated his notes onto it, and the interface gives you the transcript, and you do a copy paste onto the hospital system straight away. So he was pretty kicked with it because it worked beautifully. It was able to recognize all the medical jargon, all the terms very easily, and it saved him a ton of time. So it's only a question of the right idea striking you at the right time, and there are a varied set of tools available which you can leverage in order to create Jugaad solutions, if you will, right? So that's
just when he's talking about the variety of solutions you can create, it just struck me there are 12 billion QR codes printed in the textbooks across India now, and all of them are, you know, a rich resource of your digital public infrastructure, and you can actually create a lot of solutions on top of it. For example, if you are interested in, let's say, learning for special needs, children with special needs, you can create an app which, when you just scan that QR code in the textbook, provides students with special needs for that specific topic. The QR codes are printed in the textbook in chapter, every chapter in a textbook, right? So, for example, if a mathematics class 7 textbook, there's a real numbers chapter, there is a QR code there, right? And Diksha by default gives certain content curated by the NCRT to the students and teachers, but nothing stops where you know, third-party enterprise can create their own solution, which an app which scans that QR code can give content with content for children with special needs, right? So that's the power of you know, DPIs what we have.
Right, right. It feels very energizing to know like how one small step on the right direction is sort of, you know, creating such a huge impact. So let me not wrap up without discussing the DPI Power AI. So quickly, Kamesh, would you like to say something about how the aspect of solutioning specifically using AI or AI enhanced DPGs?
Yeah. So I think like what I had been mentioning, I think India is quite in a well set situation, especially to understand how you know, AI can be actually used for population, right? Typically, in Western outlook, it's all about how I get you know, more money out of AI, right? Whereas India's outlook has been how AI can do the transformation, right? Of course, AI is great and can do wonders, which we all know, but when we are creating solutions using AI, we should also you know, have certain caution because of the various possible problems with AI. I mean, in my experience, some of the solutions that we have been working on, definitely you don't want to go with a solution unless you pilot it. Of course, this might apply to many of the solutions, but especially with AI, I think that's one thing that you have to ensure. Second is, as much as possible, AI still cannot eliminate, you know, humans. So maybe even for coding, for that matter, it can generate code, but ultimately the developers have to use it, test it, and release it, right? So similarly, a solution that you are developing using AI, as much as possible, try to have a human intervention on top of, you know, what AI gives. That is very, very essential when you are thinking of a solution. For example, even the SUAS, Anuvad, judiciary kind of use case solution, what we have talked about, it is not that, you know, you just put in the judgments, you get the output and gets to publish, right? There is a process where the output is actually reviewed by a set of judges before actually, you know, going out as a published thing, right? So when we are developing a solution, especially with AI, I think at least as of now, we should ensure that caution is, you know, taken care.
Absolutely, yeah. I think it's important to use AI responsibly. Even it is the hot topic, but use it responsibly. Okay, I would quickly like to close the discussion on another note. As we all know, like India has a vibrant community of open source DPIs, and for enterprises, this is a huge opportunity to, you know, use the pool of talent present in the DPI, DPG communities who are actively contributing to the DPG projects, and by probably encouraging the organization employees to contribute to the DPG projects, and which in turn sort of help foster innovation and also sort of fostering a sense of collaboration also in the organizations. So thank you. I think we'll close out the discussion and maybe like have 5 minutes for any questions that the audience has.
Yeah, one question. When we read blocks to solutions, what comes to mind is together we collaborate, together we innovate. So my first question is, when there are early adopters for adopting the existing DPIs or DPGs, how do we maintain the velocity of new versions, and how do we maintain the velocity of new innovation that comes up, let's say, in the coming years? Because there would already be many businesses who would have adopted it. Now we have to really push them, hey, now take the new version and innovate yourself. Because that is a much more bigger exercise that we need to do. So who has the accountability in bringing that innovation to the market? Is it the maintainers of DPIs and DPGs, or is it somebody else?
Yeah. So it's an open source community which publishes their roadmap, and at a set frequency they come out with the new features and all. Now, as an adopter, you would be looking for new features. You can contribute to their new feature list, which is their laundry list of the issues, and add your issue, and then it's a pretty democratic process. If it is basic adopter is there, community would take it up and then build for you. And if you can collaborate, then the chances of building that becomes high. And I've seen this mostly in case of Sunbird. All other building blocks, as soon as the adopter comes in, the new feature cycle churn out is pretty faster. As soon as you say, I need this feature. Because if you have a demand for it, community would provide it to you.
Yeah, just to add to that, I like that first statement that you said about collaboration, leading to innovation. So, innovation at the bottom line, it is both the DPG community as well as the enterprises who use that, together bring the innovation. But I would say that a lot of it would come from the adopters of the DPGs, because that is where the variety of use cases being actually certain specific problems being solved, right? And we have seen that example with, for example, UPI, where the UPI itself, whatever the innovation it brought, is in its simplicity, like what Pramod said, but it enabled a lot of solutions on top of it, right? And that is the real innovation. And that is where I think that DPI is actually going to enable multiple innovations in the market, where you don't need to don't need to fear of, okay, if somebody has created a solution already, I'm not able to participate in that. It enables you to create something new and have your solution differentiated from the others.
Yeah, just to add to that, I think it boils down to one simple concept, which is value. Right? So if you want to take an action which will add a certain amount of value to the offering, somebody else may or may not see the same value in it, because maybe their solution is either not geared towards it or they have a different line of thinking. But as long as your innovation or your sort of plus one to whatever the offering is brings in a certain amount of value, there will be somebody else who needs that value, who project, there is no sort of rigidity around who should pick it up or who shouldn't. But the hope is that eventually that whole cycle of contributing and picking up and generating more and more value for everybody will kick in. That's the ideal state we sort of want to get to.
Can you hear me? Okay. Hey, so just to simplify, and get a simple understanding of everything that's been happening today, let's imagine that, I'm a college kid, definitely not a college kid, but just saying, if I'm starting out and I want to build something, right, on top of DPI, let's say a healthcare app on top of Anuvad, for clinics and doctors you know, who while talking to patients, they want to send SMS prescriptions or something like that, right? Just roughly imagining something. How long does it take to build, or rather, what are the first, you know, 2 to 3 things for someone to do in order to get that product out? How long does it take? Just like, you know, there's a time to start a business in various countries. Similarly, what is the time to build a product using a DPI? And what exactly does a person do? Can you all demystify it? Might be slightly out of the scope of the particular discussion, but yeah, I would love to know.
Okay. I think this is that part wouldn't be too much different from you know, building any other product or a solution, right? Where the first thing that you would want to do is ensure whatever you have in mind as a solution has business value, right? So once you have proved yourself and you have certain funding available for that, it's all about you know, understanding the DPI obviously will be the first thing you need to do, and most of the DPIs, I mean, whatever, for example, Bhashini or Sunbird building blocks, they do have enough documentation for you to start, just to get a first cut idea in terms of what they provide, right? So getting an understanding of that will be the second step. And once you have that, if you are using a DPI, for example, like a Bhashini, it also provides you know, developer API access for you to actually test out, integrate and test out your solution, right? So that will be the next step. And finally, once you have that solution and it is proven for certain value, you can go to that DPI owner requesting for a production access and you know, go and roll out. That's pretty much the steps. And in a time wise, I don't think it's much different from any other product development, except actually you save the time for the piece that you're using.
Yeah, just to add to that, while we technically say you will save time, you know, given the state of maturity the different building blocks are, it may often be that, you know, you have to invest a significant amount of time in order to understand the block, in order to fine-tune it for your needs, like, you know, Nitin was also saying earlier. But what we would like to sort of look at it is consider it as an investment, because tomorrow when you are at a stage where you want to scale faster, you want to bring in elements of reliability, then you don't really have to go back to the drawing board. You have a piece that will work for you out of the box, right? So yeah, I don't know if it's possible to quantify time to that extent as of now, but there is a certain level of investment that will be required, but consider it investment for the future.
Hi, thanks guys for walking us through various products. I had two questions actually. One is on how do we demonstrate value in terms of the cost or the returns on the DPI based investments, especially for government based clients, at least like from your past experiences, if you can share any statistics on how did you propose that value and then, you know, convince them on building solutions on DPIs. That is one question. And second question is, in terms of the challenges, like I'm specifically talking about government ecosystems because my organization primarily deals with state governments in India. So second question is how there are challenges of migrating from existing platforms or like applications that they already have to DPI based platforms and solutions. So again, in that scenario, there is a lot of flux that is undergone into that. And again, how do you convince them in terms of efforts or like the technical feasibility and like, you know, basically convincing them on the long-term value proposition of DPIs?
Okay, I'll start on it and probably people can add on. So specific to working with governments and government departments, right? At least in my experience, I mean, there might be other opinions out there, but the relationship that you have with the officer or the person heading the department or whoever is very critical, because at least so far, I've not found a very objective framework or a very objective method alone to convince an entire department to align with your project. That is nearly impossible, at least so far in my experience that has been the case. So you need to find one person or that one panel of individuals who are convinced, who believe in your solution, for which, of course, you go armed with sufficient data, right? You have some pilot projects which have been done, and you have sufficient proof, and nothing works like numbers, right, in that case. So the Saral project for which, about which I spoke. So there is significant value addition in terms of that numbers that you show, right? Something that took 6 months earlier can now be done in 2 weeks. So that is very easy to sort of accept, and there will be lesser resistance. So use a couple of pilots, a couple of, it may be from elsewhere as well, but use a couple of points to make your case and see if you're able to establish a relationship. Once you're able to get a foot in the door, then a couple of more pilots where you establish credibility. You have to sort of bond with the entire ecosystem. That you have to have somebody within the system speak for you. You can't come in as an outsider and tell them how to do their jobs. At least that's what we've seen, right? So if you can win in stakeholders within the ecosystem, within the government ecosystem, have them speak for you, they sort of gain their trust slowly. That's one of the ways to get in. But the bad news there is, because you're people dependent, if somebody leaves and somebody else comes in, you have to kickstart that whole process over again, which is why you have to sort of spread your roots a little wide and ensure that one person moving out will not derail your project. So that's one thing I wanted to talk about.
Yeah, just to add one more point. One is, it's always good if you can identify a champion within the government organization who can actually take it. Other thing which kind of in our experience which worked is what we call as a +1 approach, right? Where already there are certain processes set in by the government, and we have to understand what their working process is currently, and whatever solution that we are proposing should be just a one-step addition to what they are doing, rather than saying that this will have to completely change, right? That is something which will be very, very essential when we are putting it out there. And we'll also have to prepare that it's a step-by-step process. For example, for Diksha, when we talked about a national platform with textbooks from all the states having QR codes with the linked digital content, this didn't happen in a few months, right? We started, the national MOE and NCRT were looking for a platform, and they have kind of rolled out. But it is the states who have to actually use it, right? So we had to work with each state one by one. Like first few months, we had a target of 5 states, where we closely worked with some organizations who have already been working with the state in this education. And again, saying that this is a +1 approach. You are already printing the textbooks. All you have to do is now add a QR code on top of it, right? So that's kind of work. And then once you have a proof of this working in few states, that's how other states can come in, and that's how it works.
Okay. Thank you so much. The questions can be taken offline. Please don't worry about it. And a special thanks to the audience member for being so enthusiastic even after having such a long day. And a big round of applause to all of you guys, because you guys are
Thank you very
amazing.
much.
And an amazing applause to our panel, because I think a lot of questions were raised and some of them were answered. Few questions are still left. We can ask them offline. Thank you so much. And now we'll break off for a tea. So we'll be back by 5:10. Try to keep the time sharp, because we have other sessions coming up. So we'll reach back by 5:10. Till then, enjoy your tea break. Thank you. So I request each one of you to take your seat. And let's move on with the sessions.
So good evening. So from morning, we are listening to the terminology called MuLearn, the community, the initiative, let's say. So what is MuLearn? Maybe some of you already know what is MuLearn and what it is about and the vision behind it. So now let's look into the journey of a student in MuLearn. Okay.
എൻ്റെ പേര് ആമി. ഇതെൻ്റെ കഥയാ. എല്ലാ പെൺകുട്ടികൾക്കും ഒരു സ്വപ്നമുണ്ട്, പഠിച്ച് ജോലി ഉണ്ടാക്കുക, നല്ല പൈസ ഉണ്ടാക്കുക. അങ്ങനെ നല്ല സ്വപ്നങ്ങളുമായി ഞാൻ എൻജിനീയറിംഗ് കോളേജിലെത്തി. സത്യത്തിൽ പഠിച്ചു തുടങ്ങിയവരാണ് കോഴ്സിനെക്കുറിച്ചും ജോലി സാധ്യതയെക്കുറിച്ചും കൂടുതൽ അറിയുന്നത്. എല്ലാ കോഴ്സുകളും പോലെ വേറൊരു കോഴ്സല്ലേ എന്നൊരു തോന്നൽ. സ്വപ്നം കണ്ടതല്ലേ ഇനി വെറുതെ ആയോ? ഇതുവരെയുള്ള പ്രയാസവും ഉപ്പാൻ്റെ കഷ്ടപ്പാടുകളും മനസ്സിൽ തെളിഞ്ഞു വന്നു. വലിയ പ്രതീക്ഷയോടാണ് ഓല എന്നെ എൻജിനീയറിങ്ങിന് അയച്ചത്. ഓല വിഷമിപ്പിക്കാൻ പറ്റൂലല്ലോ. മനസ്സിലാകെ ഒരു മരവിപ്പ്. ആകാശത്തെ നക്ഷത്രങ്ങളെ നോക്കി വിഷമം പറയുമ്പോഴാണ് ഒരു കുഞ്ഞു നക്ഷത്രം മിന്നാരം പോലെ പായുന്നത് ഞാൻ കണ്ടത്. അതിൻ്റെ നീണ്ട വാല് എൻ്റെ ഓർമ്മയിൽ ഏടിയോ തട്ടിയ പോലെ. ഹായ് MuLearn. നിങ്ങൾക്ക് മുന്നിൽ 1000 അവസരങ്ങളാണ്. മാഷിൻ്റെ ശബ്ദം ഇപ്പോഴും മുഴങ്ങുന്നു. സത്യത്തിൽ ഞാൻ എക്സൈറ്റഡ് ആയി. MuLearnൻ്റെ ആകാശത്ത് ഞാനും ഒരു കുഞ്ഞു നക്ഷത്രമായി മാറി. പിന്നെ അങ്ങോട്ട് ഒരാവേശമായിരുന്നു. അങ്ങനെ ഞാൻ MuLearnലെ ചങ്ങായിമാരെ പരിചയപ്പെടുത്തുന്ന ഡിസ്കോഡ് ചാറ്റ് റൂമിലെത്തി. എന്നെപ്പോലെ തന്നെ കുറേ പേർ. എത്ര പെട്ടെന്നാണ് എല്ലാവരും കൂട്ടായത്. സത്യം പറയട്ടെ, എൻ്റെ പേടിയൊക്കെ മാറി. ഹായ്, മൈ നെയിം ഈസ് ആമി. ഐ ആം ഫ്രം കണ്ണൂർ. പൊട്ട ഇംഗ്ലീഷാ. കുറേ മുടിയുള്ള ഒരു വട്ടക്കണ്ണട വെച്ച സൽമാൻ ചേട്ടനാണ് എന്നെ സോൾട്ട് മാംഗോ ട്രീയിൽ എത്തിച്ചത് എൻ്റെ ഇംഗ്ലീഷ് ശരിയാക്കാൻ. അന്നേരമാണ് ഏഞ്ചൽ ഏച്ചി വന്ന് ടൈപ്പിംഗ് സ്പീഡിനെ പറ്റി പറഞ്ഞത്. എൻ്റെ സ്പീഡ് പോരെ പോലും. അടക്ക്, ഇപ്പോൾ കാണിച്ചുതരാം. ഒരു കോമ്പറ്റീഷൻ സ്പിരിറ്റോടെ ആമി ടൈപ്പ് ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങി. കണ്ണേട്ടി ടൈപ്പ് ചെയ്തു. ഇപ്പം അന്തം വിട്ടു. ടൈപ്പിംഗ് സ്പീഡിൽ ഈ ആമി ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു പുലിയാ. അനക്ക് തന്നെ എന്നെപ്പറ്റി ഇപ്പോൾ ഒരു മതിപ്പുണ്ട്. എൻ്റെ ആവേശം പോവാതെ നിർത്തിയത് MuLearn ഇൻസ്പിരേഷൻ റേഡിയോ ആണ്. ഞാൻ കേട്ടതും പഠിച്ചതും എൻ്റെ ട്യൂഷൻ കുട്ടികൾക്കും പറഞ്ഞു കൊടുത്തു. പിന്നെ സ്കിൽ ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റിൻ്റെ ഭാഗമായി കുറേ കാര്യങ്ങൾ പഠിച്ചു. GitHub, കമാൻഡ് ലൈൻ, HTML, അങ്ങനെ പലതും. അങ്ങനെ എനിക്ക് കുറേ കർമ്മ പോയിൻറ്റ്സും കിട്ടി. അപ്പോഴത്തേക്കും പരീക്ഷയായി. MuLearn എക്സാം പ്രിപ്പറേഷൻ ഉള്ളതുകൊണ്ട് പരീക്ഷ ഈസിയായി. 2 ദിവസം കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ ഒരു ചേട്ടൻ വന്ന് ഇൻ്റർനെറ്റ് ഓഫ് തിങ്സിനെ കൊണ്ടൊരു ക്ലാസ് എടുത്തു. ഹോ, എന്താ സാധനം അത്! ഞാൻ ഏതായാലും IoTയും വെബ് ഡെവലപ്മെൻറ്റും UXും പഠിക്കാൻ തീരുമാനിച്ചു. കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെ ഇപ്പോൾ വലിയ തമാശയാണ്. ഉമ്മക്ക് ചെടിക്ക് വെള്ളമൊഴിക്കാനും നമ്മൾ സോയ്ക്ക് കാറ്റ് ഫീഡ് കൊടുക്കാനും വരെ സാധനങ്ങളായി. അങ്ങനെ കുറേ ദിവസം കഴിഞ്ഞപ്പോൾ എനിക്ക് നോളജ് മിഷനിൽ നിന്നും ഒരു ഗിഫ്റ്റ് കിട്ടി. എന്നായിരിക്കും അത്? ഹായ്, ഒരു IoT ടൂൾ കിറ്റ്. എനിക്ക് സന്തോഷം കൊണ്ട് നിൽക്കാൻ പറ്റിയില്ല. നമ്മളെ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് ഗ്രൂപ്പിലെ എല്ലാവർക്കും ഭയങ്കര സന്തോഷമായി. എല്ലാ ആഴ്ചയും ഓഫീസ് അവേഴ്സിലൂടെ ഇൻഡസ്ട്രിയിലെ ടോപ്പ് മെൻറ്റേഴ്സുമായി സംസാരിക്കാനും സംശയം ചോദിക്കാനും ഉള്ളൊരു അവസരമാണ് പിന്നെ വന്നത്. വേറെ കോളേജിലെ കുട്ടികളുടെ പ്രൊജക്റ്റിനെ പറ്റിയും അറിയാൻ പറ്റി. അന്നേരമാണ് നമ്മളെ പെരുന്നാൾ വരുന്നത്, ബൂട്ട് ക്യാമ്പ്. ഇപ്രാവശ്യം ഈ ആമിക്കും കിട്ടി ഒരു ഇൻവിറ്റേഷൻ. തിരുവനന്തപുരത്തേക്കൊരു യാത്ര. ഒറ്റയ്ക്ക് ഇത്രയും ദൂരം ഉപ്പ വിടുമോ? പക്ഷെ ഉപ്പ വിട്ടു. ഉപ്പ അന്നെക്കാളും കോൺഫിഡൻസ് ഉപ്പാക്കാം. ടെൻഷൻ അടിച്ചാണ് പോയതെങ്കിലും തിരുവനന്തപുരത്ത് എന്നെ സ്വീകരിക്കാൻ എൻ്റെ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് ഗ്രൂപ്പിലെ എല്ലാവരും ഉണ്ടായിരുന്നു. സത്യം പറഞ്ഞാൽ ഓരെന്നെ സർപ്രൈസ് ചെയ്തു. അങ്ങനെ ഈ ആമി ടെക്നോ പാർക്കിലെത്തി. ടെക്നോ പാർക്കിലെ ബൂട്ട് ക്യാമ്പ് ഉഷാറായി. പൊളിയായിരുന്നു കേട്ടോ. കേട്ട് മാത്രം പരിചയമുള്ള കുറേ ആൾക്കാരെ ഞാൻ അവിടെ കണ്ടു. അടിച്ചു പൊളിക്കാൻ പിന്നെയുണ്ടായിരുന്നു കാര്യങ്ങൾ. ഓപ്പൺ മൈക്ക്. എനിക്ക് തന്നെ എന്നെ വിശ്വസിക്കാനായില്ല. ഞാൻ സ്റ്റാൻഡപ്പ് കോമഡി പറഞ്ഞു, അതും ഇംഗ്ലീഷിൽ. ഞാൻ തീരെ പ്രതീക്ഷിച്ചില്ല. എല്ലാവരും ചിരിച്ചു കേട്ടോ. ഈ ആമിയാരാ മോള്. താങ്ക്സ് ടു സോൾട്ട് മാംഗോ ട്രീ. ബൂട്ട് ക്യാമ്പിൻ്റെ ഒച്ചപ്പാടൊക്കെ കഴിഞ്ഞ് പുരയിലെത്തി. കോളേജിലാണെങ്കിൽ ഇൻട്രസ്റ്റ് ഗ്രൂപ്പിൽ പുതിയ കുട്ടികളും എത്തി. ഇപ്പോൾ ആമി ജൂനിയേഴ്സിന് ക്ലാസ് എടുത്തു തുടങ്ങി. പിന്നെ വന്നത് ഹാക്കത്തോണാണ്. രാത്രിയും പകലും എന്നില്ലാണ്ട് ഉറക്കം ഉളച്ചിരുന്ന് പ്രോബ്ലം സോൾവിങ്ങും ബ്രെയിൻ സ്റ്റോമിങ്ങും നടത്തി. ഓരോ ആക്ടിവിറ്റി കഴിയുമ്പോഴും എൻ്റെ കർമ്മ പോയിൻറ്റ്സ് കൂടി. MuLearnൽ എൻ്റെ പ്രൊഫൈലും മെച്ചപ്പെട്ടു. അതിൻ്റെയൊക്കെ എൻ്റെ കോൺഫിഡൻസും. ഉപ്പാക്കാണ് പേയ്മെൻറ്റിന് QR കോഡായി. ഇപ്പോൾ ഉപ്പാൻ്റെ ചായപ്പീടിയൽ ബ്ലോഗേഴ്സ് എല്ലാം എത്തിത്തുടങ്ങി. പിന്നെ എന്തെല്ലാം മാറിയത്! നമ്മളെ നാട്ടിലെ കുറുക്കൻ പാറയും പെരിങ്ങത്തൂർ പുഴയും ട്രിപ്പ് അഡ്വൈസറിൽ കയറി. എല്ലാം ഈ ആമി കാരണം. നമ്മളെ ഹാർഡ് വർക്ക് നമ്മളിൽ കുറേ പേരെ മ്യൂവേഴ്സിൽ എത്തിച്ചു. മ്യൂവേഴ്സ് ഓപ്പർച്യൂണിറ്റീസിൻ്റെ ഒരു സ്വർഗ്ഗമാണ്. കുറേ ഫ്രീലാൻസ് പ്രൊജക്റ്റ്, പിന്നെ ഓഫേഴ്സ്. എനിക്കിപ്പോൾ ജോലി അന്വേഷിച്ച് എവിടെയും പോണ്ട. ഈ MuLearnഉം അവസരങ്ങളൊക്കെ സൗജന്യമാണ് കേട്ടോ. താങ്ക്സ് ഫോർ MuLearn. യു മെയ്ഡ് മീ.
Good evening, all. So, like we have been listening about MuLearn from the morning. So I just wanted to start with like why we have MuLearn, because there are a lot of players in there, and MuLearn is a open network where knowledge transfer happens for free. Everybody comes there, learn, teach, and build. And zero financial transaction happens in the network, but value exchange happens. Normally we say like time is equal to money. Here time is equal to value, but the value is created for someone, and I might be getting back my value at some other point of time whenever I am in need. So it is a collectivistic movement. Kerala is known for collectivistic movement. You know, like whenever flood happens, like people came together, started collection centers, people did the collection and supported the place whenever there was a need, right? So today, there is a problem. So we know that we were talking about digital capital, because DPI actually take our digital public infrastructure. They actually ensure like that is we have a very good digital capital in the country. But it is not just the case, right? That is we also need the human capital to adapt and implement these things so that we can ride these waves of change. And we know that we are in a place where unprecedented change happening for each and every technologies. Skills, shelf life is getting shrinked. Previously we can learn one skill and then we can live with that skill for longer period. Engineering degree prepares people to get a degree and live the rest of the life with that skill that was earned, but later it came down to 10 years, 5 years, and right now you see like, as we speak, many of the technologies, many of the skills that we had acquired are becoming obsolete. So what should we prepare our students for? So basically what is required is something called transferable skills. The core thing is they should learn how to learn by themselves and asking to peers. Self-learn, peer learn, and apply what they have learned to build things and ship it. Because right now in the industry also, we are facing a unprecedented challenge, like companies are checking many of those jobs as redundant jobs that need to be replaced soon by AI agents. And the most invested companies today are the ones who are creating AI agents to replace jobs. Right? And in the industry also people have to acquire that skill, how to learn new things by themselves or asking to peer and start applying it. So the problem right now, that is, we have a lot of solutions right now. That is, we have honest, of course we have the network which is interoperable. We are making the skills or the courses available. We are having the scholarships available for acquiring that skill. We are having the job opportunities listed. We have a lot of agencies who are working on it. All the universities are trying to change the curriculum. But the problem is, the delays in acquiring and implementing the new knowledge or the velocity of the knowledge transmission. As per the current situation, like the amount of new technological information that is created every day, every year, is much higher than what have been accumulated over the past 50 years. Right? So, is it actually possible to bundle it as a course, have someone as a trainer, go and train on all those technologies? Because technology was announced only 1 week ago, or today the new things, new skills have to be acquired, right? New opportunities are coming in. And second one is the current pedagogical approaches. For example, the finishing school model. At the time that we actually plan, prepare, and execute things and make it available for the students, what happens is like many of those things become redundant. And the most important thing is like the aspiration. That is, we say like companies come here and students lack new age skills. And they also do not have aspiration to learn. They are not attentive in the classrooms. They are in the classroom just for getting the attendance. Right? Students are here, right? Is it right? But the question is, are we teaching the relevant things that is required for the industry in their curriculum? What is necessary currently in the industry? The bundle that has been created has some foundational things, but most of the knowledge that are required for them is outside their bundle. But if they have to go out and get that, they will have attendance problem and they might not be able to write the examinations. And then we were asking the Vice Chancellor, like, can you actually remove that attendance criteria, just because our students are the one who are most quick learners, they study on the previous day of the examination and they pass with very good marks. How many of you have the classroom, utilize the classroom trainings and remember those things and apply it in the examinations? Is there anyone? When will you study? Because they are capable of doing that. You just see, I will give an example. Backend, that is, this Sunbird even happened just because for top 100 coders, I gave them a challenge to learn backend. And within 3 days, without proper documentation, that is, we have Fayez, the architect, engineer at backend, that is, he was there with the team, that is, they were able to learn it in 3 days and implement it and make a network up in 3 days' time. And Sujit Nair came here to meet the students because he's telling like it takes a month or a few weeks minimum to train a new person towards that. And these people are self-learners and peer learners. And they love to do that. And lack of connectivity and direction. I just want to tell you another story. Like in MuLearn, there was a competition that got reported from Meta, Facebook, on creating Instagram filters or using Spark AR. There is a global competition that happened. None of the students know Spark AR. We asked that whether you know how to draw. Draw a picture and send it because you have to create Instagram filters for applying in that competition. So what happened is like around 56 students draw pictures and submit it. We just have our community partner come there and teach them Spark AR and they submitted it to the Meta's global competition. Out of 200 winners around the world, 27 was from that batch and they won 18 lakh rupees. You should understand, our kids are extremely capable to learn new things and compete in the global market. But they do not have the identity where they have to spend their energy. And they do not have access to those technologies and there is lack of connectivity and direction. They do not know who is there to support them on that. So we have to prepare them for the future and we should let them do self-initiated learning tracks. In MuLearn, pick it. If it is movie making, there is Dulquer Salman's foundation. They are doing workshops for movie makers. But the student has to come up with proof of work. They have to create short videos and do it. And learning from individualistic, that we always have individualistic learning things, but it should be collective. They should peer learn. They should come as a group and learn because the amount of technology information that is getting generated on each day, it is not possible for each and everyone to together go and grab themselves. What should happen? One person will learn one thing, another person will learn another thing, the third person will learn the third thing, and they come together and collaborate and exchange. What happened? 3 people come and think, that is they go back with 9 skills, right? Each person has 3 skills together. So that is the only way they can accommodate these things and individualistic, collectivistic and developing skills through action-oriented method. For example, in MuLearn, we do not accept certificates. That is, we can provide verifiable credentials, but if you take an example of web development, we come up with proof of work or challenges. They have to go and bring one tea shop online, collect the requirements, build a website for a tea shop, and be ready to be ridiculed. Share it with the peers, let the peer review it and give you the feedback, correct it, deploy it and let them use it. You can give a QR code to that shop and tell like www.thistshop.com is your website and let people start using it and give you feedback. And then you get your karma points for learning web development. So applying it for real world application instead of doing it and keeping it in their shelf or in their laptop. Let it go out and give it, gain the feedback from that. And next one is the engagement through gamification. We have 7 layers that we created because it is not just about knowledge and information. It is not just about skills and abilities. It is also about attitude and values. Perseverance and grit is something, the key for them. So we take them through 7 levels Initially they network, then they show the perseverance through certain challenges. They have to persevere for 10 days. For example, they have to master the keyboard, build one skill. Every day they have to type and learn to type without looking, or they study prompt engineering. In the learn prompting in the third level, they learn a lot of tools, GitHub, command line and all those things. Then they get to the fourth level where they actually select the learning path. If it is music interest group, there is Artist Fraternity of Kerala who will support them, and they will tell like, professionally you have to hold the mic like this when you sing. They are learning directly from the people who are practicing. There is no middle layer. There is no trainers. This is not a spa, it is a gym. We provide all the resources to them. We provide them excitement. We give them challenge. And they start engaging with that, and that is the success of MuLearn today. So the co-creation capacity building to meet future. And we also let the people come together because we didn't want to duplicate any effort. We are not content creators. We have think tank groups based on for each interest group. They meet every month. For example, there is a think tank group from Pathway, Google, different people that people come together. But we want to ensure these think tanks also keep updated with the learning technologies, right? Growing technologies. So what happens is students' responsibility of the interest group is to learn whatever things are new in the past 1 month and report it in the think tank meeting. Think tanks apply their knowledge, their experience, and tell like, oh, this is something good, you have to practice. And this is the proof of work that you have to do to prove that you have learned it. They build it, they publish it to get it peer reviewed, and it is falsifiable. Whether they learn the skill or not is falsifiable. It is not a certificate, that is with a hidden validation mechanism. Anything that in MuLearn, if you want to gain karma points, you should have a proof of work which is falsifiable. So instead of proof of skills, that is, instead of certificate, we actually ask them to show the proof of work, show your code, show your video that you created. If you want to be a movie editor, be ready to be ridiculed, be ready to face the failure. And engagement through gamification, and then so we represent the 280 plus IT companies in the state, group of technology companies, GTech. So what we ask companies is to stop talent hunting. Hunting was something that we did before civilization. We should start talent farming. So each company should come with vendors, contribute, and you can hire people from MuLearn for free. There is no financial transactions happens in the network. Everything you just give value, take value from the system. Value exchanged for value. And what we did is like, there are different government agencies that is working on it. Let's come together and work together. Whatever courses that you are doing, we will give you proof of work. You just take it to your think tanks. They will help you create the proof of work, and let them, along with giving the certificate, let them have a proof of work that can be shown. So why should they create resume? Let the work speak. And different communities out there, all the communities, let them work together, and all the government agencies, as well as the universities are having tie-up with us today. And this is the way that is setting learning pathways by the industry curated challenges and student engages, peer learn, and every week there will be office hours for each interest group. That is 1 hour, mentors will be available. For example, web interest group office hours means web development interest group students from different campuses come and connect and network, building relationship and connection with similar interest people. That is where the fun begins. And then they have to publish the work, peer review, mentor approved, and they get the karma point minted. And social capital is something that they get. And then internship, gig work, and fellowship they get after, once they get to level 7. If they get to level 7, that is, they selected the learning path at level 4. Level 5, they actually have to get access to hackathons and boot camps. Then they have to build and ship. They should have a live If it is a web development, they should have a live website. Then they get to the level 7. And as of today, we just brought everyone in Kerala as partners, like all the agencies there, and include Google. Google developers actually right now publicize their community leaders through MuLearn, because it is about working together. Collaborative competition is the need. There is a problem that there is a lot of people that is going to become irrelevant in the near future. The people who have access to that knowledge on technology and who doesn't have, there is going to be a digital divide. And MuLearn is something that is, we started small. It is just like we didn't have much publicity or anything. That is, we just word of mouth, because we are setting up a culture here in Kerala. And the culture, setting a culture means what majority thinks is the culture. So we just want people who are ready to put effort, use it as a gym to be on the network. And that is where the 30,000 students in the network, 1,000+ projects they are working on, hundreds of LLM projects they are working on, the AI interest group. There is blockchain, AR, VR, movie, or even music industry. So it is not just about technology. Anything of their passion, just find whether you are good at it. Explore it for free. Build skills, earn your first dollar or first revenue by gaining that skills. And there are impact projects which they can come and collaborate and work together at MuLearn. So you have seen the check-in, right? That is, you checked in, make my pass. It was done by students in MuLearn. You might have seen a photograph, grab your photos after this, that is done by MuLearn. So the video camera and all those things, that is MuLearn students who are interested in movie. There's a movie interest group, and those people are also earning while they are learning by doing real video editing. So right now we have been working with Sujit Nair, as well as the problem is, like, I am maintaining a garden today, but we have to scale. Kerala ecosystem in Kerala students, Kerala government, Kerala industry, and Kerala's academia coming together. So if it has to go to other place, we should define the schema and let it scale. And each place there should be another owners, and MuLearn should be in a way like, this is just one dot I created, multiple dots get created, and it will become interconnected where value exchange happen. And that is what we are trying to do. Right now, on last top 100 quarters, they have created MuLearn Open Protocol. It is a UPA for education, because right now we have a MUID. Actually, the government of Kerala has a DWMS portal, Dynamic Workforce Management Portal, that is students, while they register, it asks for MuLearn ID, and it shows the karma points through an API after the consent from the student. So the API is already connected, and companies are looking for karma points in Kerala, because it is run by the group of technology companies. So all the companies already know the value of karma points, because it sets new talent filter. It is their aspiration towards learning and the perseverance in learning. And there is, and once it becomes to the network, there are 3 things that is discoverable through our network. That is, one is talents for hiring. There can be gig work, that is skilled resource who want to take gig works. There can be gig portal front-end applications can be created. And third one is a lot of products that are being developed here with proper mentorship. Every 3 months there is something called in 50 hours. You just come with your product, 50 hours of grooming happens, and then you can take your product and pitch in front of real investors like Unicorn Ventures and Conclave Ventures. They are looking for that. And there are companies like Open Finance. Ajish said he started his first idea in 50 hours that we conducted earlier. So he is coming back and contributing back, because he became a unicorn, coming with an idea which he didn't know how to build it. The community built it for him. And right now, he is into the Asia's largest microfinance company, right? So there is GigWorks, KarmaNet, and Career. There can be different types of products or protocol. We are defining the protocols, and we want to make it as a DPG, MuLearn completely as a DPG, but we are working on it, and I hope like in next couple of months we should be able to make it happen, and we have very good support system there, and that's it. Any questions? Okay, so and then regarding ONDC, we have the backend open collective right now started within MuLearn. We have a group of students who are learning backend, and we want their proof of work as going and connecting the shops, local kirana stores or local shops to the ONDC network. That might be the proof of work that we want to ask, and we are working on that. Thank you. Yeah, the 7-year-old kids are there, school students are there who are building products, who are working on backend also. I think somebody on the 10 standards already contributed to the backend core. There is pull request got accepted, and there are a lot of contributions happening around. And I can you will be seeing a lot of people who are here who got the privilege to attend the event by gaining karma points. And even Huddle Global, which is a paid event by government or startup mission, it is 5,000 rupees to register, but for students with 5,000 plus karma points, it is free access. So MuLearn gives them access, and money should not be the barrier for them to get access to anything here. That is what it is. And I request like everyone, it is a volunteer network. It is completely driven by volunteers. There are hundreds of volunteers who are working with me on that from the industry. So anybody who want to be part of it, please feel free to connect to me. Thank you.
Check. There's a small announcement before we move on to the next session. An Innova car with the number 4004 is causing a minor block. So if it's not your car, I know. So no. So yeah, just letting you know that there's a car, Innova car, 4004 number. It's causing a minor block. So if you know someone who has an Innova car, please relay this message. And yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Deepu, for that interesting talk. I have to say one thing. I was thinking about this. I don't know whether it's a correct statement or not, but as I started my anchoring here, I mentioned that India is going through a leap of technological revolution. Similarly, MuLearn is bringing about a leap of revolution, which is revolutionizing and democratizing the education system without the shambles or threads of conventional system. So a huge round of applause for all the people who are the part of MuLearn family, because I personally believe that it takes a lot of courage to bring about a change at this magnitude. So yeah, without wasting much time, let's move on to the next session. The next session is about ONDC. Find out how India is leading the charge in transforming network-led solutions to bring in equity and transparency. And to have the session, we have our speaker, Mr. Nitin Mishra, CTO, ONDC. With a round of applause, please welcome Mr. Nitin Mishra.
Hello. A very good evening to all of you. First of all, thanks for having me, to the organizer, Step. I think one of the advantages of having a session in the end is that most of the things that you plan to talk about have already been covered. So I really don't have to jog my brain and then sort of talk at a very, very high level, and then open it up for more interactions. And I'm more comfortable in interaction mode of presentation than anything else. But I think, you know, a lot of things that we talked about around DPI, DPG, and it's no more a, you know, mere keyword. It would have been a keyword if I'd used it in 2000s, 2003s, 2004. DPI, DPG was, you know, sort of evolving into a shape with many different names at that particular time. But that I think the principles of DPI, DPG when it was put forth was fundamentally to create equitable access. And you know, let me repeat the word equitable. It has a very deep meaning, because when you actually try democratize you know, values and economic values, or you know, fundamental social values, equity actually becomes a very important element. Equity fundamentally means that you are creating a space for everyone to operate upon, right? You have people coming from, you know, the bottom of the pyramid strata to people who actually are serving the higher strata societies. This maps actually tells you about a lot of, you know, DPI ecosystem that actually got created. Of course, Aadhaar has been the spear. Aadhaar has been the, you know, the leader in the ecosystem with establishing a DPI standard and giving you an ID and credential foundation. Then of course the UPI came. UPI basically provided payment interfaces. Then of course there were open data, MOSPI, and many other. Thank you so much. And many other you know, frameworks that basically provide payment and data. Of course, GST system and e-invoicing introduced us to you know, to the taxation and you know, invoice authentication. And then finally you had you know, transaction layer, which is what is being solved by ONDC. The fundamental concept of ONDC is again based on open networks, right? When you are basically trying to create democratized mode of operation or transaction. Imagine somebody sitting, you know, in Jharkhand. It's a very interesting case study that we talk about. Jharkhand, in a tribal area of Jharkhand, there is a very small place called Dumka, you know, and the tribals there use bamboo threads. And you know, we have started now seeing a lot of bamboo stories that is coming in. Those with bamboo thread actually make a very special sort of a towel. I mean, I don't know whether they call it towel in the northern part of the country. It's called gamcha, and in east part of the country, it's called gamocha. So that gamosha is basically you know, a very interesting piece of cloth which is supposedly you know, keep you warm during winters and keep you you know, cold during summers if you use it after bath and all. This is a small tribal group that basically manufactures this. For them to have access to the market beyond Jharkhand was a difficult task, right? They used to either get, you know, in the state-sponsored industry, in the state-sponsored melas, or they used to get some central government funding where these people used to travel over to Delhi Haat, and then, you know, offer their products at sale. Even there also, you know, they were not sure of the product. You know, what should be the price of the product? Is it what the price being offered? Is it really the real price? Can I actually, you know, garner better price if I basically go and sell in one location over the other? All these problems. Now, if you basically want to solve for these people, right? Democratization of commerce is a fundamental foundation, and we have to make sure that there are people who have motivation and wherewithal to solve for these people. And they can be very small technologists or you know, social activists, which could actually build technology rails to enable such people to be able to transact. I think a lot of these examples we have talked about, government has a lot of focus on agri as a market. We are working on integrating you know, national agricultural market, electronic NAM, or what we call as eNAM, to integrate with ONDC. It's already live, by the way, and there are about 7 or 8 denotified entities that have actually gone live. Of course, COVID, I don't have to say much. It was basically you know, a boon, especially when the country was undergoing a massive you know, tragedy. Of course, B2B, B2C, and you know, a lot of you know, logistics and infra. LPPT is a very you know, what do you call, is a very aspirational project of Ministry of Commerce, who's basically trying to map the whole logistics chain across across the country, and trying to figure out what producers go from where, and then, you know, actually put the cold storages at very strategic locations in order to provide the rails for rails for the products to move. Some of these numbers, they stand testimony to the growth that the DPI, DPG have actually seen over the last 20 odd years. 1.38 billion Aadhaar, and each time I read this number, I suddenly figure out these numbers have changed. About 11 billion monthly UPI transactions, 50 billion Jan Dhan accounts enabled by Aadhaar, 15 million GST registrations. Every day, GST system is validating approximately 100 crore invoices. We are now seeing a massive transformation where government is talking about bringing B2C also into the system. These numbers are staggering. While they look staggering, right? The whole DPI and DPG ecosystem, by distributing these numbers in their local value ecosystem, has actually made it possible that these numbers, while they look staggering, they are not very difficult to handle. Imagine, what would have been the plight of the farmers who basically now receive direct benefit from the government had it not been for Aadhaar. Because of Aadhaar, what India would have achieved in 50 years, India achieved in less than 6 years. The amount of people who basically, got banked in India because of Aadhaar as DPI, DPG was fundamentally, because of this whole DPI, DPG concept that the architects of DPI, DPG actually thought about. Of course, all these DPIs, and we know e-invoicing, we know UPI has gone global. We are seeing at least 5 different countries who are now implementing UPI. 2 have already gone live. Then Nepal, Indonesia, and then of course Singapore. Although there's a different implementation, but Singapore government is also working to enable UPI. We have 6 classic examples where UPI is becoming a reality for real-time money movement and transaction. E-invoicing, if you look at what UAE has done, UAE has implemented a very similar model to the e-invoicing model that India has implemented by getting it authenticated to private ERPs, which is becoming the authenticated invoices for many other purposes, including loans, purchase financing, so on and so forth. ONDC, in those lines, is also in touch with at least Singapore and UAE to bring in those. In fact, we have had a pilot order placed between India and Singapore on ONDC rails about a few months ago. We are actually establishing that protocol. We are establishing that whole protocol construct in a more better way. In all likelihood, we will see success in the month of June when you will see at least 3 or 4 participants in Singapore transacting on ONDC rails. How is it creating an impact, right? Imagine you are going to buy vegetables to a local market. The whole payment ecosystem has undergone a massive revolution. If you go to him in older days, you'll have some cash in your pocket, or you may not have cash in your pocket. There are problems. He's handling his products with wet hands. He used to have cash. Whenever he is returning the change, the customer is not accepting that money. All of those problems, and of course, because of the cash pressures, his product is also not getting sold at the right price. With the advent of UPI, imagine the way the life of a small vegetable vendor has changed. Today, they are getting this money directly into their banks. There is no security issue. They basically are saving. They are also saving that money out of whatever is going into their bank. They're earning interest. It has completely transformed the way they do their business. UPI, today you can actually, make your kids. In fact, I use UPI to pay my, kids' college fees. So imagine, from a 1 rupee transaction to a 1 lakh rupee transaction, everything is happening on UPI rails. And it is fundamentally touching every lives. So this brings us to a very classic point. What does DPI mean? We've been using this word unbundling and interoperability. I don't think I have to really explain what these 2 words mean, because in the previous sections, everybody talked about, creating smaller value ecosystem and making sure the smaller value ecosystem can talk to each other on standardized rails. Imagine the two banks who are basically completely two different systems are talking to each other, right? In the sense where we can actually do a real-time money settlement. I have an account in ICICI Bank, somebody else has an account in HDFC Bank, I can still send money in real time and the values can actually get exchanged, right? A very similar construct of SMTP, right? If you see, had SMTP not been there, we all would have had our own email accounts on the server, and we could have only communicated on proprietary protocols with people who are implemented emails or who have inboxes on that particular server, right? So that's the unbundling of creating value ecosystems where each one of them can service their own distinct set of customers, and they are yet able to communicate with each other on standardized protocols. So that's fundamentally what unbundling and interoperability is all about, and this is what ONDC is trying to do. You have a provider side, you have a seeker side. The seeker is seeking an item or a resource on the network. They're able to discover the resource. They're able to explore the resource. They're able to transact, negotiate, place order, get the fulfillment, consume the resource, and finally finally be satisfied. He/she may also be able to rate that particular resource. They can raise issues pertaining to the resource or the resource transaction. The whole money transaction trail in ONDC today is happening on digital rails, which fundamentally means the moment today in a typical e-commerce platform, the money settlement cycle varies anywhere between 30 to 60 days. The rails are actually providing, the ONDC rails for reconciliation and settlement is actually providing a framework where the money can actually get settled immediately, the moment it is paid by the buyer on the buyer app. I beg your pardon? So, yeah, left is Amazon, right is, that's what it is. So in an Amazon, what happens is you have everything, while they may have their own unbundling, they have everything under a single brand. So fundamentally, it is the same servers which is transacting the information. Fundamentally, there is no leverage that a seller or a buyer has in selecting what choices do they have versus seller, because they are running their own algorithm and they are more fundamentally engaged in their own profits. So they'll make sure that seller is able to sell at the price that they actually figure out, and buyer is paying the price because they are actually sitting like a middleman in between, right? In an unbundled scenario where a buyer app protects the interest of their buyers, they don't hold any inventory, they have no interest of the seller, they basically know I'm finding a buyer, any buyer which is going on the network is actually making money, the platform is making money. So they will make sure that at all given moments, they will protect the interest of a buyer, right? Similarly, on the seller side, they don't worry about the demand side. They have exposure to the buyer, but they don't really worry about, because that is not their customer directly. So the seller side, seller app side will make sure that they are taking care of the interest on the seller side, and the real value discovery and value settlement is happening between the two distinct network participants. So what kind of opportunities does ONDC offer, right? And specifically to the larger ecosystem beyond the country boundaries. One is to connect. If you're a seller or a seller app, you connect to the network. Once you connect to the network, you have access to the vast market that the network offers from the demand side as well as from the supply side. From supply side, I gave you an example of, there is one women help group who basically operates out of Coimbatore, are actually selling their saris on network. So they basically buy raw saris, they stitch on those saris, and they're able to sell their saris. Their saris is not reaching, the nooks and corners of the country. So that is the connect part. The other one is an adoption part. So there is a lot of scope of TSPs. There are a lot of value-added solutions that can actually be created. One of the very interesting space which has not been cracked as yet is around the B2B commerce, B2B e-commerce. And I think our friend Thompson is here, who basically is driving the B2B landscape on ONDC. I think it is one problem if we are able to crack. And the only way this can be cracked, because one of the concerns that B2B players have is exposure to their data, prices, to the business sensitive information. Now, if we basically unbundle these two things, where one platform is taking care of the interests of the sellers, and while the other platform is taking care of the interests of their buyers, this unbundling makes sure there is no data concentration at one place, and fundamentally is giving that value back to the ecosystem. This is one opportunity I feel, the whole B2B and B2B2C commerce ecosystem will actually is a problem which can be cracked by ONDC. Multiple opportunities we talked about. One of the things that the ONDC as a network is solving for is it's offering equitable opportunities to anyone who wants to operate in the ecosystem, right? From a small to small MSME sector player to people as big as HUL are all on ONDC today. People who are brand conscious will go and buy HUL products, but there are people who are more value conscious and economic conscious will go and buy something which they trust. And I'll talk about trust in a while in my next slides. Reducing cost today, the large platforms actually charge significant commission on the gross merchandise value that gets sold, which actually is now limited and controlled by the negotiation between buyer app and the seller app. Buyer app has a buyer app finder fee, the seller app is charging the convenience fee. They don't care what the seller is selling. But of course, it is also driven by the kind of contract that they have with the seller. Today, if the seller is not happy with the terms and conditions of a particular seller app, they always have a freedom to move to the other seller app, right? And at the same time, the seller who has held a reputation on one particular platform can carry forward that reputation onto the other platform with their score, so that they don't really have to lose the legacy that they may have created on an older platform, right? Of course, healthy competition is always good for the industry. You have healthy competition, people are competing on prices, people are competing on value, people are competing on quality. All these factors become more and more healthy once you have an unbundled and an open network. And of course, it basically increases choices and options for the seekers to consume from, whether it is in terms of prices or it is in terms of quality and options, of course. This is how we figure out, this is how we map. I just talked about the kind of benefits, and everybody wins. I mean, in this whole ecosystem of open network, unlike in a concentrated platform, because concentrated platforms or large platforms fundamentally run into their capacity issues at some point in time or not. And with this massive concentration, a rent-seeking behavior actually emanates. That is where the problem starts happening, and this actually came to the fore, especially during the COVID times, right? In COVID times, government was not able to use the e-commerce rails to reach to the last mile. And that was the huge problem during that time when they had to service, there were so many people who were out of jobs, they have no ways to earn money. Government had to find rails to take these essential items to the doorstep of the users, of the consumers. And this is where the whole ecosystem came crashing down, because they had actually no access beyond tier 1, tier 2, and certain tier 2 cities. Tier 3 was completely left out, and it was a huge inefficient movement of products and goods from government warehouses to the end customers. And this is exactly what ONDC is solving for by tapping into the local ecosystems. There are local ecosystems are being developed in smaller cities. People with smaller, low capacity apps are serving certain segment of customers who are, or a certain segment of sellers, and of course the buyers, to basically provide them economic value. Now, with this whole network, the responsibility of buyer and seller actually get dispersed across two distinct entities. Trust becomes a very important factor to get established. And there are multiple ways of establishing trust, but there are two main pillars for trust. One is the ability of a consumer or the producer to rate the counterparty and also consume the rating of the counterparty. And the second part is to create a consolidated, decentralized, and yet a portable or interoperable scoring framework. So that in case if a seller leaves from one particular buyer app to another buyer app, or sorry, one seller app to another seller app, they are able to carry forward these ratings. This is a ratings framework. Again, well-defined backend construct. We are basically riding back on the same network. But this is another DPG which is in the making as we speak. We call it Confidex. Now, somebody said the complexities of blockchain, why should people worry about it? And that's exactly what is happening here. It's a blockchain-based technology. We are using a framework of blockchain to enable a trust-based scoring collection on the network. So Confidex is another DPG which is under development. It is basically being provided by multiple participants. Protein is one of them. There are quite a few other participants who have created this, this network based on blockchain, wherein every single buyer app, today we have only enabled use cases, but there is nothing stopping from this particular system to also collect the ratings from the seller sides also. So a seller can actually rate the buyer. A logistics agent can actually rate the buyer basis his delivery experience, his or her delivery experience to the buyer. All this gets collected and an absolute score gets collected. So there are 3 levels of the scoring. There is a rating, which I just talked about, where there is a peer-to-peer, every transaction-based communication that is happening. There is scoring, which is sum total of all the ratings received by a seller on a seller app by a buyer, which moves to a central ledger, which we call as Confidex. And last but not the least is badging, which is your badging agents like Sybil, TransUnion, like Fizz. All these people will, or Duns and Bradstreet will fetch these data. They will also get some level of derived data, which is also going to play a role in the network, depending upon how a particular seller is actually performing. Their derived score can also get added basis certain parameters. All of this can become input into their economic profile, which is available either on paid basis, depending upon what these people, what this badging industry, how this badging industry actually evolves. So these 3 layers basically provide enough trust in the system, ensuring that people who are operating on the network are not completely hidden behind a opaque wall, but they have their identity and their scoring well established on the network. Now ONDC facilitates multiple dimensions. We talked about B2B. Hyperlocal is a theme that has picked up, but I feel now is the time for the other ecosystems to also pick up. Fashion is picking up like really big, which is a inter-domestic, it's an intercity and international as well. Dynamics are involved there. Pan-India commerce, gig economy, something that is working on rails. We are working with Honest team. Madhu here has been engaged with us. We are hoping that network scales, and we have a use case from there. We'll talk about that particular use case. I think this is only a map of very limited possibilities that have been explored. My personal feeling is these open networks actually bring in massive opportunities across anything that is transactable. Now that transaction could actually well be an education, transaction. I could be sitting on my WhatsApp number and, I'm looking for a particular item on the network. I'm looking for a particular book. I'm looking for a particular article. I can simply type in a keyword and, somebody can deliver me that PDF at one location. So there are multiple possibilities. One of the possibility is this flow. If you see, this is, one sec. This is a very classic flow where, Deepak wants to travel from, one location to another location. In an electric car, he can explore an electric vehicle online. Electric vehicle can actually explore a charging station, online, and then he can reach the destination. And this is the multi-modal commerce that we actually talked about. The other one is a very classic use case. Again, we picked it up. Sorry, Madhu, we stole it from your use cases. But Roshni is a girl coming from a very low economic family, lower economic strata family. She's actually a very good student. She wants to explore courses. She explores courses. After courses, she wants to go for higher studies. She explores financial aid on the ecosystem. After the financial aid, she undergoes a testing and examination and gets a verifiable badge and verifiable skill badges, which is then, helps her to discover jobs. The job profile, the job providers have access to her verified credentials and is able to provide an end-to-end value ecosystem for Roshni under a single head. This is how your integrated journeys can actually sort of work. And this is just one possible journey that we have thought of. There are umpteen number of journeys that are possible. People can only think about how these journeys are stitched together to create value. This is where the templates for enabling many of these use cases become more and more important, which will create a standard way of communicating or transacting between two interacting parties. With that, I come to the end of my presentation. I'm sorry, a lot of it would have been repeated. I have not spoken too much about ONDC. I came with the mindset of DPI, DPG. Whatever I had prepared as notes I couldn't even look at it. So thank you so much. Thanks for having me and hearing me. Any questions? Yeah.
All right. Firstly, congrats. This week, I went to Bangalore after a couple of months this time, and the last weekend, I ditched Swiggy. I ditched Zomato, ditched Ola, ditched the regular check-in, used ONDC on Swiggy, and used Digi Yatri and Namma Yatri, Digi Yatra, I guess, and Namma Yatri. All work perfectly fine. So it's good to see that silent revolution coming up. If I have a feeling that if people thought the last 10 years was crazy, then the next 10 years is going to be like infinitely more, 100x more. So I can actually see that. And the best part was no one knew about all this, right? When I said about Namma Yatri to my friend who takes an auto on Ola every day, he was like, what are you saying? I can use this? And he started right the next day. Also know where money is going. So I have a bit of a tactical question on ONDC. How do you think about this problem, right? Things like a typical commerce company faces, e-commerce company faces things like customer support, bad products. This is a very, very huge challenge, right? Fraud detection, blacklisting of vendors and things like that. How does for several, initially marketplaces about 10 years back, I built the Practo marketplace for doctors. Initially about 10 years back, marketplace would wash their hands away, right? They'd say that, oh, just talk to the doctor or just talk to the, service provider. But then marketplaces started taking ownership and said that, we will arbitrate, we will provide refunds and so on. It's been a 10-year, 12-year journey and startups are still figuring out, how to do that. How does ONDC do that? And also from a DPI perspective, how do you think about such things? Customer support, issues, blacklisting, things like that. How do you go about, I'm not asking for your current solution, but I'm asking how would you think about things like that? Or does it even matter at all? So, yeah.
It of course matters, and I think it's a very good question, and I keep getting asked this question. And I always refer back, if you look at the larger landscape, your support team at Amazon or Flipkart is separate from your marketing team, is separate from your other teams. The only trust that you're getting is from the Flipkart as a brand. You know that there is a customer support number of Flipkart, but it is a totally different team, right? So fundamentally what happens is within Flipkart, you have two distinct departments who are able to talk to each other through machines and of course through phones and all. All of this has to be converted into APIs, and that is what we have done. So ONDC has a framework called the issues and grievance management, which has three main legs. There is an issue. If you have a problem, if you need a support, you basically raise an issue. The issue, if it has to be cascaded to the network participants, everything is happening on API rails. Issue is not getting resolved, there is an option of grievance. In grievance, anyway, as part of the e-commerce mandate, all e-commerce platforms supposed to have a GRO. Then the GROs get involved. Each of these buyer apps have to expose their GROs. If GROs are not able to solve, then there is a ODR framework where you can actually, you can seek a online dispute resolution provider.
What's ODR?
Online dispute resolution providers, which is also on digital rails. Agami and there's one more. So Agami and two more. In fact, that is actually the Pulse as a network is getting developed. But till the time that gets developed, we have an ODR framework, which is getting integrated into ONDC. If you have a problem, if you're not satisfied with the grievance resolution also, you can always escalate to the next level. And of course, last is your code flaw. So if you look at, we have created, the whole framework actually provides for efficiency in the network, right? In a typical platform, this is how it happens. It is just that in our minds, we have Flipkart as a brand name and we know that it is actually supporting, but underneath, these are two teams. They undergo the same sort of communication between them. The customer support will say, no, this is not my problem. The customer engagement guys say, no, this is our problem. All those communication, we have actually brought it on API rails. So my sense is the problem that exists in a platform world today is probably getting solved on API rails because now the interests are different, right? In a single platform, your interests are concentrated. Here, your interests are different. So every buyer app will make sure that their buyer's interest is protected, and so the seller app, and that is where the negotiation will happen and the grievance will get resolved. So that is how I sort of frame this. Is it right? Maybe we'll evolve into something else tomorrow, but we have started on this.
So just to quickly add, on ONDC itself, when we see unbundling, even this gets completely unbundled. Today we see the trust deposit completely being with Amazon or Flipkart. But here, ONDC is the network that enables this trust to be distributed among multiple players, a buyer app or a seller app. And tomorrow even grievance management itself will be an opportunity for someone who wants to come and manage grievances, and the service is there. A person who's coming up with the seller app can choose to subscribe to that, and someone who subscribed to that service will get a better set of customers who will come, and it turns around the whole thing. So if you see, UPI is the tip of the iceberg. ONDC is like 7 icebergs all put together. That's what.
And by the way, and this is where the innovation is happening. We have a lot of players who are now bringing IGM as a service on the network. And they are specializing in those services. They say, my business is to basically integrate the whole issue in grievance management. They are going across the network, and they will soon become discoverable if you offer it as a service on the network. But fundamentally, today, they are providing it as a service. So is RSF. The reconciliation services are being provided by some banks. So they say, you just simply give me your order book, I will do a reconciliation and transfer the money. So some of these ecosystems.
IGM, that means you're unlocking way more value, right? I mean, there's so much more money. Hey, a quick follow-up question is that, again, most of the questions I ask, I think it comes from a mindset of running marketplaces or all the marketplaces, right? So every time I ask a question, it's more like, is this even the right question to ask, or how do you think about it? So is it important to prevent monopolization or duopolization? Because inevitably, for example, in UPI, you have PhonePe and Google Pay. There's been a lot of tussle, that you shouldn't have these two only. There should be more. But I'm pretty comfortable with these two. So I don't know if I want, as a consumer, I'm not sure if I need other providers. So other vendors. With this on the seller side, for example, do you expect a few companies to be, garnering most of the market share? And is it even the right way to think about it or worry about it?
To be very honest with you, we are in very initial stages of evolution. Our view is, and the whole problem that we are solving with unbundling and interoperability is creating opportunities for innovation, right? So if you see the search engine, you took example of Google and Microsoft. Fundamentally, the whole technology landscape has matured, right? Now with ChatGPT coming, they are challenging the survival of Google. I mean, today if you are able to think about a question in a right way, ChatGPT is good enough for you to give all the information. So I think in terms of an evolution, do I see there are only few players acting in the market? My answer is no, for multiple reasons, because the value concentration is not just about how deep you go. It's also about how diverse your needs are, right? The super app as a concept has not took off very well. I think ONDC is an answer for that. There are people who will actually provide thematic services. So somebody who's providing financial services on the buyer side or on the seller side may not be providing it onto the grocery side. I may see domain-wise a little bit of a concentration, but then at the same time, the opportunity is for anyone to come, and if there is nobody innovating, if everybody is happy about one particular service, then of course it is a natural, gravitation towards monopolization and duopolization. But then the open rails offer opportunities to anybody who can think of this particular business, and I really liked what Deepu was actually talking about a while ago, of using.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. A long day, huh? I hope everybody had a great time here. Had a great time? Got to know a lot of things, got to learn a lot of things. So before we wind up the session, I have something to say and I will invite Mr. Madhu Chandra. But before inviting him, there's a piece of mind that I would like to share. Just put a hand on my shoulder and told me, Monet, it's because our client is an American and we work according to American schedule. That's why we have to do this. And all the developers, everybody will be there in the office, they will be working. So at that point of time, I had a thought, a dream. As Martin Luther King said, I have a dream. Similarly, as Sudev Nair, I have a dream where a time will come when an Indian person will be holding the power. And an American youngster will be sitting late at night, working for his Indian client, taking orders from us, eating with his hands without using any sort of cutlery. So I think if that sort of things happens, then we can say Achhe Din have finally arrived. I don't know if it has arrived or not, but if that sort of thing happens, Achhe Din aa gaye hain, aise bol sakte hain. But anyway, in order to deliver the final remarks, I would like to invite Mr. Madhu Chandra, Head of Engineering and Implementation, Xstep Foundation.
Thank you. Okay, we're at the last leg of the day. I know it's time to go home, so I'm going to keep this really short. I'm carrying my laptop because there are a few things I really need to read out from here today. Okay, but before I actually get out of that, for me, while I was supposed to do this session, I think the original mandate for me was to actually make a presentation on what I'm supposed to, how people can actually connect with the DPI, DPG, and all of those things. So I'm not going to be making any presentation here today. But what I'll do is I'll probably share some information on what you can do. I do see two kinds of people who can actually actively participate in the entire DPI, DPG journey. One is our set of entrepreneurs and people from the community over here who really want to get in and play the game either as an SI or ISV. Okay, so what I've done is, as a part, you would have heard of this word DAS that has probably floated around for some time. Can you put the QR code again back, please? Okay, so you would have heard the word DAS that probably came out a few times today. So what we are doing is, as a part of the DAS feature, so DAS is primarily DPI as a package service, which CDPI and Xstep together are actually taking a cohort to a few African countries. So they're doing it in multiple cohorts. So here's an opportunity if any of the organizations over here really want to participate in the early cohort of DAS, either as an ISV or as an SI vendor. I would request you to kindly scan this, and this will go to the DAS team. So they can you can probably connect with them. They'll get back to you. It's not me. So they have actually requested me to put this QR code over there. So you would get an early gateway into actually participating in this cohorts with these countries. So that's all I had to do in terms of my presentation of how you guys can participate in DPI and DPG. But for DPGs and as individuals, that's the second part of it. I would really request the developers over here, the MuLearn team, to actually start actively contributing to the DPGs. I think that's an opportunity developers can actually leverage. Okay, before I get to my next part, I think, can you come up on stage, please, Deepu? So I really want to do a formal closure of this event, and that's the reason, MuLearn being the active participant, I thought we should do it together. There are a lot of people over here we really would need to thank. Firstly, I must say that, we kind of pulled out a coup by getting the brightest minds of the country to come here and actually talk. be it Pramod, be it Nitin, all of the people, folks from EY, folks from Protean. Honestly, this is some kind of a coup, getting all of these people coming together in one platform for them to come and talk. It really took us some effort, but we thought that Trivandrum had to see this. So I'm really happy we could do it. So I must start saying that, we had a set of distinguished delegates over here who actually participated by just sitting here. And that alone showed us the commitment that this city, this state actually had to offer in terms of what DPI and DPG would be and how they can take it forward. So I'm really grateful for all of them. Thank you, Deepu, for actually getting all of them over here to actually participate over here. So that was something really big. A big thanks to the audience who were, participated so actively today. A lot of questions. So that was something really amazing. The kind of questions that we heard today was, completely participative. That gave us a good indication on how organizations over here will start participating in future. I must say that I don't know whether they realize our speakers today really came from across the length and breadth of the country. We had speakers who came from Delhi, from Pune, from Bangalore, from Chennai. We had pretty much from a lot of cities who came in, and that itself means a lot. For them to fly down here and actually talk for the session is truly amazing. So thank you to the speakers. I know a lot of them are not here right now, but it means a lot to us. I'm sorry, I'm just scrolling down a few things. So there was, interestingly, we had a lot of senior folks from many of these organizations who actually participate today. And instead of being on stage, all of them were actually sitting as a part of the audience. And that again is truly amazing. They really felt the need to participate by just sitting in the audience and hearing people out. And that again means a lot. So having, people at a partner level from the consulting organization sitting in the audience is truly amazing. So yes, the Vice Chancellor of universities. So many senior people who really did not come up on stage, but actively participated over here as an audience. Again, I don't know whether when in the participant list today, we had people who actually flew from across the globe. I know that we had people who came from Dubai. I know a few folks actually flew in from Ethiopia directly over here because I met them there, and then they said we wanted to attend this meeting, and they came in here. I know we had people who came from Mumbai, Chennai, Bangalore, who came specifically for the event. So which obviously means this event, this forum, the set of speakers we had over here today really was amazing. So thank you to the audience who actually took the effort to come in over here. But then all of this would not have happened without a few people who really ran the show over here. And I really want to take a couple of minutes to thank each and every one of them. Firstly, the Technopark CEO, Mr. Sanjeev Nair. I think his support with MuLearn and everybody else truly meant a lot. You want to say anything? Anybody else? So I know the event management team, Lumia, James, Sean, Abhilash, they did an amazing, wonderful job over here. The venue at Kerala Arts and Crafts, we had an amazing location, great food. It was, for me, it was really nice. Just close to Kovalam Beach, see the beach and come here, it was nice. I'm sure a lot of my other friends also enjoyed it. So the Xtep team, we had Sri Harsha, we had Chitranshu, Rahul, Sai, Railu. There were a few folks in the back end, Elena and team, who actually continuously worked on the creatives, and lot of other people. It's going to be difficult for me to name, but thank you, all of you, for actually putting this together and pulling it off brilliantly. We had a lot of stalls over here. I'm hoping that all of you had an opportunity to walk around the stalls and look at it. So we had about 8 different partners who all, just with one phone call, they came down and set up their demos over here. Thank you for all of them to come here. And for me, most importantly, the MuLearn team. We could not have done an event like this without the MuLearn team completely backing it. Okay, Deepu, big thank you to you. I know I might get a few of the names wrong, but Prijun, Saraswati, Shahin, Jishwan, and I think the entire set of volunteers out here. A big thank you to you for actually coming, rallying behind this event and making it a huge success. So once again, thank you all for taking your time off, making this a super interactive event. We enjoyed bringing it over here. And one thing that I can definitely assure you is by seeing the kind of commitment levels over here, we should keep coming back over here. We should keep having follow-up sessions. We should start having more dedicated sessions so that the organizations over here leverage on it and start capitalizing on taking DPIs and DPGs to the rest of the world. So thank you from me.
And to Akshay and Sudev for agreeing. Because yesterday night I just asked them like we need to host, and then they were preparing how to start, how to and understand the DPs and DPGs well, and come up with the relevant points and all those things. And I think that they didn't sleep. They were completely preparing for the session yesterday. Thank you so much for that. And we have Mr. Santosh Kurup. He was the one from the Digital University side. He was coordinating with the entire government department, the IT department, people who are here from Technopark, Startup Mission, IC Force and all those things. That is ensuring that happened. That is, he was the man behind that. Yeah. And we have Ranjit Raman there, who was actually supporting us in a lot of formulating and positioning the content about the DPA, because we want to ensure, like, whenever we are talking about DPA, people haven't heard about it. That was the first thing. So our mission was to ensure that proper sensitization happened across Kerala, across the major stakeholders on DPAs, and nobody need to explain about it. Second one, the opportunities that it unlocks. That is, many of the companies, that is, we represent the group of technology companies, that is around 280 plus IT companies part of it. And I have to conduct 2 or 3 sessions with the leadership to help them understand the opportunities out there. Because when they look at this thing, like normally we say like that we look for opportunities from abroad, right? And then we are waiting for that. But today, after coming in, there were people who are coming from Kochi, coming up with the team members, with a lot of team members from the technology team also participated, and they were telling like it was mind-blowing, and the quality of content that they received in this, and this is one of the best event that happened in the recent years. And then it has added that much value to the people, because there is a lot of action points here. And as I started in the welcome speech, when I mentioned, like, in this room, today there were people who are capable to leverage on DPIs. And then, of course, I think these people have listed all the opportunities there, and they will be following up with you to take it forward. Yeah, and there will be follow-up sessions. And thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you, everybody. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So we have tea arranged here. So you can go over there and have some tea, biscuits, enjoy, have a chit-chat, get to know each other. And people who are fasting, they can go there and break their fast. They have made an arrangement. At the same time, one more thing, there's a musical performance here. So, picture abhi baki hai mere yaar. So thank you so much, everyone. You have been a wonderful audience. So people who are from Bangalore can, who want to connect with each other, who would love to connect with each other, can contact Mr. Venkat from Startup Sanatana.